Song Shuhang asked, "Great, but Senior Turtle, can you send me back to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's place first with a spatial gate?" When he was headed to the market, he had to fly with Senior Turtle for a long time. Now that he knew that Senior Turtle could still use his spatial abilities, he couldn't possibly let him fly back all the way, right? No, Senior Turtle shook his head seriously, and said, "I have to get to refining the Ice Soul Pill now. In order to avoid any accidents, I have to completely focus my essence, chi, and spirit in their best state. As such, I won't be able to send you back with spatial teleportation anymore." Song Shuhang said, "Senior Turtle, I haven't been cultivating for that long, but can you not lie to me? When we left the cultivator market just now, you have still used your spatial abilities to take me out of the market." The eyes of the little follower of Yu Jiaojiao, Little Snow, behind us even lit up. "Now you're telling me you can't use spatial teleportation anymore?" Senior Turtle solemnly said, "It does not matter whether you believe it or not, but if I fail the refining of the Ice Soul Pill, don't blame me." Song Shuhang, "Do I really have to fly back?" "Alright, I'll give Senior Turtle the permission to open the Palace of Winter." Song Shuhang sighed. After that, he extended his hand and sent the Sea Turtle to his inner world's Palace of Winter, Pill Refining Palace. After that, he brought out his treasured saber Broken Tyrant and rushed to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave while his invisible saber insect quickly followed him. The green sea turtle let out a sigh filled with emotion and climbed to the edge of the huge pill furnace. The Palace of Winter. It sighed softly. Originally, this was its home. Later, its ownership was transferred to Song Shuhang by the Great Northern Emperor. After losing the Palace of Winter, it felt uncomfortable. Previously, after waking up for a while, it would go to the Palace of Winter to climb around and inspect its territory. However, after waking up this time, it could no longer tour around the place. As such, recently, its heart always felt quite stuffy, and it kept on getting the feeling like it had something important to do. Now, when it finally got to revisit the Palace of Winter, the stuffy sensation in its heart instantly disappeared. The Sea Turtle said, "Heavens, I finally know what I've been longing to do. I haven't finished my round of climbing around the Palace of Winter yet." And so, he began to climb around in the Palace of Winter just like in the past. This obsession of Senior Turtle's had already reached an incurable state, and he could no longer be saved. He climbed and climbed. The green sea turtle was familiar with all the palaces it passed. As it crawled, it remembered the scenes from the time when the Palace of Winter was most prosperous. At that time, the ancient heavenly city had yet to be destroyed, and the Great Emperor was also the heavenly city's outstanding and famous Great Northern Emperor, who was second only to the Heavenly Emperor. The Sea Turtle sighed, and said, "I remember that this place is the place where the Great Emperor and his good friends would gather to chat." Due to having quite a lot of fellow Taoists, this place was made to be large and spacious. Afterward, it opened the gate to the palace. In the next moment, the green sea turtle subconsciously retracted all of its limbs and tucked its head into its turtle shell. Its turtle shell has been refined into a magical treasure and had a large space, unlike ordinary turtle shells. In front of it, there were guided missiles, atomic bombs, and hydrogen bombs all over the place. Each and every single weapon there emitted power of the tribulation and terrifying pressure. If such a large number of heavenly tribulation weapons were to explode, in its current state, it would not be able to handle it after all. Its realm had been sealed by the Great Northern Emperor. Heavens, could little friend Song be preparing to do some arms-dealing business? Why are there so many heavenly tribulation weapons here? Also, how did he seal all of them up? Did he get all of these from the heavenly tribulation realm? In addition, what would happen if all of them exploded inside the Palace of Winter? Would the Palace of Winter get destroyed? The good mood it had just gotten from being able to patrol the Palace of Winter immediately disappeared. Now, it was left worried about the future of the Palace of Winter. After letting out a sigh, the sea turtle carefully closed the gate of the palace. Afterwards, it continued its patrol. As a patient with an incurable obsession disorder, if it did not get to do its routine climb all over the Palace of Winter, its heart would be in a mess and its mind in turmoil. It climbed and crawled, all the way until it arrived in front of a small room. "This should be the room for storage," the sea turtle said softly. It then stretched its forelegs and pushed the door open. At this time, Song Shuhang's voice sounded out. "Wait, Senior Turtle." It was a pity that Song Shuhang's reminder came too late, and the door to the room was already open. Inside the room was a 7th stage venerable. He was the venerable that threatened Fairy fleeting life and was prepared to kill her previously on the roof of Jiangnan University Town. However, he ended up locked up inside the Palace of Winter by Song Shuhang. With this person having the strength of a 7th stage venerable, this venerable Wintry was still alive and well. At the exact instant when the sea turtle had opened the door to the room, Venerable Wintry used everything he had to rush out of the room. This place is a fragment of the ancient heavenly city, then, it should have been hidden inside some secret realm by profound sage Tyrannical Song. As long as I can escape from this fragment, I might be able to get a chance to escape, Venerable Wintry thought to himself. When it saw the sea turtle that was in front of the room, the Venerable did not have any intent to get held up by the other party. He cast an ice magical technique on the sea turtle, while at the same time jumping up high to try and cross above and past the sea turtle. He felt that the sea turtle was probably not too strong, most likely at the 3rd or 4th stage realm. Such a monster turtle would definitely not be able to stop him. Senior Turtle angrily said, "Asshole, you actually want to cross over my head. Junior, are you trying to humiliate me?" In the next moment, the Venerable only saw its body swell up as the size of its body soared. Venerable Wintry, who was just about to get past it, was caught by its turtle shell and violently got stuck against the ceiling of the room. Even if its realm was sealed, the sea turtle's turtle shell was still a 9th stage magic treasure with terrifying strength. Hiss, Venerable Wintry shouted in pain while sucking in cold air. It seemed that angle at which Senior Turtle struck him had really caused him great amounts of pain. The sea turtle forcefully urged its own shell. "You actually tried to cross over me and humiliate me? Keep dreaming." Hisses Aakak dash, Venerable Wintry's eyes looked like they were getting squeezed out of their sockets. The pain he was experiencing was simply that extreme, leading to his screams becoming hoarse. The sea turtle took a step back in satisfaction and threw the Venerable off of its turtle shell. The sea turtle coldly said, "Such a naive guy. When faced with an enemy turtle of unknown strength, the most stupid thing you could do would be to try and cross over it. Did your master never teach you this?" Venerable Wintry did not answer the sea turtle's question and simply continued rolling around on the ground while screaming loudly. Song Shuhang watched the entire process while flying on his treasured saber. Just watching the scene actually let him feel the pain that the Venerable felt. The sea turtle asked, "Little friend Song, who is this guy? Why did you lock him in the Palace of Winter?" Song Shuhang replied, "He should be someone from an enemy camp. He knows something about the destruction of 33 Divine Beasts sect." "Oh, right, the 33 Divine Beasts sect is an inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. At the time, he had made a move on a survivor of the Divine Beast sect, and so I captured and locked him up. I was planning on trying to get some insider information about the destruction of 33 Divine Beasts sect from his mouth. Originally, he was planning to borrow the Great Northern Emperor's momentum to threaten this guy for some information. Unexpectedly, the heavens experienced a change, causing the Great Northern Emperor to hurriedly retire from the world. After that, he had planned on borrowing Senior White's momentum. However, after Senior White finished eating the 8th stage Sage Whale Feast, he immediately went into cultivation. As such, Song Shuhang had still not found an opportunity to borrow his momentum. "Do you mean torture? I'm good at that, let me do it for you." The sea turtle immediately became energetic. Song Shuhang, he wanted to rant. "Senior Turtle, didn't you just say that you wanted to focus your essence, qi, and spirit, to avoid any accidents while refining the Ice Soul Pill? Why does it seem like you now have the energy to torture Venerable Wintry? At this time, the 7th stage Venerable who was wearing a demonic mask finally stopped rolling. However, his body was still curled up and twitched from time to time. This collision with this seemingly ordinary tortoise's shell had actually directly ignored his nearly 10 layers of defense. This turtle was extremely terrifying. Since you have such strength, why are you making it seem like you're only a small monster turtle at the 3rd or 4th stage? Do you think it's interesting? At this time, the sea turtle crawled toward him. Yo, it's actually a cultivator who practices the ice system. How wonderful. My master is the strongest user of the ice system, so I also know the ice system quite well. I've got at least 100 techniques for giving you a lesson. I hope that your mouth is tight enough. Let's see how many kinds of ways you can bear. Come on, Junior, I feel quite optimistic about you. The sea turtle let out an evil laugh. A sea turtle was actually letting out an evil laugh. The scene was so demonic that Song Shuhang got the urge to take a screenshot of this scene and make it into an emoji pack. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, there is no need for you to do anything to me. Whatever Senior wants to know from me, I will definitely not resist and I will tell you everything I know. Venerable Wintry gritted his teeth and sat up on the ground while looking directly at the sea turtle. Senior Turtle was silent. Senior, please ask your questions, Venerable Wintry urged. Senior Turtle responded, Heavens, are you not even going to try to resist? Would there be any point? Venerable Wintry asked back. Senior Turtle replied, Of course there would. During the process of torturing you, I would feel really refreshed. So, you should resist a bit. If you don't resist, how am I supposed to feel refreshed? Venerable Wintry, Song Shuhang, Venerable Wintry said, also, Senior Tyrannical Song, I know that you can hear me as long as I'm willing to tell you everything I know, can you consider letting me out? Do you think that there's even a possibility that I would let you out? Song Shuhang's voice resounded. From the moment he locked the Venerable in the inner world, he no longer even considered letting him out. The inner world was his biggest secret, and the Palace of Winter was also something that was best not revealed to outsiders. Venerable Wintry said, in fact, previously, I only wanted to talk to Senior Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang said, Speak. Venerable Wintry said, I've got an important piece of information. Senior Tyrannical Song will definitely be very interested in it. I wanted to use this information in exchange for a chance to free myself. After completing this transaction, you can completely erase my recent memory. I will cooperate with you and you don't have to worry about me disclosing your ambitions. Song Shuhang asked, What kind of information? Introduce it to me first so that I can decide whether or not it's worth your freedom. Also, my ambitions? Heavens, I myself don't even know what ambitions I have. It's related to the era of the ancient heavenly city, it's about the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department, Venerable Wintry said. I know that profound sage Tyrannical Song practices the 33 Divine Beasts technique, but the 33 Divine Beasts sect has a lacking inheritance. However, I do know that after the destruction of ancient heavenly city, there was a hidden inheritance passed down from the Divine Beast Department that has the complete Divine Beast Department inheritance. Song Shuhang asked, Do you know where the inheritance is? There are actually people that know about Slow-Witted Song leaving behind a hidden inheritance? Venerable Wintry calmly said, I don't know where the inheritance is, but I do have some clues. If you are willing to continue with the exchange, I will tell you all of those clues. Song Shuhang paused for a moment, and said, The clue that you know. Is it that the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department is not on a human practitioner? Venerable Wintry's eyes widened, and he said, Impossible, how did you know? Song Shuhang said, Hee hee. Venerable Wintry said, However, I've got more clues. I also know that the secret inheritance was given to a spirit beast and, Song Shuhang said, it was handed over to an alliance of spirit beasts and monster cultivators, and this alliance is an organization that nobody would be able to guess would have it, right? Venerable Wintry, Song Shuhang said, if you only know so much, it is of no value. Do you have any other clues? If their value is enough, perhaps I might consider letting you out. Yes, I also know another important clue. Venerable Wintry gritted his teeth, and said, the secret inheritance of the Divine Beast Department is hidden in some kind of doubly secret text of that Monster Cultivator Alliance. If you want to get the complete inheritance, you will first have to find the Monster Alliance, and then crack their secret text to find another secret text. After that, you will have to use a technique of the 33 Divine Beast sect to crack the secret text and restore it to the complete inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. He had not planned on saying such an important clue. He did not expect Song Shuhang to know so much about the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. Song Shuhang asked, where did you get this information? Regarding the hidden inheritance, Slow-Witted Song only had a few friends. How did this Venerable Wintry know so much? Venerable Wintry said, that's something that I can't answer. Ha ha ha, you finally rebelled. Senior Turtle, who had been silent, jumped up in excitement. Come, let me give you a taste of my 100 techniques. Song Shuhang, Venerable Wintry hurriedly said, wait, Senior, I really can't answer that. However, the sea turtle didn't listen to his explanation. It flew up and waved its forelimbs to fix itself in the air. The sea turtle saying that it had 100 techniques to give the other party a lesson was just to scare him. It did have a deep understanding of the ice system, but as for those for giving others a lesson? What was it going to do with those techniques? Moreover, master 100 of those? If it really did that, then it meant it really had a lot of spare time. It was just talking bullshit to try and deal some damage to the other party's psychological defense. If it couldn't, there was no loss, it was just talk. Regardless of which realm of trash talk it was, it would always end up working at some point. After some time, even an immortal would be affected by trash talk. The sea turtle waved its forelegs and was about to hit Venerable Wintry. But before it could, Venerable Wintry yelled, I said everything I know. Does this guy seriously not even have a shred of discipline? He does not have a will to resist at all. How did he even reach the 7th stage? Could he be a fake? The sea turtle felt rather regretful. It then gravely said, where did you get the information? Actually, I got all of this information from Brother Google and Brother Baidu. For foreign affairs that I could not understand, I asked Brother Google for them, while for internal affairs that I could not understand, I asked Brother Baidu. I searched for everything online. Venerable Wintry suddenly grinned, and said, in this era, everything can be found online. I'm telling you, if you can't find something, then you simply have to go to a neighboring country and go online there. The sea turtle, Song Shuhang, interesting, the sea turtle grinned. I underestimated you. This guy was playing with them. My hands are tied here. After all, there are some things that I really cannot say. Venerable Wintry kept his posture fixed and his mouth tight. The sea turtle said, while ago, you said that you would speak without reserve, so what's this? With this, you break the trust between people, as well as the trust between people and turtles. Venerable Wintry replied, actually. As long as it doesn't reach my bottom line, I am open to say anything. In other words, when it reached his bottom line, he would no longer say anything, not even if the sea turtle really did have 100 kinds of ice system techniques for giving someone a lesson. Do you really think that I can't deal with you? The sea turtle said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Venerable Wintry responded with a laugh. Let's see how long you're going to be able to last under me. The sea turtle stood up, and said, this will be your first lesson. After that, it began to recite an incantation. The incantation was in the language of the ancient era, and it sounded very mysterious. Venerable Wintry pupils shrank. At this moment, the sea turtle suddenly took out an ice ball-shaped magical treasure and used it to perform a powerful hypnosis ability. A vague projection of the Great Northern Emperor appeared behind the sea turtle. The power of the Great Emperor assisted the sea turtle by strengthening the magical hypnosis technique. Venerable Wintry's mind remained set on defending against the various methods of tortures that the sea turtle might torment him with, but in the next moment, his vision turned dark and all he could see was darkness. With that, his consciousness became muddled too. Against the raid of a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender level sea turtle plus a magical treasure that had been bestowed upon it by an immortal, the poor 7th stage Venerable could do nothing but become completely hypnotized. This was bullying. It seems that I can now ask you anything. The sea turtle held the orb, and asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get the information?" Venerable Wintry, whose eyes no longer had any spirit in them, calmly replied, "I got all the information from the Archbishop, Kaguroa. Song Shuhang said, "Archbishop? Could it be someone like the one from the Church of the Holy Knights? There are also cultivators that join those kinds of cults." Venerable Wintry said, "Our church is the Church of the End. We worship the true God that has existed ever since the beginning of ancient times. Our power is spread all over the universe, don't compare those small churches of the West with us." Song Shuhang, it sounded rather pitiful. They actually looked down on the practitioners of the Holy Knight system? If Sage Monarch Winter Melon were to know of this, he would definitely turn this venerable into an entirely new person. TSK, you're a cultivator, yet your goal isn't actually to become immortal, but rather to believe in some true God that existed in the ancient times. You might as well try and become an immortal today. Although the one there now is about to retire, before he retires, he remains to be the only truth in the entire universe. The sea turtle sneered. Venerable Wintry was silent. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then asked the questions that he most wanted to be answered. Who was the one to destroy the 33 Divine Beasts sect? And, why was it done? Could it be that the force that had destroyed the ancient heavenly city was also the one that later destroyed the Divine Beast sect? At this time, Venerable Wintry suddenly roared. The 33 Divine Beasts sect must die, all the remaining sins must die. In the next moment, there was a gush of divine light that came from his body. Unlike the holy light practiced by the holy knights and priests, the holy light that emerged from Venerable Wintry's body did not give a sensation of life, but rather emitted an aura of lifelessness and the end of everything. The vast holy light swallowed Venerable Wintry, and projected countless strange things after that. It projected the scene of a group of people cutting off a giant's head, burning the giant's head, and nailing the giant's body to a giant stone. After that, there was a scene of a huge bird of light being shot down from the sky. A divine arrow penetrated the body of the bird of light and nailed it to the sun. Then, there was a dazzling snake that was cut open and had all of its internal organs taken out. In the end, all that was left was the husk of its body, which was then wrapped in layers of fine linen and placed inside a golden coffin. There were countless similar scenes that were projected by the vast holy light. All of these scenes were those of killing. In the next moment, Venerable Wintry's body dissipated into the holy light and he turned into ashes, and was completely removed from the world. However, that strange holy light continued to shine. Song Shuhang quickly backed away and avoided the deathly chi of the holy light. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. The sea turtle gravely said, "No wonder I kept on getting the feeling that something was wrong with this guy. It turns out that this guy wasn't a cultivator from the world of cultivation at all. The essence of his internal strength was this strange holy light. The ice spiritual energy that he had showed before was merely a camouflage." Song Shuhang asked, "Then why did he suddenly die? Was it a curse? It should be something of the sort. I guess that something that he has said just now was forbidden to be said." Once he mentioned it, the curse or backlash would be triggered by some contractual force, said the sea turtle while it stored away an image crystal. He filmed the entire process of Venerable Wintry's death, and sent it over to the Great Northern Emperor to see if the Great Emperor could find anything useful from it. Song Shuhang frowned, and said, "This holy light. Why is it still here?" As he said that, the various images projected by the holy light all dissipated. Next, the holy light condensed its final scene. The setting was a dim universe. There was a huge planet quietly floating in this universe. There were no stars, no satellites, nor any other planets around it. This planet emitted a faint light. As the holy light dissipated, the planet continued to float all by itself in its universe. At the moment when this planetary projection appeared, Song Shuhang was shocked. At the same time, the inner world proactively projected a lotus flower, covering both him and the sea turtle. All the power that the inner world had converged into this lotus projection. This was something that had never happened before. It was as if the inner world had been invaded. Tick, tick, tick dash. In the empty space, the sound of a clock hand slowly ticking could be heard. After 15 ticks, a single huge eye opened on the huge planet that was projected by the holy light. The eye was proportional to the size of Asia on Earth. From that eye came nothing other than an aura of destruction and end. It was as if that gaze was simply watching and waiting for everything to end. At this time, the eye that had emerged on the planet looked toward Song Shuhang's position past the constraints of time and space. The lotus projected by the inner world shone brightly, concealing Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle from the sight of that eye. The planet's eye looked around but found nothing, and finally closed slowly. Everything was back to how it was before. The huge planet remained motionless in the universe while emitting a faint light. The holy light completely went out and the projection of the planet disappeared. After another 20 breaths of time, the lotus projected by inner world also dissipated. The Palace of Winter returned to peace, leaving only the few magical treasures that had been left by Venerable Wintry to witness what had just taken place. Song Shuhang let out a breath. "What was that?" Senior Turtle said, "I don't know, but it definitely wasn't something good." Song Shuhang guessed, "Senior, do you think it could be that so-called god of the Church of the End?" Although there was nothing to compare that planet to and they couldn't really determine how big it was. Intuitively, Song Shuhang and the sea turtle believed that the planet with the large eye would not be small. Song Shuhang asked, "What realm would such an existence belong to? Tribulation Transcender? Immortal? Heavens, don't ask me, I don't know, either." The sea turtle sighed. "I'm going to try looking for a way to pass this information to the Great Emperor and see what he thinks." Song Shuhang nodded. At the same time, he lightly touched his chest. The inner world was created by the third wielder of the heaven's will, the striped dragon. It was a special space that could even sneak into the heavenly tribulation realm. When that planet just now opened its eye and looked directly at the inner world had to gather all of its strength just to resist it. Could it also be something created by a wielder of the heaven's will? After a while, Song Shuhang could be seen playing with a spatial bracelet. This was one of the magic treasures left behind by Venerable Wintry after he was swallowed by the holy light. All of the other spoils went to Senior Turtle, and Song Shuhang was left with this bracelet. After the sea turtle finished climbing around the Palace of Winter, it began on refining the Ice Soul Pill. All in all, Song Shuhang was able to gain quite a bit, both information and a magical treasure. While he was in thought, his phone rang. Song Shuhang took a look and saw that it was Senior Phoenix Slayer calling. Could he have finally arrived? The key factor in looking for the connection between the 33 Divine Beasts technique and the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive had finally come. Senior Phoenix Slayer arrived at the expected time. The 8th stage fish that Shuhang used to attract him was truly not in vain. Although it was indeed a whale, whales were pretty much half fish anyway. After entering the 9 provinces #1 group, Song Shuhang's style had changed greatly. At least in the past, he definitely would not have done something like luring his seniors with fish. "Hello? Senior Phoenix Slayer, have you arrived?" Song Shuhang said in a friendly tone. "Young Master Phoenix Slayer, I'm coming, I'll be at the coordinates you gave me soon." "Right, the coordinates you gave me are quite familiar. Is the location you're making me go to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave?" Song Shuhang said, "That's right, it's Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave. Moreover, remember the 8th stage dried whale that I told you about? I also asked Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to make it for you. How about that?" When he was leaving the Immortal Cave this morning, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was still in a good mood, he had also asked her to make some dried fish for him. The Immortal Fairy had once promised him that she would make several immortal dishes for him. However, as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was in a great mood, she promised to make this one for free. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "I'm speechless, little friend Shuhang, you are too amazing. I didn't expect Song Shuhang to actually ask Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to make the dried fish. When it comes to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's cooking, the number of people in the world of cultivation who want to get a taste of it but can't is simply uncountable. This time, I'm unexpectedly going to be able to get Immortal Fairy Bie Xue made dried fish just for letting Song Shuhang borrow my CPU once. This trip is really worth it." Young Master Phoenix Slayer wanted to praise Song Shuhang, but was afraid that Song Shuhang would become too conceited. As such, he instead silently praised Song Shuhang in his mind. Song Shuhang replied, "Senior, after you arrive, you can take a short break, I will be there in a short while." Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "No problem." For the sake of an 8th stage dried fish, he would say yes to anything. After ending the call with young Master Phoenix Slayer, Song Shuhang sped up his treasured saber and used everything he had to rush to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave. When he arrived at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave, he happened to see Senior White, Su Clan 16, Sure, and young Master Phoenix Slayer all sitting in the dining room, drinking porridge and having some cold dishes and some dried whale that had been meticulously carved by Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to look like small fish. With the knife work of the Immortal Fairy, the dried fish was nothing short of a work of art. Senior White and Su Clan 16 had just left their closed-door cultivation, and Sure was simply having lunch. Young Master Phoenix Slayer enjoyed the porridge and ate the dried fish with utter glee all over his face. If he could taste the cooking skills of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue for his every meal, he would not mind Song Shuhang borrowing his CPU every day. "Hello, Senior Phoenix Slayer. Senior White, 16, you finished cultivating?" Song Shuhang descended from the air and rubbed his calf. If it were just a normal flight on his saber, he would not have felt any problem at all. However, during the entire flight, he kept on feeling uneasy due to the lack of guardrails around him as he felt that he could slip and fall at any moment. Senior White put down his porridge, and said, "Your complexion doesn't look too well. Did something happen while you went shopping at the cultivator market this time?" "Well, something did happen on the way, but I wasn't hurt. As for the reason why I don't look too well, it's probably because I was flying too fast just now." Song Shuhang rubbed his face. After that, he suddenly remembered something. "Senior White, do you know of any place in the world of cultivation that does modifications on flying swords or treasured sabers?" Senior White replied, "Each large sect would have their own refinery for flying swords and treasured saber. Also, most cultivators would refine their flying swords and treasured sabers themselves. Do you want to refine a flying sword? I remember that your treasured saber is only a 4th stage level weapon, is it still good enough for you?" Song Shuhang said, "Broken Tyrant is enough for me for right now, but I want to upgrade it." Senior White said, "I can upgrade it for you if you want. Do you have the materials? Do you want me to raise it to the 5th stage realm right away?" Song Shuhang said embarrassedly, "No, I just want to add something to it. He already had an invisible saber insect that could already be considered to be an automatically growing weapon in itself. In the future, when it came to the treasured saber department, he could simply have the invisible saber insect as his main weapon and raise its realm. As such, there wasn't really a need to raise Broken Tyrant to the 5th stage. Senior White doubtfully asked, add something? Song Shuhang took out the whale bones that the Great Northern Emperor had given him. It's this, I want to add it to the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and have it as a guardrail. After saying that, he took out several of his sketches. Sure reiterated, guardrail? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, the corners of Su Clan's 16th mouth twitched. Song Shuhang had actually still not given up on that idea. Senior White wondered, why do you want to add a guardrail? Song Shuhang firmly said, I feel that with the addition of the guardrail, I will be able to feel much safer. With that, I would be able to confidently increase my flight speed. Increase your flight speed? Senior White's eyes revealed an excited glint. Shuhang, have you finally realized the fun of speed? Song Shuhang asked, huh? Senior White said, for the sake of pursuing of speed, I can do the modifications for you. However, 1 whale bone isn't enough, I'll need at least 2. With 2, I could cut the whale bones so that they end up forming a circle for the guardrail. In addition, he could also add various formations to the guardrail, and as long as they were activated, the flight speed of the treasured saber would rise greatly. This was what he excelled at. Song Shuhang replied, that's great, I still have some more whale bones on hand. The Great Emperor had given him 20 whale bones in total. Song Shuhang brought out 4 whale bones and his treasured saber Broken Tyrant, and gave all of them to Senior White. Senior White, you can use 2 to make the guardrail. The other 2 are for the practice of our 9 provinces number 1 group, they're the rewards for Senior's assistance. This was a good practice of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Ever since the first day when Song Shuhang was added to the group, this ideology of, help is to be rewarded, had been instilled in him as well. Alright. Senior White nodded. Originally, he wanted to refuse as 8th stage whale bones were simply useless to him. However, when he received the whale bones, he suddenly got an idea. Since he had 2 extra bones, he might as well just equip his meteor sword with a guardrail as well. Perhaps with the guardrail, he would feel much safer while on his flying sword and be able to push the sword to go much faster. Senior White was always willing to try out new ways to increase his speed. As such, Senior White accepted Song Shuhang's payment. The cute meteor sword was currently still flying beside its owner like a fish, knowing nothing about its future. The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth kept twitching. Song Shuhang's style continued on getting worse and worse. Ever since he met with Song Shuhang, his image of the other party had changed from an ordinary student to someone with a downright weird style. At some point, he became bald, while at another time had hair that reached the ground. He had become a big muscular man, while also becoming a giant onion once. His saber intent had become saber intent armor, his Daoist robe had been a kasaya, and now the black iron godly armor. And now, there was this railed flying saber. Such a style could only be said to be unsober. What technique is the strange little friend Song Shuhang borrowing my CPU for this time? Could it be a very strange skill? As he thought of this, young Master Phoenix Slayer's mind became rather uneasy. However, at this time, his eyes fell on the 8th stage dried fish that had been carefully carved by Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Subsequently, he lightly gritted his teeth. Such a delicious dried fish. Just now, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue told him that Song Shuhang had asked her to make a lot of dried fish. Therefore, after lending his CPU, young Master Phoenix Slayer was going to get a small bag of dried fish. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. However, it would be best to ask little friend Shuhang what technique he's going to practice. As he thought of this, young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, little friend Shuhang, What are you going to use my innate talent to practice for this time? Song Shuhang honestly said, I'm going to practice a secret technique of a monster cultivator organization. Because I have the body of a human, I wouldn't be able to practice the cultivation technique myself, so I thought of borrowing Senior Phoenix Slayer to practice it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer wondered, but what's the point of that? You do have the body of a human, after all. Even if you do use my consciousness to test out the cultivation technique, you will only get some experience in cultivating it, but you won't be able to master the cultivation technique yourself. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, all I want is the experience. So that's the case. Young Master Phoenix Slayer nodded, and said, alright, why don't we start now? I'm in a bit in a hurry. Okay, let's go to an empty place nearby, said Song Shuhang. The forest that he went to last night was not a bad choice. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, no need to go to such troubles, Fairy Bie Xue definitely has a practice venue here. Time is precious, let's keep things simple. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Senior Phoenix Slayer, I just didn't want to practice this set of 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, in front of Senior White and Sure, which was why I wanted to go to a different venue. Song Shuhang said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, it would be better to transfer to my world, it would be more convenient to practice there. No, let's just practice here. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shook his head, revealing a handsome angle that would mesmerize female practitioners. Song Shuhang, at the refinery in Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Cave. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, Senior White, Su Clan 16, Sure stayed at the side. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stood in front of Song Shuhang, and said, are you ready? I'm going to use my talent now. I'm ready. Song Shuhang sighed, why did things have to go this way? After a while, young Master Phoenix Slayer used his innate talent. Song Shuhang successfully borrowed the CPU. Senior Phoenix Slayer. You'd better not blame me for this. 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, the first move divine stealing technique. As Song Shuhang was preparing to perform this move, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This move. He had always only been practicing it, but had never actually used it on other people. It isn't always that I would get people watching by the side. Why not try it out on them? Perhaps I can acquire some unexpected gains. As he thought of this, Song Shuhang glanced at the crowd. It would certainly not work on Senior White. Stealing his things would be no different from provoking a disaster. Sure was too cute to try it on. Su Clan 16 was too familiar, it would be embarrassed to try it on her. Well, I guess it'll be you. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Look at my divine stealing technique. Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer to extend his hand towards the still unaware Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, who was currently eating some melon seeds. The divine stealing technique was a very powerful technique, and when practiced to the highest realm, stealing from those stronger than you would not even be a problem. This was something that could be confirmed just by looking at Lady Onion. Song Shuhang had only practiced the divine stealing technique twice, but it should not be discounted that he had once lived Lady Onion's life. Through the Dreamland state, he lived Lady Onion's life and practiced the divine stealing technique countless times. So this time, although it was only his first time using it against another person, it worked greatly. The divine stealing technique seemed to have long become an instinct that was simply lying within Song Shuhang's soul. Middle, Song Shuhang thought. In the next moment, he could be seen holding a fragrant and silky object in his hand. At first, he thought that he was simply holding a handkerchief that the immortal fairy had been carrying on her. However, when he felt it out carefully, something felt off. This thing he was holding was thicker and a bit heavier than a handkerchief. What did I steal? Song Shuhang retracted the young Master Phoenix Slayer's hand and took a closer look at the object. It looks like some kind of sheet. The sheet was very thin, and it appeared to be something that the Immortal Fairy had performed a magical technique on so that it became the size of a palm. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was being controlled by Song Shuhang, revealed a questioning face. What's this sheet that the Immortal Fairy was carrying with her? Could it be some kind of magical treasure? No, it couldn't be. There weren't any fluctuations of magical energy coming from the sheet. Moreover, it looked a bit familiar, and it even seemed to be the same kind of sheet as the ones that the Immortal Fairy had in the guest room that she had let him stay in yesterday. It appeared to be a completely ordinary, thin sheet. Why would the Immortal Fairy be hiding it? Could it be carrying some special meaning for her? Song Shuhang's mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, he thought of a possible answer. If that's the case, I've really made a terrible mistake. This would make it pretty much the same thing as stealing Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's personal belongings. I hope that I guessed wrong. Perhaps the Immortal Fairy just putting away all the sheets in the guest room and was preparing to wash them later? While he was thinking, Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body, and made him raise his head and look at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. For this process, there was a delay of up to 3 seconds because of the side effect of young Master Phoenix Slayer's innate talent. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Immortal Fairy Bie Xue staring coldly at his original body and young Master Phoenix Slayer. The Immortal Fairy's eyes were especially sharp and were dead set on the both of them. She looked at the eyes of Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer as if she were looking at 2 spirit beasts that she was going to cook. Her gaze was akin to a knife. It was as if she was thinking where she should enter with her knife to make it so that the 2 spirit beasts died as cleanly and as quickly as possible. Not good. Alarms immediately began ringing in Song Shuhang's mind. Sheet, why did I choose to make a move on Immortal Fairy Bie Xue just now? It was clear that it would have been a lot safer regardless of whether I'd chosen to do it on Su Clan 16 or Sure. I must have been sick when I made that decision just now. What do I do? What do I do now? Song Shuhang racked his brain as he tried thinking of a solution. At the side, Senior White, Su Clan 16, and Sure all looked at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and the Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer with confusion. Sure's realm was relatively low, so she did not even see what had happened. For Su Clan 16, the scene had also been rather vague. It was only Senior White who was able to clearly see Song Shuhang perform what he took to be a strange technique, and holding a folded silk sheet that he had taken from Immortal Fairy Bie Xue after that. Next, a really sharp killing intent burst out from Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Did little friend Shuhang seek death again? Senior White pinched his chin as he thought to himself. What did you do to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue? At this time, the voice of young Master Phoenix Slayer, who could feel Song Shuhang's strong emotional fluctuations, sounded. His innate talent had grown stronger compared to before. As such, even if he lent his CPU to Song Shuhang, he could still directly communicate with Song Shuhang through their minds. Song Shuhang replied, I stole a sheet, it seems to be something precious to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, how precious? Song Shuhang replied, looking at the Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes, it seems to be something that could make her consider killing people. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, you're so dead. Wait, am I also included in who she wants to kill? Song Shuhang responded, Senior Phoenix Slayer, what are you saying? In our current state, we're pretty much one and the same. Young Master Phoenix Slayer angrily said, F***ck, thrice reckless Song, why do you have to take me with you in seeking death? Song Shuhang, this time, he was completely speechless. Young Master Phoenix Slayer called, quickly apologize, what are you doing just standing there? Apologize? Right, after the divine stealing technique, the second move was 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to defeat. Did Slow-Witted Song intentionally write the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, for such purposes? Young Master Phoenix Slayer angrily said, before Immortal Fairy Bie Xue makes us into the dishes for the immortal feast, quickly apologize. If you can't get Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's forgiveness, you are dead. I am definitely going to break ties with you. Song Shuhang, this was a genuine internal and external crisis. At this time, he could only give a sincere apology. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue - Song Shuhang controlled young Master Phoenix Slayer's body and made it jump up high. The higher the jump, the greater the sincerity. However, in order to save face for young Master Phoenix Slayer, when he jumped into the air, Song Shuhang tried to restore young Master Phoenix Slayer to his original form with his will. Bang dash, a slender five-tailed monster cat appeared in midair. With a thud, the body of the five-tailed cat demon fell to the ground violently. It was the most powerful, fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique of the 500 surrendering techniques. After he landed, Song Shuhang was just about to say, "Immortal Fairy, I made a mistake." However, when he opened his mouth, the only thing that came out was a series of meows. Song Shuhang, lowly sure said, "It turns out that Senior Phoenix Slayer is actually a cat, so cute." Su Clan 16 nodded in agreement. Senior White confirmed that Song Shuhang had really been seeking death and had angered Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes fell on the monster cat form of young Master Phoenix Slayer because of his sudden change into cat form. The sheet that had been originally held by young Master Phoenix Slayer with his hand had become pressed under his sharp claws. At this moment, the sharp claws could tear the sheet at any moment. Song Shuhang tried to control young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to talk once again, but the result remained the same as last, and only a meow came out. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "He he he he." Her laughter was so cold that it could be considered to bring the surroundings to the absolute zero level. If it weren't for Senior White, she would have definitely rushed up to Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer and let them know of the power of an immortal chef. Song Shuhang thought, "Not good, I tried to be smart, but it ended up becoming another mistake. What can I do next? If I continue on with the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you unable to defeat, the second technique in there is the lying down on the ground to show your belly technique. It is common sense to show one's belly when they apologize. When one apologized, one should show their cute belly to the human cultivator to indicate that they were harmless, and with that cute expression, they would definitely be able to bring out the compassion from the human cultivator's heart. The cat form of Senior Phoenix Slayer fitted this pose very well. However, this posture was still very shameful. After performing it, it's likely that I'm going to end up being silenced by young Master Phoenix Slayer. It seems that no matter what I do, I just end up on a path towards death. While Song Shuhang was in thought, he suddenly sensed a resonance in his mind. The first layer of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, the beginner exercises, emerged in his mind. It actually resonated. The resonance between the two special cultivation techniques had become stronger. All of these changes happened after young Master Phoenix Slayer exposed his monster cat form and performed the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique. Song Shuhang took a deep breath. At this time, he left everything behind. As a researcher, he began to perform the second technique, lying down on the ground to show your belly technique. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's body rolled where he was. Meow, this appearance was absolutely filled with cuteness. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue responded, "Hee hee. Are you trying to sell your cuteness now? Too late." At this time, the subsequent layer after the first layer of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, emerged from within Song Shuhang's memory. It really worked. If I continue to perform the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, perhaps I can really figure out the secrets left behind by Slow-Witted Song. As such, Song Shuhang began to control young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to perform the various moves one by one. The 500 ways to surrender, the ways to seduce human cultivators, and even needlework. Venerable White, Su Clan 16, sure, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue all silently watched young Phoenix Slayer, who was in his monster cat form, moving around. From time to time, the monster cat's body would twist around and dance. While at other times, he would flirt with everyone. At yet other times, he would obediently take out a needle thread and begin to sew clothes, and sometimes he would begin to clean carefully. All kinds of props had been prepared by Song Shuhang ever since early in the morning. He had practiced the secret techniques twice yesterday, so his props were all prepared. What the hell is he doing? Is he practicing some secret cultivation technique? Or is he just ill? The corners of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's mouth twitched. Senior White pinched his chin, and said, Shuhang seems to have entered a state of enlightenment. Sure asked, huh? This is some kind of state of enlightenment? Wasn't this enlightenment a bit too worthless? Su Clan 16 said, if I'm seeing things right, Shuhang should be using the secret technique of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization. Is it really a secret technique? The corners of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's corner of the mouth twitched even more violently. Venerable White said, fellow Taoist Dongfang 6 is an elder of this organization, right? Su Clan 16 nodded. Soon enough, Song Shuhang finished performing the entire 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. At the beginning, the 33 Divine Beasts technique, in his mind would still resonate with the secret techniques. However, towards the end, there was no longer any resonance. However, there was a string of strange words that constantly appeared in his mind. It wasn't in the script of the ancient era, nor was it in the script of the modern era, the text was simply in various meaningless runes instead. Secret text. Song Shuhang felt ecstatic. This should be the secret text that Venerable Wintry had been saying was hidden in the secret techniques of the Monster Cultivator organization. As long as this secret text was used to crack the cultivation technique inherited from the 33 Divine Beast sect, it could be used to crack and obtain the complete hidden inheritance. This was the secret that Slow-Witted Song had hidden in the secret technique. He was now only a step away from obtaining the complete 33 Divine Beasts technique, and the refining method for the combined magical treasure. Perhaps he would really be able to refine the combined magic treasure before he reached the 5th stage. Even if he ended up not being lucky or wealthy enough, he had to at least refine the innate magic weapon that suited the huge whale chapter. I can finally obtain the secret left behind by Slow-Witted Song. After solving for the secret of the text that Slow-Witted Song had hidden in the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, Song Shuhang felt especially refreshed. Having actually been able to solve a problem that had remained unsolved ever since the ancient era until now, he would naturally get a refreshing and satisfying feeling. After that feeling passed, Song Shuhang suddenly felt troubled once again. Because after the refreshing feeling passed, he would have to face the anger of both young Master Phoenix Slayer and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. I'm done for, completely done for. What do I do next? After the time limit of borrowing young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU ends, am I just going to die by the hands of young Master Phoenix Slayer and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue? Don't panic, calm down. A real man, even in the face of a tumultuous crisis, has to remain calm, think about a solution, and get through the crisis. How can I deal with the anger of both young Master Phoenix Slayer and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue? For young Master Phoenix Slayer. Maybe I can give him some more dried fish? No, I doubt it would work now. I've already used it on young Master Phoenix Slayer once, unless I can get my hands on a 9th stage dried fish, doing the same thing as before would have a much weaker effect. To remind, an existence at the 9th stage level would be able to kill him by simply spitting some saliva, so him wanting to get 9th stage dried fish was nothing but a dream. Formula: Song Shuhang plus 9th stage fish small dried fish, Song Shuhang plus 9th stage fish equals dried Song Shuhang. Other than dried fish, what else can I use to cool off the rage that a monster demon is in? Monster cats are also cats, so A yarn ball? A cat teaser stick? Song Shuhang imagined himself throwing a ball of yarn and whipping around a cat teaser stick, while young Master Phoenix Slayer went and pounced on the yarn ball and leaped after the cat teaser stick. Ugh, why do I feel like I'd be just seeking death even more if I were to do that? Maybe I can catch a cute mouse and give it to young Master Phoenix Slayer to play with? Something like a cute demonic hamster. Perhaps young Master Phoenix Slayer would be very interested in something like the demonic hamster. However, another problem would arise. If he really did manage to catch the demonic hamster and give it to the young Master Phoenix Slayer, on the following day he might end up becoming a pet captured by Senior White too. This formula is too complicated, so I won't even list it down. After giving it more though, Song Shuhang could not seem to figure out a solution to deal with the current young Master Phoenix Slayer. Heavens, should I just use the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique to try and apologize to Senior Phoenix Slayer? While Song Shuhang's thoughts were still in chaos. Bang dash, the innate talent magical technique of young Master Phoenix Slayer had lost effect. Song Shuhang's consciousness returned to his original body. How can it already be time? Song Shuhang said in shock. Didn't Senior Phoenix Slayer's innate talent usually last for quite a while? Why was it so short this time? He. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was still in his five-tailed monster cat form, smiled coldly, while his fifth tail slowly rose to an upright position. It's time for you to die, little friend Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Wait, Senior Phoenix Slayer, in fact, I can't be blamed for this matter. I reminded you several times that we should either find a place without people or go to my inner world to practice this set of exercises. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, saying anything would be useless. Song Shuhang, transform into a spread and break up on the ground. What did he mean by spread? Wait, could it be that innate talent magical technique? Phoenix Slayer had once used a strange ability to turn Daozi into a pool of liquid by simply willing it. After that, Daozi ended up residing within a vase for several days before recovering to how he originally was. No, don't use that technique on me. After Song Shuhang said that, he tried to hide inside his inner world using his will. Since I can't afford to deal with them, can't I just hide? However, just as that thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt his body begin to change. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, He, it's too late. I activated the magical technique ever since I stopped letting you borrow my CPU. Song Shuhang said, How could that be? I didn't sense anything. It would have indeed been reasonable for there to have been fluctuations during the time when young Master Phoenix Slayer had used his magical technique. However, young Master Phoenix Slayer calmly said, It's quite simple. It's because when borrowing my CPU, after the one who borrowed it returns to their original body, there would be a delay of 3 seconds. Song Shuhang, F***CK, Senior Phoenix Slayer cheated me. In the next moment, with a plop, Song Shuhang's entire body turned into a liquid and cascaded down onto the ground. Afterward, the puddle state Song Shuhang gathered together and wobbled like a slime. Loli Shi's eyes widened. Senior brother Song turned into a puddle. Su Clan 16, if you don't seek death, then you won't die. This seems to be something that Song Shuhang just can't understand. Senior White remarked, I seem to remember that the success rate of fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer's innate talent is only 30%. To have actually been turned into a puddle, Shuhang, your luck today is quite bad. The puddle state Song Shuhang said, How unfortunate dash, Senior Thrice Reckless once said that people who seek death have rather decent luck. If so, how can I be so unfortunate? Loli Shi gasped, Senior brother Song can still talk in this state? She curiously skipped to Song Shuhang's side, stretched out her finger, and tried to poke the liquefied Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang shouted, Don't poke me, my senses while in this state are very strange. Sure, if you poke me while I'm in this state, it will feel very weird. This was the case with children. Their first reaction to seeing something strange was to poke it with a finger or a branch. This was a trait that even the well-behaved lowly sure had. Anyhow, Song Shuhang found that after his body turned into a puddle, his senses had become quite interesting. Although he had no eyes, he could see. Although he had a nose, he could smell. Although he had no ears, he could hear. Last but not least, although he had no mouth, he could speak. The senses that he had in this state were completely different from those when he was in human form. Honestly speaking, this way of sensing things was rather fresh and fun. As his body flowed like water, he felt a sensation that he could never have if he was in his human form. Moreover, as long as he relaxed and let his liquefied body lie completely flat on the ground, he felt a higher level of relaxation. It was 100 times more comfortable than when he lay on a waterbed in his human form. Song Shuhang actually felt quite refreshed. F***ck, I'm actually feeling refreshed while in this state. Am I ill? The only inconvenience brought by the liquefied state was in the mobility aspect. However, since he had the invisible saber insect, even if he did turn into a puddle, he could still fly on a saber. If I go and practice various techniques while in this state, what effect will that have? For example, if I were to try using the steel hands technique, now while I'm liquefied, how would the steel hands technique appear? Song Shuhang's mind opened up. While he was in thought, Su Clan 16 came to Song Shuhang's side and collected his belongings first. Previously, how long did Daozi stay in this state? Song Shuhang replied, several days. Su Clan 16 asked, should we put you in a bottle? Song Shuhang, at the side, young Master Phoenix Slayer changed back into human form, and said, oh, you can rest assured, this time is different from Daozi's, so you won't be liquefied for several days. Song Shuhang said, thank you for showing mercy, Senior Phoenix Slayer. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, because I've gained a better mastery over my fifth innate talent, your current state will probably last for at least 1 month. Heavens, isn't that worse? Song Shuhang said, Senior Phoenix Slayer, a month is too long, we only fought for 1 day and 1 night. Can't you adjust the time a bit? At this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue came up and smiled at young Master Phoenix Slayer. Beautifully done, fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer. After that, the Immortal Fairy handed him a bag of dried fish. This was the reward that Song Shuhang had promised to give to young Master Phoenix Slayer. Although the Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was angry, all of this anger was now transferred onto Song Shuhang. Young Master Phoenix Slayer accepted the dried fish. For a moment, he was a little worried that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would have poisoned the dried fish. However, after considering the character of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, he simply threw this thought to the bin. With her pride in her identity as a top immortal chef, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would never let her work be contaminated. She would definitely not do something like poisoning her own work. That was unless she began making poisonous dishes. After receiving the dried fish, young Master Phoenix Slayer bowed to the fellow Daoists, and said, well, fellow Daoists, I still have urgent things to attend to, so I will be taking my leave first. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled, and said, can't fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer stay for a few days longer? Tonight, I'm preparing to make a table of immortal dishes. These are the dishes that I'll be serving at the immortal feast, I'm testing them out tonight. Young Master Phoenix Slayer licked his lips, but ultimately shook his head. Although I really do want to stay, I truly have something urgent to attend to. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue regretfully said, all right then, take care on the way, fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer. See you. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shook his head handsomely and brought out his flying sword. Senior White, Sure, and Su Clan 16 waved goodbye to him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer brought out his flying sword and quickly flew off from Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave at great speeds. I finally escaped. It's truly wise of me to choose to protect my body. A dead fellow Daoist does not die as a poor man, young Master Phoenix Slayer thought to himself. Although the immortal dishes that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue were making tonight were indeed very tempting, how could he still have the guts to eat there? If he stayed, there was a chance that the dinner Immortal Fairy Bie Xue prepared tonight would have an extra dish called Longhyidu. As for little friend Song Shuhang who had turned into a puddle? Little friend Song can go die 10,000 times for all I care. All of those secret techniques were filled with embarrassing and shameful actions from beginning to end. Looking back at it now, young Master Phoenix Slayer really got the urge to kill Song Shuhang. Young Master Phoenix Slayer gnashed his teeth, and said, that person surnamed Song should go die 10 million. At this time, Su Clan 16, Senior White, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue all squatted beside Song Shuhang. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "It looks a little sticky, it's probably not fit to be eaten." Song Shuhang burst into tears. Su Clan 16 asked, "Does Senior White have any way to undo the magical technique?" A month was rather long. Senior White replied, "If you want me to undo fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer's magical technique, I will first have to study the liquefied Shuhang and try and look for a way to deal with the technique method." "Wait," Song Shuhang said. "Before studying me in my current form, let me try out a few things first." 16 curiously asked, "What are you planning on doing?" "I'm going to try out some techniques," said Song Shuhang as he began to use his steel hands technique. Soon after, the liquefied Song Shuhang became dyed with a dark metallic color. As he had no hands, his entire body had been coated with it. Song Shuhang transformed into a puddle of black liquid that had a metallic luster to it. Song Shuhang regretfully said, "I initially thought that I would have been able to condense out a pair of hands, but using the technique actually just coated my entire body in steel instead." He really wanted to find a technique that would allow him to condense out 2 hands and make things more convenient for himself. Su Clan 16 said, "Is this black mercury?" Loli Shi's eyes lit up. "Senior brother Song, can I poke you when you're in this state?" Song Shuhang, before he could reply to her, she had already extended her finger and poked his body. The poke was a very firm and hard one, yet it could not break through the outer layer of his body at all. Despite Song Shuhang's body being able to flow freely, change shape arbitrarily, and looking very soft, the steel layer that had been attached through the steel hands technique would continue to stick to his body as the shape of his body changed. "I thought that it would feel soft." Shi poked at him again, but similar to before, she still could not poke her finger through. "My steel hands technique is already at the master level. It isn't strange that you can't poke through me," Song Shuhang said. "By the way, is there a mirror here? I want to see what I look like right now." Senior White said, "You still don't look that good, your current appearance is actually rather disgusting." Loli Shi added, "It's as if mercury were poured on the ground, and it turned black." Su Clan 16 comforted, "To be honest, it isn't that bad. After gaining that metallic luster, you look much better than the sticky puddle you looked like previously." Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled with a friendly expression, and said, "Since you now have a liquefied body, can I cut you open?" "It should be possible," replied Song Shuhang. When Daozi had been turned into a puddle by young Master Phoenix Slayer, he hit some glass and fell apart, yet he was able to merge into one again like nothing happened. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked, "Can I try it out?" Song Shuhang immediately curled his body into a ball and madly urged the steel hands technique to the best of his ability. "Immortal Fairy, please don't mess around. What if something goes wrong?" He truly turned into a ball out of cowardliness. "I'll do the cutting instead," Senior White said. "If you want me to crack fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer's secret technique, it will be necessary to cut your liquefied self apart to research you. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to reassemble you after we finish cutting you." The first half of Senior White's words left Song Shuhang reassured. however, as he got to the second half, Song Shuhang went back to feeling very anxious about his situation. Reassemble me? He couldn't help but recall the household appliances Senior White had shot off into space using his disposable flying sword. If Senior White were really to cut him up and put him back together, what could he do in the off chance that a few parts of him went missing? Song Shuhang said, "Wait, Senior White, please wait. There are still a few techniques that I want to try out." 16. Can you pass me my magical bracelet first? I want to take out the heaven and earth worshipping brush. 16 brought out his magical bracelet and placed it on the ground. Are you able to hold on to a pen in your current state? Song Shuhang said, if I maintain the steel hands technique, should be able to, just that it's quite unfortunate that I wasn't able to condense out a pair of hands. After saying that, he rolled onto his magical bracelet and took out the heaven and earth worshipping brush with a thought. After that, he maintained the steel hands technique and tried to hold the brush and get a good hold of it. Sure enough, it worked. Afterward, he took out a blank sheet of paper from his magical bracelet. Su Clan 16 asked, "Are you going to try out the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha?" Song Shuhang said, "Indeed, in my human form, my fleshly body is already nearing the limit. As such, I want to try practicing the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and see if it has any unexpected effects when I'm in this state." After having said that, Song Shuhang began to write on the blank sheet of paper. The righteous body tempering poem slowly appeared on the paper. Every time he finished writing a word, Song Shuhang's liquefied body could not help but shake. When he wrote the righteous body tempering poem, in his human form, writing every word would already bring about a great pressure on his body, and now that he was in a liquefied state, the difficulty and the weight he felt had become even greater. After writing a single set of the righteous body tempering poem, he felt that his entire body had exhausted all of its energy. Song Shuhang collapsed to the ground, and his body lay completely flat on the ground. At the same time, on the sheet of paper in front of him, all of the words flashed together. After a short period of time, all of the words on the paper disappeared, and were converted into righteousness, which then flew to Song Shuhang. He got a vague feeling that his physique had improved by a little. At the same time, his understanding of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha improved to a whole new level. Song Shuhang said, "Sure enough, being able to experience the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha from another different perspective really has a great effect." With his proficiency on the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha being at the intermediate level, a series of ancient runes emerged on Song Shuhang's body. All of them were runes of the righteous body tempering poem. In the ancient script, the runes completely filled Song Shuhang's body and dyed his black body golden. Lowly Sure said, "Senior brother Song, this time, you've become golden mercury." As Shure's words fell, Song Shuhang, who was in the liquefied state, rose with a whoosh dash. "Am I recovering my human form?" Song Shuhang gently shouted, "Saber Intent." After that, Saber Intent emerged from his body. Immediately afterward, Saber Intent armor covered Song Shuhang's body. After the armor formed, Song Shuhang, who had originally been in a liquefied state, recovered his human form. Su Clan 16 asked, "Did you crack Senior Phoenix Slayer's secret technique?" Song Shuhang shook his head, and replied, "Not yet. I don't have the capability to crack something like Senior Phoenix Slayer's secret technique at my current level. Essentially, I'm still in a liquefied state." Just now, with the help of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the runes of the righteous body tempering poem, Song Shuhang attempted to stretch his body into a shape according to his memory of his body. This attempt was a success. Now, if one were to look at him from afar, he would look no different from any other human. Senior White asked, "What happens if we forcefully poke your body now?" Sure replied, "I still can't poke him." Song Shuhang guessed, "It's because my body is still in the liquefied state. However, if I were to retract the power of my defense, you should be able to poke through my body, right? Should we try it out? Senior White asked. After giving it some thought, Song Shuhang stretched out his arm, and said, "You can only test it out on my arm." After saying that, he dispersed the saber-intent armor around his arm. Good. And so, Senior White extended his finger. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, can you prepare a healing technique first?" Senior White replied, "My healing technique works instantly, you don't have to worry." After that, he vigorously extended his hand and poked Song Shuhang's arm. Sure enough, as Song Shuhang had guessed, his arm rippled like a liquid that had been poked after a strong jab from Senior White. Sure asked, "Senior Brother Song, does it hurt?" Song Shuhang shook his head. While in his liquefied state, it seemed like he could not feel any pain. Senior White exerted a little more force. This time, his fingers directly penetrated Song Shuhang's arm and poked an entire hole through it. Su Clan 16 asked, "Does it hurt now?" Song Shuhang shook his head, and replied, "I don't feel anything." Senior White said, "It seems that your body is immune to pure physical damage." Loli Shi's eyes sparkled as she said, "Like Terminator?" That sounds so cool. A few years ago, my dream was to order a puppet like that when I reached the 4th stage. Senior White suggested, "Should I try poking you with sword chi?" Song Shuhang desperately shook his head, and replied, "No, no, no. My intuition is telling me that regardless of which form it has, sword chi would have no problem piercing through it." When he shook his head, the angles his head reached were particularly astounding. It was probably because his entire body was in a liquefied state right now. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "If it's alright to stab your arm, does that mean that you have no problem with your body being stabbed elsewhere?" Song Shuhang turned his head and saw Immortal Fairy Bie Xue standing there with a knife in her hands which she continuously kept spinning while aimed at his waist. "Is this part his waist?" "Wait," Song Shuhang said. "Senior Bie Xue, you can beat up a person, but not at their face. Similarly, you can cut apart a person, but not their kidneys. Have you not heard of this expression?" "I haven't heard of it before, but now I know it." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded, and seriously asked, "So, can I stab your kidney?" She unexpectedly did not directly stab him, and instead asked him politely. This made Shuhang a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would stab him directly while she was in an agitated state. Nevertheless, the question extremely terrified him. "Can I stab your kidney?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked once again. "No, no, absolutely not." Song Shuhang waved his arms repeatedly. At this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled. "Actually, I was just asking for the heck of it. No matter the answer, I am still going to stab you." Song Shuhang, has the Immortal Fairy become evil? "Eat my knife." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue stabbed while a huge smile was on her face. Sure enough, the Immortal Fairy's character had entirely collapsed. Song Shuhang quickly dodged. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue brandished the sharp knife in her hands as she chased Song Shuhang with a gentle smile. 16. "I'll leave my things with you for safekeeping," Song Shuhang yelled as he fled out of the immortal cave. "Don't be afraid, little friend Shuhang. I will be very gentle when I use my knife." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue followed after him. Soon, the two could no longer even be seen from within the immortal cave. Loli Shi worriedly asked, "Will Senior Brother Song be alright?" Senior White smiled, and said, "Relax, fellow Daoist Bie Xue is just playing with little friend Shuhang. Otherwise, with her strength, she could catch up with Song Shuhang in 2 moments and then cut him up into small uniform pieces in the next. Don't doubt the skills of an immortal chef when it comes to knives." Shi responded, "Since Senior Bie Xue is playing around, then I don't have to worry too much." Su Clan 16 said, "But I'm still quite worried." Senior White asked, "Why?" Su Clan 16 said, Shuhang's clothes are all still here, he's only wearing his saber intent armor. Lowly sure, Senior White, at the forest outside the Immortal Cave. Senior, until when are you going to be chasing me? Song Shuhang fled. Right behind him, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled beautifully, and said, when I stab your kidney. Song Shuhang really felt like crying. Just as the two were in a chase scene, a figure suddenly flashed out from the woods, stabbing Song Shuhang at his waist. It's over, profound sage tyrannical song. Seriously, have none of you heard of cut apart a person but not their kidneys? When the figure that was lurking in the forest popped out and tried to stab Song Shuhang's waist, the virtuous Lamia immediately appeared and protected him. Clang dash, the sword of the assassin was blocked by the virtuous Lamia's body. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia took out a face-slapping slipper and tried to slap the assassin. However, just as the slipper was about to hit the face of the assassin, a small seal emerged on the assassin's body, blocking the face slipper. The assassin clearly knew of Song Shuhang's methods fairly well. With the knowledge that the virtuous Lamia had this move, he had long prepared for it. The assassin gritted his teeth, and said, break. The dagger in his hand released dark evil energy. It was evil energy of the Netherworld. Besides that, there were two other strange kinds of energy attached to the dagger. All three types of energy opposed the power of merit. It was clear that this dagger was a weapon that was specifically made to restrain the virtuous Lamia. The assassin violently thrust his dagger and was able to penetrate the defenses of the virtuous Lamia. After getting past the Lamia, the dagger continued onward to penetrate Song Shuhang's waist. This was a planned and well-prepared assassination. Song Shuhang's eyes stared at the dagger. The virtuous Lamia had undergone several upgrades in the past few days, and her strength had even been raised by 2 small grades. Even if she was somewhat constrained by his realm, the Lamia's pure defense was not weaker than that of someone at the 5th stage, and yet this dagger was actually able to easily pierce her defenses. It was unfortunate that even if the dagger was indeed able to break past the defenses of the virtuous Lamia, Song Shuhang still had his saber intent armor protecting his body. As such, the assassin's dagger was blocked once again. The whole process had happened in an instant. At this moment, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue behind him burst out and rushed behind the assassin in an instant. She waved the kitchen knife in her hand, and, in the blink of an eye, slashed out the knife 88 times at the assassin. Senior White said it well, don't doubt the skills of an immortal chef when it comes to knives. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's knife technique could be said to be sublime. Crack! The assassin's body shattered and he was cut into bits and pieces. After that, various parts, pieces of metal, and broken pieces of wood fell to the ground. The small seal in the air which had resisted the might of the face-slapping slipper collapsed and disappeared. A puppet? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyebrow raised. Song Shuhang stretched his hand out and took out the dagger wedged into the virtuous Lamia's body. After taking it out, golden light naturally spread all over the virtuous Lamia, repairing her body. Song Shuhang kept away the dagger. This dagger is likely to be a treasure, I will appraise it later, perhaps I can gain something from it. After the dagger was pulled out, the virtuous Lamia tilted her head, and then her body collapsed toward the ground. Song Shuhang said, don't play dead. Halfway down to the ground, the virtuous Lamia, who had her head tilted, stopped falling and looked at Song Shuhang while maintaining her falling down posture. Song Shuhang, with a sigh, he moved his gaze to the puppet that had been broken down into pieces on the ground. It's this guy again. Song Shuhang felt his kidney hurting. Song Shuhang felt a familiar aura coming from the other party. It was the annoying guy who could not be killed no matter what he did. That guy possessed countless clones, and even after his clones were utterly destroyed, he still wouldn't die. It was truly a strange matter. Do you know the other party? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue twirled the kitchen knife in her hands. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "This guy is like a mobile game ad, nothing can be done to completely remove him." After saying that, Song Shuhang glanced at the kitchen knife in Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's hand once again. "Immortal Fairy, you use the kitchen knife for cooking and cutting people down? That's quite unsanitary." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. "Which of your eyes saw that the kitchen knife I have now and the kitchen knife I use for cooking are the same?" However, the Immortal Fairy was too lazy to explain it to Song Shuhang. As such, she simply let Song Shuhang misunderstand it. She simply chose to watch and see if he would eat the immortal dishes, made using the unsanitary kitchen knife during the immortal feast. Song Shuhang said, "Immortal Fairy, let's return. Every time this guy comes out, he would bring a lot of clones. I've got a feeling that there are definitely ambushers lurking around us." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shook her head, and said, "There's nobody lurking around us, I just checked." Song Shuhang nervously said, "Really? But my guts are telling me that it's still very dangerous here. We should probably go back." "Your guts are right." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's face showed a kind smile once again. "It's because I still want to stab your kidney." Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "So, just let me stab it." Song Shuhang rolled his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly swayed slightly and fell to the ground. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "What's the matter?" She hadn't even used the knife in her hand. "It's a mental attack." Song Shuhang stretched his hand and rubbed his brows. It's obvious that he's made careful preparations for this. However, this guy's methods are simply untraceable, it's pretty much impossible to defend against. This guy had countless puppets, with that, he had even grasped a lot of evil secret techniques. For example, the jet black sex nightmare curse that had been previously used on Song Shuhang. Although it had curse in its name, it wasn't actually a curse. Its effects were that it would pull Song Shuhang into a nightmare every night. In addition, to cast the curse, that guy's puppet only had to make eye contact with Song Shuhang. Without the suppression of the writing of the sage, Song Shuhang might not have been able to get rid of that secret technique until now. Song Shuhang confidently said, "However, this time, the mental attack isn't a big problem. Now, I have the virtuous Lamia protecting me and even the sage seal on top of that. This level of mental attack would not be able to hurt me. At most, I would only feel a bit dizzy." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "So that means that you're fine? In that case, let me cut your kidney." Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy, honestly speaking, I don't even have any kidneys right now at this time. Senior White opened a spatial gate and directly appeared where they were. I just felt bursts of spiritual energy. Did something happen? It's this guy again, he still hasn't given up on killing me. Song Shuhang pointed at the puppet parts on the ground. Senior White said, "Oh, him, this guy's really interesting. I collected a puppet of his previously, but I haven't had the time to study it." "Right, can you give these puppet parts to me?" He wanted to study the puppet and see if he could figure out why this puppet could still be alive and kicking after it had been thoroughly destroyed. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue quickly said, "No problem. Fellow Daoist White, you can have it if you want." She was the one who killed the puppet, so she could do whatever she wanted with her battle spoils. In the world at the bottom of the sea. In front of the Sea King was the news published by the Daily Cultivator yesterday. Its eyes were locked onto the newspaper. The headlines of the newspaper were on the battle between Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon. According to the report, on the night of the full moon, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had originally changed who he challenged, but ended up encountering Profound Sage Tyrannical Song on the way. After that, the two great Profound Sages agreed to duel and have one move decide who won. When the duel unfolded, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song cast a saber technique that slashed out something akin to a small sun and burned everything. As soon as the slash came down, it broke apart all of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defenses, and Sage Monarch Winter Melon could only accept his defeat. The Daily Cultivators newspaper also described Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's power in detail. They stated that it burned the skies, the air, and the spiritual power, and even the moisture in the air had become steam. The report stated that his attack could be said to be at the peak of fire-type saber techniques. The Sea King moved his gaze away from the newspaper. Beneath the Sea King, there were countless sea urchin warriors kneeling and trembling due to their fear of the Sea King's anger. Sea King let out a deep sigh. It was afraid that it was not Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's opponent before its strength was fully restored. However, if it wanted to restore its strength as quickly as possible, the complete, treasured Crusader armor was indispensable. Now, the problem was that a piece of this armor was still in the hands of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Sea King shot out a ray of light that exploded the table in front of it into ashes. Perhaps he would need to change his strategy. Since it was impossible to recapture the glove from Profound Sage Tyrannical Song through force, he could only try to trade for the glove from the other party. As long as his offer showed his sincerity, it should not be too difficult to exchange for a glove that did not have that much use to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The Sea King was already mentally prepared to be slaughtered during the transaction. At that moment, a crude puppet emerged from behind a pillar. "There is a problem with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's realm," the crude puppet said solemnly. "I just went and used a secret technique to check it out. His mental energy is still somewhere between the 4th stage and the 5th stage realm, while his realm is still at the 4th stage realm. He is not a profound sage." Sea King's huge eyes stared at the puppet with a cold smile, and said, "What are you trying to say?" The crude puppet seriously said, "As long as he is not a profound sage, we still have a chance. If we join forces, I would be able to retrieve the ancestral puppet's pseudo-eternal furnace core, while you will be able to retrieve the silver glove. This time, I've got accurate information." "Ha ha ha, so you want me to rush up to him and be slashed into ashes?" The Sea King extended a tentacle and threw the copy of the Daily Cultivator at the crude puppet. "Take a good look at the newspaper. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was able to defeat Sage Monarch Winter Melon with one slash in seconds. His strength is beyond doubt." The report of the Daily Cultivator only stated that he slashed out once. Moreover, he made a deal with Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and this means that it's very likely that he can only slash something of that caliber a single time, the crude puppet said. "It's impossible for the data from my secret technique to be wrong. His realm is really only at the 4th stage. If you are worried, I can take the lead." "It's still not enough," the Sea King said. "Don't forget that there's still Sage White by his side. If you really want to fight Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, show me what cards you have. You have to at least have a way to block off Sage White. The crude puppet gently put down the newspaper and bowed to the Sea King. "I understand, then await my good news." After saying that, its figure went behind the pillar and disappeared. "Humph," Sea King snorted coldly. "Does he really think that I'm stupid? I might be the god of the sea urchin warriors, but I'm not a sea urchin warrior myself." At the Limitless Demon Sect, young Master High's puppet clone could be seen carefully looking at a similar newspaper that had been published by the Daily Cultivator. These newspapers became available yesterday, and his puppet clone had been studying it ever since. He defeated Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Young Master High's puppet clone sighed softly. Sure enough, that, stressed by a mountain of books, was really a 7th stage venerable who was simply experiencing mortal dust. He was someone who was merely playing the pig to eat the tiger. "However, one day, I will catch up to you and have you beneath my feet." Young Master High re-established his confidence. "Now, I have to rush to the 5th stage realm and join in the big plan of the Limitless Demon Sect. At that time, I shall spread my wings." Young Master Hai had made a long-term plan for his own future. Join the Limitless Demon Sect, ascend to the 5th stage while condensing 7 or more dragon patterns, participate in the big plan of the Limitless Demon Sect, gain the greatest benefits while carrying out the plan of the Limitless Demon Sect, and then raise the realms of his 2 partners. Even if it's the 8th stage Profound Sage realm, I will still be able to reach it very quickly. Young Master Hai threw aside the newspaper. I am Young Master Hai. Young Master Hai regained his confidence and destroyed his inner demons. At this time, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant woke up from his coma, and hurried back to the Limitless Demon Sect to tell his junior brother Young Master Hai about the secret of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Meanwhile, after returning to the Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal cave, Song Shuhang retrieved his belongings from 16. Afterward, he went on to practice, freeload for a meal, back to practicing, and take a break. After resting, he went back to practicing, freeloading for dinner, digesting the food and resting, and then back to practicing. He practiced all the way until early morning the next day. At that time, practicing really became quite a boring thing. In this way, another day passed. He had initially planned to go back to Wenzhou City to see his parents. However, due to the circumstances that arose, he did not get the time to do so at all. Little Kai and Lady Onion were currently still in the inner demon tribulation state, he could not just simply leave them. In the end, he could only send a message of well wishes to his parents. If I could grasp spatial abilities, that would be awesome. At that time, I could directly cross through space to return home, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Lady Onion and Little Kai were still in the inner demon tribulation state. Although Lady Onion's inner demon tribulation was soon going to end, Little Kai was still struggling. However, according to Senior White, Little Kai might be able to take advantage of this situation to grow stronger. For the time being, he could not use the Dharma King creation weapon. And so, the exhausted Song Shuhang climbed onto a bed. Plop dash, his body melted and lay completely flat on the bed. Song Shuhang, it seemed that in the coming month, he would have to pay special attention to his state not to accidentally break the ground all of a sudden. However, for today, since he was really tired, he simply let it go. He stored his belongings inside Inner World and went to sleep. Song Shuhang slept soundly and did not have any nightmares. But suddenly, he felt a slight shock. Song Shuhang immediately opened his eyes and looked around. The sky is already bright? Is it already the beginning of a new day? While he was in thought, he saw that there was a sleepy-looking black woman standing beside him. It could not be discerned how long it had been since she last got a haircut, her hair was spread wide, while her skin appeared pale and almost transparent, and her eyes were half open. Song Shuhang said, "Pavilion Master Chu. Did Senior Chu use spatial energy to directly pull me here?" Pavilion Master Chu yawned and looked lazily at the spread-out liquefied body. "Hey, what are you?" Before Song Shuhang could answer, she nodded, and said, "Oh, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. It's Song Shuhang." Song Shuhang was still in the state of divinity show. As such, Pavilion Master Chu could figure out his identity by simply glancing at him. Otherwise, she would definitely not have been able to recognize him in his liquefied state. Song Shuhang's consciousness moved, and he gathered his body into his human form. "Pavilion Master Chu, did you pull me over?" Pavilion Master Chu's eyes narrowed, and she said, although it doesn't really bother me. However, with you being in your bare skin, don't you feel cold? The temperature here is quite low." Song Shuhang, he quickly brought out his clothes from the inner world and quickly changed into them. Song Shuhang asked, "Pavilion Master Chu, were you the one who brought me here? Has Yi begun transcending her tribulation?" Pavilion Master Chu glanced at Song Shuhang, and said, I didn't bring you here." Song Shuhang said, "Huh? Then how did I get here?" He didn't have spatial energy, so it could not have been possible for him to run through space to get to Pavilion Master Chu, right? Pavilion Master Chu calmly said, just now, a spatial gate had suddenly appeared right by my side. After that, you fell out of the spatial gate and collapsed. If it weren't for her sensing a familiar aura from the puddle, she would have immediately used a magical technique and steamed it for a few minutes. Song Shuhang suddenly thought, could I have awakened my spatial talent just like Senior White? Before I went to bed, I thought, if I could grasp spatial abilities, that would be awesome. Could I have awakened it at that time? Should I test it out? Song Shuhang gazed at a position 200 meters away from him, then took a deep breath, and said, teleport. The place remained completely quiet and nothing had happened. Well, that was quite embarrassing. Pavilion Master Chu said, what are you doing? Song Shuhang replied, I wanted to see if I could teleport to the location of that stone that's 200 meters away. Pavilion Master Chu responded, oh. Song Shuhang silently tried it again. He was still aiming for the same location that was 200 meters away. Teleport. In the next moment, a spatial gate appeared in front of him. I really succeeded. Song Shuhang stepped through the spatial gate, and in the next moment, he appeared at the location 200 meters away. It really succeeded. Did I really awaken my spatial talent? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Should I try it again? This time, he looked towards a big tree that was 300 meters away. Song Shuhang shouted out, teleport. It was silent once again, and a spatial gate did not appear. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu asked, where do you want to teleport this time? Song Shuhang replied, that big tree 300 meters away. Pavilion Master Chu responded, oh. After that, a brightly shining spatial gate appeared in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, he turned to look at Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu said, are you not going to go in? Didn't you want to teleport there? Song Shuhang, it turned out that the spatial gate had been opened by Pavilion Master Chu. Song Shuhang went back to Pavilion Master Chu, and said, in this case, since it wasn't you who brought me over here, how did I get here? Pavilion Master Chu said, didn't I already say that a spatial gate opened and you came out of it? Song Shuhang asked, who sent me over? Did you see who they were? Pavilion Master Chu shrugged, and said, the portal simply opened, and as soon as you fell out, it closed. It happened too fast, I didn't have the time to investigate it. Do you not know who it was? Before this, I was already going to sleep, when I opened my eyes, I was already here. Song Shuhang sighed. Pavilion Master Chu fell in thought. How many people knew of her new crystal clear water pavilion and could send people over simply by willing so? Song Shuhang asked, by the way, how's Yi doing? Has she started transcending her tribulation yet? Pavilion Master Chu replied, Yi is already transcending her tribulation. She's already transcending it? Why didn't I feel anything? Song Shuhang turned to look at Pavilion Master Chu. There was a ghost spirit contract between him and Yi. As such, it would be normal for him to have felt it if Yi were to do something like begin transcending her tribulation. Pavilion Master Chu replied, it was Yi who asked me to break the connection with you. She was worried that her transcension would interfere with your cultivation. It's because you were in a wonderful state of practice when she was about to transcend her tribulation. As such, I helped her out by arranging several layers of formations. The ghost spirit contract between Yi and Song Shuhang was different from an ordinary ghost spirit contract. The contract between them was one that treated them as equals. As such, she could temporarily break her connection with Song Shuhang with the help of Pavilion Master Chu. What's the current state of her transcension? Song Shuhang hurriedly asked. He recalled the strange heavenly tribulations that Lady Onion and Little Kai had. Could Yi's heavenly tribulation have also undergone some kind of mutation? Pavilion Master Chu replied, no problem has come up for now. Yi did not transcend her tribulation at the new, crystal-clear water pavilion. The new crystal-clear water pavilion was a blind spot that the heavens could not sense. Therefore, Yi was arranged to transcend her tribulation on a nearby meteoroid. Pavilion Master Chu monitored Yi's situation via the formations she'd set up. If an accident were to happen, she would be able to immediately go and help her. Pavilion Master Chu extended her hand a little and showed the scene of Yi's tribulation to Song Shuhang. At this time, Yi was on top of countless formations. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation did not appear to have experienced a modernization. Instead, it attacked Yi in various forms of magical techniques like the original heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang asked, "Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like the power of Yi's heavenly tribulation seems to be a bit off?" Pavilion Master Chu replied, "Well, its power is much stronger than a normal heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage. However, Yi should be able to handle it, so rest assured. Because Yi is not an ordinary 5th stage cultivator." While they were talking, the heavenly tribulation on the screen transformed into dozens of bows. The arrows shot out from these bows were composed of the 5 elements, such as thunder, ice, and so on, all descending on Yi. Whoosh dash, while these heavenly tribulation arrows exploded, it could clearly be seen that they were only a few dozens in number. However, in the next moment, the heavenly tribulation sent thousands upon thousands of arrows raining down upon her. Yi slightly knit her brows. Afterward, she brought out a simple scripture and set up a dazzling layer of defense. It was the writing of the sage. Boom! The arrow rain struck the defenses that were supported by the writing of the sage. Explosions resounded, but the heavenly tribulation could not break through this layer of defense. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. However, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation in the sky paused slightly. Afterward, the tribulation cloud violently burst about. Did the heavenly tribulation become angry? Song Shuhang clearly sensed that the heavenly tribulation had changed. Song Shuhang said, "Did the heavenly tribulation get stronger?" Pavilion Master Chu also frowned. Could they simply be seeing things? Just now, at the instant when Yi brought out the writing of the sage, did the heavenly tribulation become even more violent? Boom! The tribulation cloud continued to burst out with power. A moment later, an oddly shaped weapon emerged from the tribulation cloud. After that, spiraling long swords, door-sized giant swords, wheeled axes, and many other oriental ancient weapons appeared. Song Shuhang said, "They aren't modern weapons?" However, he felt that these weapons were even stronger than the heavenly tribulation-guided missiles. These weapons are all magical treasures of various powerful practitioners. The powerful practitioners I'm talking about are not only of our cultivation system, but also Western systems, and there are also weapons of other systems of the universe. Pavilion Master Chu's expression became rather grave. Was the heavenly tribulation directly copying the magical treasures of powerful practitioners? Song Shuhang said, "Pavilion Master Chu, take me to Yi." There was a ghost spirit contract between him and Yi. Therefore, intervening in Yi's heavenly tribulation would not cause it to experience any changes. Pavilion Master Chu, don't worry, Yi is much stronger than you think. However, why did the writing of the sage cause the power of the heavenly tribulation to skyrocket? While they were speaking, the heavenly tribulation weapons of the various systems quickly descended towards Yi. Yi's heavenly tribulation was very different from Little Kai's heavenly tribulation battleship. There was pretty much no grace period in Yi's tribulation. As soon as the projections of the weapons from all over the universe condensed, they all immediately descended on her. A door-sized giant sword, a wheeled battle axe, a spiraling long sword, an ancient flying sword, and a lot of other oddly shaped weapons came raining down upon her body. However, Yi did not panic. She calmly stretched out her hand and took out her life-bound golden book and had it, together with the writing of the sage, float beside her while she took out a long sword. The name of the sword was Deadly Cold. It was a key to the Palace of Winter and also a previous sword by itself. While the weapon's projections were all coming down, the writing of the sage propped up a brilliant defense and blocked all the weapons headed towards Yi Si's left flank. Within her life-bound golden book, there were chains and azure sword chi. Other than that, there were also shields, defensive formations, and various supplementary techniques such as reduction, weightening, and resistance were released from the golden book and headed to clash with the weapons headed towards Yi Si's right flank. Each page of her life-bound golden book recorded a different magical technique. There were some that were offensive, some that were defensive, some that would enhance other techniques, and all kinds of techniques. Afterward, Yi Si waved Deadly Cold and made it block, chop, and soar. Her movements were as pleasing to the eye as dancing was. Her brown braids would jump along with her movements, and her water-like eyes, which were originally covered by her bangs, ended up getting revealed due to her hair getting blown around by the strong winds. She was able to block and dodge the weapons projected by the heavenly tribulation, but when she had dodged them, they did not disappear. Instead, they unexpectedly exploded right beside Yi Si. Yi Si's figure was swallowed by the explosions, and her figure was no longer visible on the screen. Pavilion Master Chu, you should send me over first. I'll be able to take care of Yi Si. Song Shuhang said. Outside, the current heaven has already shown signs of soon going into retirement. This would lead the heavenly tribulations all over the universe experiencing varying degrees of changes. I'm afraid that Yi Si's heavenly tribulation has already been affected. In addition, he recalled the relationship between the scholarly sage and the current wielder of the heaven's will. The reason why the current heavens were lacking was due to the terrifyingly talented scholarly sage having taken a bit of him. Just now, the power of Yi Si's heavenly tribulation had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be because of the writing of the sage? In short, Yi Si could be in a very dire situation at this moment. Seeing Song Shuhang's anxious appearance, Pavilion Master Chu nodded and said, "All right, I'll send you over. However, this heavenly tribulation is of the 6th stage. You should having your body get too close to it." Song Shuhang said, "I know." He also had a sure kill move. As long as he placed the flat imperial crown on the virtuous lamia, a heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage would definitely pose no problem. In addition, he still had the god-slaying cannon on hand. Other than it being quite the money burner, it was undoubtedly powerful. Unfortunately, Scarlet Heaven's sword belonged to the category of foreign entities. It was different from something like Senior White's meteor sword. It was already a being who could cultivate by itself. If it were to join in on the heavenly tribulation, it would be akin to an 8th or 9th stage cultivator interfering with the tribulation. Otherwise, with Scarlet Heaven's sword, Song Shuhang would definitely be able to slash the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage into nothingness. Pavilion Master Chu said, "Remember to pay attention to your safety, you cannot mess up. If you do, I will directly pull you back." Song Shuhang, "Don't worry." A bright spatial gate opened right beside him. Song Shuhang cast the turtle breathing technique on himself and stepped into the spatial gate. Pavilion Master Chu sent Song Shuhang to the vicinity of Yi Si's tribulation. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation condensed more and more weapons, and the power of each one was increasing. It seems like the intensity of this heavenly tribulation is still rising. Song Shuhang frowned slightly. He did not immediately enter the range of the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he first condensed out the virtuous lamia. The virtuous lamia was still riding the mini whale, which also had its own small pair of wings. She tilted her head and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang issued out his instructions: "Give Senior Scarlet Heaven sword to me first. After that, you go and help Yi Si transcend her tribulation." The virtuous lamia showed a reluctant expression. However, she still cutely opened her mouth, took out Scarlet Heaven's sword, and handed it to Song Shuhang. "God, I'm finally out again. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword burst into tears. At the same time, it looked at the heavenly tribulation in the distance, and said, "It's another heavenly tribulation? Little friend Song, why does there seem to be a heavenly tribulation wherever you go recently?" "Because recently, everyone is ascending." Song Shuhang took over Scarlet Heaven Sword. The virtuous Lamia went towards where Yi was, turning her head 3 times with every step she took. While she was flying, she would repeatedly turn back to look at Scarlet Heaven Sword in Song Shuhang's hands. She appeared to be rather afraid that Scarlet Heaven Sword would just suddenly disappear. Boom! The heavenly tribulation weapons continued to descend and Yi was still surrounded by explosions. At this moment, a soft golden light attached itself onto her and wrapped around her entire body. The power of virtue nourishes her body, causing her mind to tremble in excitement. All of the fatigue that had built up from transcending her tribulation just now had been completely rid of. Yi smiled, and said, "Fairy at #%X, you've come, is Shuhang coming as well?" At the same time, she could remotely feel Song Shuhang's aura in the distance. She seemed to be in fairly decent shape as she was still able to wave deadly cold while she was talking, fending off several weapons. Her strength was indeed much stronger compared to ordinary 5th stage cultivators. The virtuous Lamia attached to Yi with tenderness, her tail fluttered happily. She was very happy to be able to reconvene with Yi. Moreover, Yi could even call her by her name, unlike Song Shuhang who would always get the last part of her name wrong. The virtuous Lamia's excessively intimate movements made Yi go stiff. Her relationship with the virtuous Lamia was quite complicated. She had even personally tested the virtuous Lamia's tongue, not the tongue of snake, but rather the more flexible human tongue. Yi's body became stiff and her movements were no longer as fluid as before. And so, a short dagger broke through her defenses and stabbed her. At this time, the virtuous Lamia clasped her hands together and said aloud, "Virtuous Giant Sun." In the next moment, the virtuous Lamia turned into a dazzling giant sun, bursting with light of virtue. The dazzling light of virtue enveloped the Lamia and Yi. The virtue-formed giant sun expanded and rolled outward. This was its attacking form, a simple ball rolling and pushing down everything in its path. Wherever the virtuous giant sun passed, everything it came across would get crushed to pieces. As soon as the dagger that had stabbed Yi had been touched by the giant sun, it turned into light particles and disappeared. The virtuous giant sun continued to expand while the weapons projected by the heavenly tribulation continued to descend. However, no matter how powerful the weapon was, it would instantly melt down and get crushed when it came across the giant sun. Yi blinked. When did the virtuous Lamia become so powerful? After a bit greater than 20 breaths of time, the rain of weapons sent down by the heavenly tribulation stopped. The heavenly tribulation was entering its next stage. The virtuous Lamia released her hands and dispersed the virtuous giant sun. At the same time, the explosions of the heavenly tribulation similarly stopped. The virtuous Lamia remained intimately entangled with Yi, her face showing great delight. Yi, while there was still some time before the next wave of the heavenly tribulation, Yi turned to look at where Song Shuhang was. "Shuhang." She waved at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Be wary of the changes that are happening to the heavenly tribulation. The state of the heavenly tribulations has been quite weird recently, so no matter what change occurs, you have to be cautious." Yi nodded and happily wiped tears. It was just the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, doing its magic. Yi said, "The next wave will be the last one." Before Song Shuhang arrived, she had already gotten past several waves of the heavenly tribulation. According to her past experiences, the next wave should be the last hurrah of the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang reminded her once again, "Pay attention to the possible modernization of the heavenly tribulation. It's possible that a bomber plane or even something like a guided missile appears." Yi Si nodded. At this time, the final wave of Yi Si's tribulation took form in the sky. The final wave of the heavenly tribulation was not a bomber plan or a nuclear bomb, instead, it was a projection of 33 magical treasures. The 33 magical treasures had varying shapes and were all suspended up high in the air. Yi Si said softly, "Nice, it's not a concentrated attack." Generally speaking, the final wave of the heavenly tribulation was always the strongest wave. The heavenly tribulation will gather everything it had into a single blow, making it extremely difficult to resist. If the last blow was scattered over 33 pieces of magical treasures, that would be its entire strength divided into 33 different parts, which would make it relatively easier to defend against. Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the 33 magical treasures. The magical treasures were all covered with a layer of mist, causing their true appearance to be concealed from the people's sight. However, even so, when he saw the 33 magical treasures in the air, the 33 divine beasts technique within Song Shuhang's body began to boil and circulate faster. Could this be the combined magical treasure of the 33 divine beasts technique? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Song Shuhang reminded Yi Si immediately, "Be careful of Yi Si, these 33 magical treasures aren't simple." As soon as his voice fell, the 33 magical treasures in the air really began to combine. Song Shuhang's eyes widened and he firmly etched the scene right in front of him into his mind. How the 33 magical treasures would combine together was a very precious experience for him. He only felt that it was rather regretful that these magical treasures were all shrouded in mists that acted like a mosaic. Kachak, kachak, kachak. In a seemingly set and defined order, the 33 magical treasures in the sky began to combine with one another. Yi Si's expression turned grave. Song Shuhang extended his hand and sent his saber intent towards Yi Si's body. Yi Si and he were one and the same. After the saber intent descended on her, an exquisite set of saber intent armor condensed on her body. Even with this being the case, Song Shuhang still felt uneasy, so he took out the flat imperial crown and held it firmly in his hand, ready to place it on the Lamia's head at any moment. B000000. The 33 magic treasure successfully combined with one another and blinding thunder surrounded it. I wonder what it's going to end up looking like. Song Shuhang looked at the weapon projection of the heavenly tribulation expectantly. During the era of the ancient heavenly city, there had only been two great masters who were extremely fortunate enough to be able to successfully refine their 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure before ascending to the 5th stage. Song Shuhang wondered which of those two great masters the heavenly tribulation had chosen to copy in the process of forming its version of the combined magical treasure. In all honesty, he hoped that the 33 kinds of magical treasure could be combined and made into a giant robot. After all, it was every boy's dream to be able to create a giant mech of their own. This dream was at the same level, if not even higher, compared to man's dream to fly in the sky. After all, the giant mech would very likely allow one to fly as well. It was a 2-in-1 and truly worth having. Just imagine, while he was in a duel, he would take out the 33 kinds of magical treasures, and shout, "Combine." And after that, a huge mech would appear behind him. How domineering would that be? Crack, crack. After the 33 kinds of magical treasures successfully combined, the lightning and thunder in the sky dispersed. Afterward, a huge Rubik's Cube appeared in the air. The Rubik's Cube was unceasingly twisting and changing. Song Shuhang, heavens, what the hell is this? After working so hard to collect the 33 kinds of magical treasures, not only does it not turn into a domineering mech, it actually becomes a Rubik's Cube? Hell, a simply giant sword or even something like a god-slaying cannon, or pretty much anything would be cooler than having it become a Rubik's Cube. For a moment, Song Shuhang's desire to collect the 33 kinds of magical treasures became rather dim, his heart became very cold. However, immediately after, he comforted himself. Perhaps it's because the one who made it wasn't a practitioner of the huge whale system. Maybe if the user is changed with someone of the huge whale system, the result might not be a Rubik's Cube. Before the heavenly tribulation descended, Song Shuhang shared some information with Yi Si. This is the life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beast sect as well as its origin, the ancient heavenly city's Divine Beast department. I have recently been searching for the method to refine these 33 magical treasures, in hope of refining them before I ascend to the 5th stage. Its power is definitely very strong. Be extra careful. This was a magical treasure that even Senior White Chu had praised. Its strength definitely could not be doubted. How does it attack? Yi Si stared at the Rubik's Cube in the sky. Every time the Rubik's Cube changed, the aura it emitted changed. This made it so that people would be unable to see through it and understand its abilities. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, I don't know. However, no matter what, be careful. While he was saying that, the Rubik's Cube in the sky suddenly shrank. The Rubik's Cube still continued to twist and turn. The scene they were currently in was very sci-fi. After a breath of time, the combined Rubik's Cube transformed into a giant shield standing tall in the sky. Unexpectedly, it did not attack, and instead, took a defensive posture. It could still transform to different forms? Song Shuhang felt greatly relieved in his heart. It's great that it has other forms. I was afraid that it only had the Rubik's Cube form. At the other side, Yi Si followed Song Shuhang's advice and remained highly vigilant. At the moment when the Rubik's Cube changed shape, she turned on all of the Tribulation Transcending formations beneath her feet and took out all kinds of defensive magic treasures from her life-bound golden book. Coupled with the saber-intent armor on her body and the virtuous lamia constantly rubbing her face, the level of Yi Si's current defense could be said to be terrifying. In the sky, the huge shield stood steadily and did not move a single inch. Yi Si propped up all of her defenses, remained highly vigilant, and continued to stare at the heavenly tribulation. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. If the enemy does not move, I won't move either. As the heavenly tribulation did not move, Yi Si did not dare to move either. Time continues to flow by in this intense confrontation. Song Shuhang, the heavenly tribulation actually did not go on offense, and instead, took a defensive stance. What's happening? Is a heavenly tribulation that does not attack still a heavenly tribulation? Yi Si said, Shuhang, should we try to attack it? She said this as she felt that she could not maintain her current state for much longer. The defensive formations did not consume much energy, but the lamia's actions towards her were getting more and more intimate, and more excessive. She was feeling more and more ashamed. Song Shuhang said, wait for a while more, it won't be good if it has some sort of powerful counterattack ability. Let's take this slowly, since it could become a shield, it's very likely that it can also transform into a giant sword and other things. Okay. Yi Si nodded. Shuhang made a very reasonable point. If the 33 combined magical treasures were to suddenly change to an offensive stance at the moment when she attacked, it would place her in a horrible position. More and more time continued to pass. The heavenly tribulation was very patient, it was still completely still. Yi Si, stop messing around nh. Song Shuhang turned his head to look at her. The virtuous lamia seemed to sense her owner's gaze, and immediately stopped her small movements. She now stood behind Yi Si with a serious face. Song Shuhang sighed quietly. Can't you take transcending the tribulation a bit more seriously? This is the heavenly tribulation. If you aren't careful, you and your soul might be completely destroyed. After that, you might be the one to transform into a heavenly tribulation. Anyhow, looking at the giant shield form of the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang suddenly remembered Sage Monarch Winter Melon. What happens if Sage Monarch Winter Melon encountered such a wave during his heavenly tribulation? A scene immediately appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Holy Knight Halo, Armor Intent, Life-Bound Magical Treasure Giant Shield, Daoist Indestructible Body of the Buddha. Come at me, I dare you to come at me. Heavenly Tribulation, Giant Shield Defensive State. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Iron Fortress of Absolute Defense, come on, fight me. Heavenly Tribulation, Giant Shield Defensive State. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, come on, come at me. Heavenly Tribulation, Giant Shield Defensive State. Eventually, Sage Monarch Winter Melon would become exhausted and he might end up becoming the first practitioner to be dragged to death by the Heavenly Tribulation in the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Time flew past and Song Shuhang and Yi Si were still simply standing there. Yi Si said, "Hey, Shuhang. It still hasn't moved." Song Shuhang, this Heavenly Tribulation is really damn unscientific and unreliable. What happened to the dignity of the Heavenly Tribulation? If the Heavenly Tribulation wasn't going to attack, what was the reason for bringing out the shield? Song Shuhang said, "Yi Si, don't move, I'll try to attack him." Song Shuhang's attack power was lower than that of Yi Si, as such, even if there was a rebound, it would be much easier to bear. After saying that, Song Shuhang sent out the invisible saber insect. The treasured saber Broken Tyrant was still being modified by Senior White and he had still not gotten it back. Apply the flaming saber technique, the ordinary one should be just fine. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, then waved the invisible saber insect towards the giant shield in the sky. As he only used the ordinary flaming saber technique, a half-moon-shaped flame shot towards the giant shield. Boom! The half-moon-shaped flaming saber technique slashed at the giant shield and then dissipated. The combined giant shield took no damage at all, and the initially expected rebound did not appear either. Song Shuhang said, "Yi Si, could it be that the last wave of your tribulation is testing you on if you're able to cut the giant shield?" "Yi Si, then, should I just make my move?" "No, let me try something first." Song Shuhang took off the swordsman wooden ox's glove of passion on his hand and gritted his teeth as he grabbed his right hand and forcefully pulled on it. With a bang, Song Shuhang took off his right hand. The joint between the palm of his right hand and his wrist appeared to be liquefied. Well, the liquefied body did have its advantages. The eyes of Yi Si, who was not far away, widened. Heavens, only a short time has passed, but what has happened to Song Shuhang? Song Shuhang grabbed his right hand with his left hand, and vigorously threw it towards the sky. "Go, watch my divine right hand." When he threw his right hand, Song Shuhang also used the methods of the sword controlling technique to make it fly higher and farther. However, his right hand did not directly hit the giant shield in the sky, rather, it stopped at a distance of 10 meters from the combined giant shield of the Heavenly Tribulation. "The distance is just right," Song Shuhang said with satisfaction as he became more proficient in the secret appraisal technique. When he was appraising objects, there were times when he could even appraise them from a certain distance. However, the probability of failure was relatively high. "Let's do this." Secret appraisal technique, Song Shuhang said in his head. He didn't dare to make his right hand directly grab the combined giant shield. What if it instantly turned into steam? If it did, then he would really have to go to Sage Monarch Winter Melon to find the medicinal herbs that could allow him to regenerate his body parts. Several wounds emerged on Song Shuhang's body, but this time rather than blood flowing out, it was a slimy liquid instead. What was really great and amazing was that after the slimy liquid got spewed out, he would only need to touch it to reintegrate it back into his body. The wounds on his body were even less of a problem as he could simply fill it up again. After all, his physical constitution was now a mass of liquid. The only regretful thing was that the severe pain caused by the secret appraisal technique was still present, and the pain he felt was even enhanced. Song Shuhang grit his teeth. If there are advantages, there would also be disadvantages, but overall, this change is on the good side. at least now I don't have to worry about replacing my blood. Perhaps the next time he used the secret appraisal technique, he could consider working with Senior Phoenix Slayer to place him in this state again. Now that he was thinking about him, he really felt that Phoenix Slayer was just filled with treasures. Not only could he be used for his CPU, but he could even liquefy your body and make you immune to physical harm and damage. The golden runes of Song Shuhang's pupils flowed out and landed on the giant shield. However, the runes did not return. The appraisal failed. It seems that my luck today is quite bad. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and cast the secret appraisal technique again. Failure was the avenue to success, and it was also the mother of success. Its identity was rather complicated. Nevertheless, failure wasn't completely bad. Once again, Song Shuhang sprayed out slimy liquid from all over his body, but after some time, he recovered the liquid. The secret appraisal technique went on display once again, and the process repeated. However, the appraisal failed again. It has failed twice in a row, that isn't good. Did I forget something? Song Shuhang thought about it, and an idea flashed in his mind. He took out his cell phone and opened up a Senior White emoticon. With Senior White out, I might be luckier. Once again, Senior White, please bless me. Reckless but no more than thrice, bah. I meant please let me succeed. Song Shuhang once again urged the secret appraisal technique. The process repeated again, and slimy liquid sprayed out from all over his body, and then recovered. The golden runes were sent out. Middle. Song Shuhang had an intuition in mind that the secret appraisal technique would work this time. This was the same feeling when shooting at someone and feeling like you hit them. At this moment, a spatial gate suddenly appeared. A bald man wearing a red robe and covered in blood came out of the spatial gate. The golden runes fell on the red-robed baldy. Song Shuhang, I have 10,000 cute grass mud horses, they have to be released and be allowed to run wild on the grassland. The feeling he got was a similar one to what a three-pointer basketball shooter would feel after shooting 2 consecutive three-pointer airballs in a game. Finally, on his third shot, everything was going well and the shot was perfect. Suddenly, a baldy jumped out and jumped unscientifically high and casually hit the very much needed three-pointer with a slap. My 10,000 grass mud horses not only need to be released and freed to the grassland, they also have to directly be sent to you through express delivery. The golden runes which landed on the red-robed baldy condensed into a golden clock and the hour hand on the clock began to move reverse. Immediately afterward, the golden rune returned to Song Shuhang's eyes, and his right hand reattached to his body. The secret appraisal technique succeeded. However, Song Shuhang was in a very bad mood. This was not the result that he wanted. The information found by the secret appraisal technique was transferred to Song Shuhang's mind. The red-robed baldy, 9th stage Western Wizard plus 4th stage Beast Realm Bloodline Warrior. He once had a head of lustrous and beautiful blonde hair, until one day, when he was experimenting with a secret technique and became. This red-robed person was actually at the 9th stage. This time, the accidental appraisal directly identified the other party to be of the 9th stage, and Shuhang even got a bit more information besides that. In the past, if Song Shuhang were to have directly appraised someone at the 9th stage, he would have died because of excessive bleeding. Or, if the appraisal just straight up failed, he would not have obtained any information. Nonetheless, the results of this appraisal were useless. Even if he was able to appraise for the Dharma name of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender, it would have been useless as Song Shuhang simply did not want to appraise him. In the sky, the embarrassed red-robed baldy became stiff, and he sharply turned his body towards Song Shuhang. As an existence at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender level, he faintly sensed that the other party had used an ability to peer into the secrets of his body. However, he soon felt that something was off. He quickly turned his head to look behind him. After doing so, he saw the giant shield of the heavenly tribulation, quietly floating in the sky. Hiss, his heart turned cold. You guys are transcending a tribulation? The red-robed Baldy's voice was hoarse, it was as if he hadn't drank water in a long time. Also, he did not use the secret sound transmission technique, his voice could simply be transmitted directly through the universe. Song Shuhang nodded. F***ck, off all places, why could I be teleported here, this might be the death of me. The red-robed Baldy grit his teeth and opened another spatial gate in an attempt to escape. At this moment, a tribulation cloud quickly formed in the sky, and a lightning spear was condensed and shot at the red-robed Baldy. The lightning spear was so fast that Song Shuhang only saw a flash of light. Just as the red-robed Baldy had 1 foot into his spatial gate, he had already been hit. The red-robed Baldy, who had several magical shield-like objects floating around him, was directly pierced. The lightning spear reached his body and exploded. PFFF-, the red-robed Baldy spurted blood once again, and his injuries now appeared to be even more serious. Taking advantage of this moment, the red-robed Baldy rushed forward and bolted into the door of space. However, at this moment, the spatial gate exploded with a bang, and the red-robed Baldy got sent flying in the opposite direction. F***ck. He roared and quickly opened a spatial gate behind him. It seemed that the red-robed Baldy was being hunted down. In addition, it was the heavenly tribulation that was hunting him down. Song Shuhang's mind moved, and he remembered what the Great Northern Emperor had said before he went to live in recluse. Currently, as the wielder of the heavens is being forced to retire, it is very likely that before he leaves, he would set off a wave of brutal turmoil. In this tumultuous tribulation, immortals and ninth-stage tribulation transcenders would be the ones to bear the brunt of the heavens' fury. This red-robed Baldy, could he have been caught and struck by the wielder of the heavens' will? Anyway, I hope that he leaves soon. Song Shuhang thought to himself. After all, if the Baldy were to stay here, there was a chance that he would make things worse for Yi Si. Boom. Just as the red-robed Baldy got into the spatial gate behind him, the spatial gate exploded like the one previously, he was sent flying once again. This time, his figure worsened even further. It looked like trying to escape through spatial abilities did not work. He gritted his teeth and took out a long magic wand from spatial magical treasure. After taking it out, he rode on it, whoosh dash, the red-robed Baldy rode his magic wand flew away in a handsome manner at great speeds. His speed was even faster than the speed of Senior White's disposable flying sword. Song Shuhang habitually pinched his chin. The posture of riding a wand was much stabler than the posture of standing on a wand. When flying on a flying sword, could such a posture be used? Riding a flying sword and rushing forward. Song Shuhang vigorously shook his head as he threw the idea out of the window. Swords were different from magic wands, they had sharp edges. Flying swords were simply not suitable to be ridden. And, even if tried to ride on the hilt was too short to be ridden on and it would definitely be uncomfortable to ride on. Relatively speaking, the saber had quite an advantage in this regard. For a saber, one can choose to assume the side-sitting posture while flying on it. Boom! 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 While he was in thought, the red-robed Baldy in the distance was struck repeatedly by lightning spears, causing him to scream out again and again. Fortunately, he did not have the intent to stay with them. He gritted his teeth and flew further and further away from where they were. Seeing that the red-robed Baldy was about to disappear from Song Shuhang's sight, the heavenly tribulation suddenly sent a giant hammer crashing down at the Baldy's body. The red-robed Baldy screamed and was hit back with a hammer. Song Shuhang, F***ck. Why would he get smashed back here? Wouldn't it be better if he did not get involved with Yi Si and me? At this time, was Pavilion Master Chu going to make a move? Wait a minute. If the red-robed Baldy was really being attacked by the wielder of the heavens' will, then Pavilion Master Chu would not be able to make a move. After all, it would be even worse if she were to get affected. After being smashed back, the red-robed Baldy seemed to have given up on healing himself. Moreover, he no longer tried to escape on his magical wand, nor did he open another spatial gate. He raised his head and roared loudly at the sky. After that, he shouted a bunch of words in a language that Song Shuhang couldn't understand. It was not the language of the ancient era, rather, it sounded like the roars of beasts. As the red-robed Baldy roared angrily, 4 pillars of light descended from the sky, locking him place. The 4 pillars of light turned into 4 angry-eyed Buddhists who each had their right palms directed at the red-robed Baldy. A power of annihilation condensed, and it appeared like he was going to be directly annihilated and reduced to nothing. Ah! The red-robed Baldy's roar turned into a scream of pain. He began to quickly recite an incantation, and crystals appeared on his body. However, this resistance was futile. The power of annihilation continued to act upon his body, and so his body and the crystals on it, as well as all the magic wands and the magical treasures on his body were all reduced into a small particles of stardust. He had been utterly destroyed. The 4 angry-eyed Buddhists slowly disappeared, and the pillars of light dispersed, and after that, the lightning spears that filled the sky disappeared from their sight. Only a bit of stardust was left. They had just witnessed the annihilation of a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender. Yi transmitted her voice to Shuhang to ask, "Is it over?" Song Shuhang nodded. "It should be over." All the abnormalities disappeared, leaving only Yi-Si's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation did not appear to have strengthened or affected at all. The red-robed Baldy had completely died, even his soul had been destroyed. Looking at the situation, even if the red-robed Baldy had left behind a method for his reincarnation during his lifetime, it appeared that there was still not much hope of him being able to resurrect. Song Shuhang sighed silently. Even if he was a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender, death was still death. As the Northern Emperor had said, an unprecedented era would unfold, but this era was also the most dangerous era. Afterward, Song Shuhang raised his head again and saw that the giant shield in the sky once again, causing his liver to hurt tremendously. Should I try appraising it again? Although he was in a liquefied state, it still hurts when he used the secret appraisal technique. Moreover, there was a painful sensation in his spirit. It should be the price from the accidentally appraising a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender. Sure enough, in his current state, it was still difficult for him to appraise a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender. With his current state, he was afraid that he would not be able to use the secret appraisal technique for a while. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you know anything about this combined magical treasure shield?" "Scarlet Heaven Sword, I don't know much about the history of the era of the ancient heavenly city. When I had condensed into a complete sword spirit, it was already after the era of the ancient heavenly city." Song Shuhang moved his consciousness over the inner world, where there was a big sea turtle from the era of the heavenly city. Perhaps Senior Turtle might know some things. When he sank his consciousness into the Palace of Winter, Senior Turtle was imposing in a lotus-sitting position and appeared to be at a critical juncture in refining the I-Soul pill. It seemed like it was not the right time to bother it. Song Shuhang withdrew his consciousness from the inner world. At this time, Scarlet Heaven Sword said to him, "Right, Song Shuhang, do you see those crystal stardust? Can you try collecting them?" Song Shuhang turned his head to look around. Scarlet Heaven Sword appeared to be talking about the stardust that was left behind after the annihilation of the red-robed Baldy. Song Shuhang asked, "Are they treasures?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Collecting the remains of a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender that was annihilated must be done properly. Be careful not to directly make contact with them. Do you have something like a jade box? Put the stardust in it." Song Shuhang said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." Yi was currently transcending her tribulation. "Is it really okay for me to run over and collect treasures?" Yi waved at him, and said, I can pay attention to it myself. It seems that the giant shield hasn't responded yet. Song Shuhang nodded and took a box out of his spatial magical treasure. This was the box that Senior White had used to keep the saber intent condensing lotus seeds previously. Under the command of Scarlet Heaven Sword, he carefully placed all the stardust into it. Now, do we still have to confront this shield like this? Yi Si said, I feel like if we continue to confront it like this, the heavenly tribulation won't be doing anything until next year. Song Shuhang nodded, he thought so as well. If it was possible, he would have wanted to appraise the heavenly tribulation first, so that they could act according to the results of the appraisal. However, with his current state, he could not use the secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang said, we aren't Sage Monarch Winter Melon, so let's just attack. He still had the flat Imperial Crown card on hand, so he was confident that the situation could still be salvaged if anything were to happen. Song Shuhang said again, actually, it would be great if this heavenly tribulation could be sealed. I really want to study this heavenly tribulation combined magical treasure. It was a pity that his current phone had yet to undergo magical modifications and there was no signal here to contact Senior White. Otherwise, he would have definitely summoned Senior White by now to request him to seal the 33 combined magica treasure so that he could take it back to study it. Yi Si said, how about you ask Pavilion Master Chu to make a move and seal it? Song Shuhang shook his head. If Pavilion Master Chu were to intervene in the heavenly tribulation, it's likely that it would mutate into a 9th stage one. The cost and rewards are not worth it. Hi, then I'll be making my move. Yi Si smiled lightly. After that, she flipped open her life-bound golden book. In the next moment, there was a strong water dragon that condensed from the golden book and rose into the sky. At the same time, Yi Si waved the deadly cold sword and slashed it out towards the water dragon. The sword chi merged with the water dragon and charged towards the giant shield in the sky. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, and mist enveloped shield in the sky. After a while, the mist dissipated. The heavenly tribulation shield was completely intact. How could this be? Yi Si blinked. Just now, her sword strike was a combination of different secret techniques, and that strike had power that was infinitely close to the 6th stage. This heavenly tribulation shield is simply too hard. Song Shuhang said, let's try attacking together. He circulated the 33 Divine Beasts technique, with all he had and infused innate True Yuan into his invisible saber insect, circulated his saber intent, and added the Sage Seal on top of all of that. Afterward, Song Shuhang made a hand seal. The invisible saber insect soared into the sky, and turned into a ray of moonlight as it slashed towards the shield. This was the Flying Saber offensive technique, Moonlight Saber Control, that Su Clan 7 had imparted to him, and it was also his strongest form of long-ranged attack. Although the Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber technique was indeed stronger than it, Song Shuhang was not able to show the true prowess of the Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber technique without the help of Scarlet Heaven Sword. Yi Si similarly brought out her deadly cold sword, while she flipped her golden book to a new page, to reinforce and strengthen her sword. Afterward, she used the crystal-clear Water Pavilion's Flying Sword technique to send her sword at the shield. The sword was the first one to strike the shield, and the invisible saber insect strike directly followed right after. One saber and one sword. Boom! There was a huge thundering sound that could be heard coming from the shield. Both the deadly cold sword and the invisible saber insect trembled as they were returned. However, the heavenly tribulation shield was still completely intact. Song Shuhang, this stuff is really too hard. If you have a strong defense and others couldn't make you budge, that would give you quite a refreshing feeling. However, if someone else has a strong defense and you could not make them budge, that would give you the urge to curse out. Yi Si retrieved her deadly cold sword, while the invisible saber insect returned to Song Shuhang. Yi Si said, I'll try a secret technique of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Song Shuhang asked, does it have a backlash? Yi replied, it does. I will be weak for a very long period of time after I use it. In that berserk state, I would have the attack power of someone at the 6th stage, perhaps I could destroy the shield with that power. Song Shuhang said, alright, I will protect you. Yi took a deep breath and silently circulated the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Her momentum became stronger and stronger. Behind her, the virtuous Lamia's eyes light up, but she remained motionless and only closely watched the changes happening to Yi. After about 10 breaths of time, Yi opened her eyes and the corners of her mouth raised. She first extended her hand out and pushed her head, but her head was intangible. And so, Yi showed an uncomfortable expression, and finally only shook her head, swinging around the long braids on her head. Song Shuhang asked, did the secret technique work? Yi replied, of course it failed. Although it was still Yi-Si's voice, the tone of the voice had become very strange. This was not how Yi spoke. Song Shuhang stared Yi down. Yi said, stop taking everything so seriously, your eyes will become astringent. While saying that, she placed her index fingers and thumbs against each other, forming a rectangular frame. Come on, smile. She approached Song Shuhang and directed her fingers at the two of them. Song Shuhang, click. At this time, the virtuous Lamia forced herself in the middle of the two of them in an attempt to be part of the picture. In this way, a picture of Song Shuhang, Yi and the Lamia clinging to one another was printed and appeared in Yi-Si's finger camera. Love life, love selfies. After taking a group photo with Song Shuhang, Yi pointed her finger at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and took a photo. After that, she turned around once again and took a picture of the virtuous Lamia. After taking the photos, Yi folded her hands together, and 3 sheets that appeared to be photos fell out of her palms. Here, this one is for you, keep it well. This will be something you can look back to. Yi handed over a photo to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, after that, Yi grabbed the writing of the sage. The best way to deal with something like the heavenly tribulation shield is obviously to provoke it and make it leave its defensive state. After saying that, she slammed the writing of the sage on the shield. Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Pa! The writing of the sage was smashed on the heavenly tribulation shield and a vast amount of the scholarly faction's unique righteous chi burst out. The shield flashed violently, and its form appeared to have become a bit unstable. The writing of the sage fell and returned to Song Shuhang's hands. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation shield began to change shape. It's time. Yi smiled triumphantly. She opened her golden book and turned to a blank page. Yi-Si's life-bound golden book also had a lot of blank pages, which were reserved for powerful magical techniques that she could record in the future after her ascension. At this time, she reached out and stroked on the blank page and a complex formation took shape. Yi shouted, "Go!" Hundreds of chains of various colors sprang out of the formation and wrapped around the transforming heavenly tribulation shield. In an instant, the shield was chained up. Yi extended her hand again and slapped the golden book. The chain was reclaimed, and the heavenly tribulation shield was captured into the golden book. Pa, the golden book trembled repeatedly. After a while, the page of the golden book settled down. Now, there was pattern on it. It was a Rubik's cube bound by hundreds of chains. This scene looks familiar, where have I seen it before? Done. Yi clapped her hands. Song Shuhang looked at her, and said, "Cheng, hush." Yi stretched out her hand and pressed on his lips. Don't mention that name right now. Sure enough, it was her. Jade Lake Empress Chenglin. In theory, she was Yi-Si's mother. For her, who has always been mysterious, to appear here. Could it be that she had come to see Yi transcending her tribulation? In addition, could it be her who pulled me over? Song Shuhang remembered the promise he made with the striped dragon too, and said, by the way, someone asked me to bring you a sentence. He told me that if we were to happen to meet, to tell you that he's already awake and is waiting for you to come see him. Don't be going around everywhere all the time. A good girl should go return home on time. Yi smiled and said, what are you saying? I don't understand. Song Shuhang. Yi gently patted Song Shuhang. Young man, if you have free time, you should study the language of the ancient era some more. It will definitely be useful to you. I can't understand you well when you speak Mandarin. Song Shuhang, you can't understand it well? Didn't we just use Mandarin to chat? You speak it this well, yet you can't understand it? See you again, take care in the meantime, Yi said. Wait. Song Shuhang hurried to say. He still wanted to ask Cheng Lin a few other things. Cheng Lin and Slow-Witted Song had both lived during the ancient heavenly city's time, and their relationship was pretty good. As such, he wanted to know more about Slow-Witted Song, the Divine Beast Department, the 33 Divine Beast Sect, the ancestral Golden Dragon, and also about the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang wished to ask all these questions at once and solve all the doubts in his heart. However, Empress Cheng Lin didn't give him this opportunity. Yi lowered her eyes, and shortly after, a confused expression appeared on her face. My secret technique didn't work? She turned to curiously look at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang sighed. It failed. The Empress had run away very quickly. Song Shuhang couldn't even see her shadow. Yi was bewildered. Strange, how did it fail? I'm an expert when it comes to this secret technique. What about the heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang replied, it was seized by your beep dash and sealed into your life-bound golden book. Heavens, is this the censorship skill? Lately, experts really like to make use of this technique to censor people. In the past years, censorship had been running rampant on the web and censoring all kinds of words. Now, powerful experts had started to abuse it in real life as well. How was one supposed to keep living like this? Still, Senior White Chu was the ruler of the Netherworld realm, so it was understandable that he could use such a technique. However, how come Empress Cheng Lin could use it well? Was it possible that one could bully and censor low-level cultivators once they had reached the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender or Immortal Realm? My what? Yi blinked. Then, she opened her life-bound golden book and found the Heavenly Tribulation Golden Shield sealed inside. Song Shuhang replied, I'm getting censored. I can't tell you. It will just get turned into a series of beep. In that case, use the power of our contract to share the information with me. Yi was quick-witted. Song Shuhang clapped his hands. Right. I'd forgotten about it. As such, he used the power of the contract to transmit the information to Yi. Well? Did you get it? Song Shuhang asked. Yi replied, why did you send me a big mosaic? Song Shuhang. Verbal and visual censorship had teamed up. That was truly scary. Now then, since the heavenly tribulation was sealed, does it mean that I transcended successfully? Yi lifted her head to look at the sky. However, if she had already transcended, why hadn't she advanced to the 6th stage? On the other hand, if she had yet to transcend, what about the next wave of the heavenly tribulation? Upon hearing her words, Song Shuhang remembered about Little Kai's and Lady Onion's current situation. Yi the last wave of the heavenly tribulation is very likely going to appear in the form of inner demon tribulation. Be careful, Shuhang warned. Yi nodded, and just as she was about to reply, her body stiffened, and her eyes lost focus. It was a sign that she had fallen into the inner demon tribulation state. The virtuous Lamia gently supported Yi, embracing her. It's the inner demon tribulation again. Is everyone transcending the tribulation as of late going to fall into this state? Song Shuhang wondered. Song Shuhang sighed, and said to the virtuous Lamia, "Let us return to the crystal-clear water pavilion." The virtuous Lamia moved beside Song Shuhang and left Yi to him. Song Shuhang grabbed Yi as the virtuous Lamia took Scarlet Heaven's sword from his hands. Scarlet Heaven's sword exclaimed, "Wait. Let me breathe fresh air for a little longer." Nowadays, even criminals were allowed out in the open for a short period of time. However, before it could speak further, the virtuous Lamia lifted her head and swallowed it down. Scarlet Heaven's sword, damn it, listen to me once in a while. After swallowing Scarlet Heaven's sword, the virtuous Lamia scattered and merged with Song Shuhang's body. There seems to be something wrong with the virtuous Lamia, Song Shuhang said while hugging Yi. Yi had fallen into the inner demon tribulation, yet she didn't seize the opportunity to get intimate with her. On the contrary, she even returned her to him. It made no sense at all. Is it possible that Cheng Lin quietly told her something when she took possession of Yi's body? While he was in deep thought, a shiny space gate appeared before Song Shuhang. "Come back first." Pavilion Master Chu's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang held Yi and entered the space gate. Teleportation was instantaneous, but Song Shuhang was slowly starting to feel its wonders. Passing through space and instantly reaching another place was truly a cool thing. Crystal clear water pavilion, inside a small lake. Pavilion Master Chu sat in a small boat, and her long hair spread behind her, covering the whole deck. The lake and the beauty formed a painting-like picture. After stepping into the space gate, Song Shuhang appeared on the other side of the boat. Song Shuhang looked in surprise at the beautiful lake. Pavilion Master Chu was a household god that never left her room. How come she went for a boat ride outside? Was the sun rising from the west today? Pavilion Master Chu glanced at Song Shuhang. Are you thinking about something improper? Song Shuhang immediately shook his head. Of course not. Experts of the 9th stage were truly scary. They could even detect the slightest fluctuations of mood. Yi fell into the inner demon tribulation, and I am no longer able to help her. Therefore, she can stay with you for the time being, Pavilion Master Chu said softly. What she was the most worried about had happened. Yi had fallen into the inner demon tribulation. The destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion was Pavilion Master Chu's inner demon, and it could be said to be Yi's inner demon as well. This time, Yi could only rely on herself to get through this tribulation. Perhaps there was a chance that Song Shuhang, who had signed a ghost spirit contract with her, could also give her a hand. Don't worry. I have faith in Yi. She'll definitely be able to get through it, Song Shuhang said. After all, Yi was a strong girl. If she really couldn't deal with it, Song Shuhang still had one last method, Dharma King creation singing. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, quite a few seniors or their disciples were transcending the tribulation. If these seniors or their disciples fell into the inner demon tribulation and were unable to get through it, Dharma King creation might get the chance to uprightly hold a concert. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang felt somewhat alarmed. The reason was that there were quite a few people on his side that had transcended the tribulation as of late, Lady Onion, Little Kai, and now also Yi. If Dharma King held a concert, he would have no choice but to participate as well to accompany the girls. I_want_to_die.jpg, take good care of Yi, Pavilion Master Chu said softly. Don't worry. Yi and I are a single entity now. I'll naturally take good care of her, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Actually, Yi's strength would reach the 6th stage after transcending the tribulation, and she would be the one to care of Shuhang most of the time. I feel relieved now, Pavilion Master Chu said. Do you want me to send you back, or are you going back on your own? Pavilion Master Chu, please send me back. I'm just a 4th stage cultivator, and it would be troublesome for me to get back to Earth from here, Song Shuhang said. The biggest problem was that he couldn't orient himself well in space, and it would be a tragedy if he were to get lost. Fine. Pavilion Master Chu yawned. I'll open a space gate for you so that you can go back. I want to have a good sleep. Oh, it seems you wanted to sleep outside today. And here I thought you were finally going to change your style and stop being a household god. Song Shuhang finally understood. Pavilion Master Chu lazily glanced at Song Shuhang. Although I don't know what this household god is, I feel like you're making fun of me. How can that be? There is no way I'd make fun of Pavilion Master Chu, Song Shuhang said. Right, Senior Chu, there was something I wanted to ask you about. Pavilion Master Chu said, do tell. Was Slow-Witted Song's name Song 1? Song Shuhang asked. Pavilion Master Chu yawned. Did you find anything new on him? Yes, I saw a few messages at the ancestral Golden Dragon's place, Song Shuhang replied. Pavilion Master Chu sneered. Hee. Song Shuhang, did I say something wrong? Pavilion Master Chu continued, you're right. Slow-Witted Song's name is Song 1. Is his full name Tyrannical Saber Song 1? Song Shuhang asked again. Pavilion Master Chu lay on the back cushion on the small boat and adjusted her position to a comfortable one. What's this Tyrannical Saber thing? But just as she replied, a memory from long ago resurfaced in her mind. The first time she'd met Slow-Witted Song, she remembered that he had a very funny prefix before his Song 1 name. However, she could not clearly remember what the prefix was. It isn't Tyrannical Saber Song 1? In that case, can you tell me about Slow-Witted Song's appearance? Song Shuhang asked again. One can say that he was quite handsome, Pavilion Master Chu replied. Her voice was getting lower and lower, she'd fall asleep soon. Song Shuhang coughed. Pavilion Master Chu, do you find me handsome? Pavilion Master Chu, Song Shuhang, sometimes, not saying anything at all could really hurt one's heart. Pavilion Master Chu sighed. What is that you want to ask? Stop beating the bush around and tell me directly. Otherwise, I'll fall asleep and won't be able to reply to any question. I wanted to ask if Song 1, or Slow-Witted Song, was a ghost spirit, Song Shuhang asked. How did you reach this conclusion? Pavilion Master Chu asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang said, I came to this conclusion after finding some clues. Therefore, I decided to ask Pavilion Master Chu about it. No, Pavilion Master Chu replied determinedly as she shook her head. Although Slow-Witted Song's state was very strange, she was sure that he was no ghost spirit. He isn't a ghost spirit? You seem very interested in Slow-Witted Song. Pavilion Master Chu narrowed her eyes as she looked at Song Shuhang. Of course I'm interested in him. Song Shuhang sat down and gently placed Yi Si on one end of the boat. Then, he pointed at himself and said, due to Slow-Witted Song, I was beaten up a few times for no reason. Pavilion Master Chu, she could understand why some people had beaten Song Shuhang up by mistake. The first time she saw Song Shuhang, she also mistook him for Slow-Witted Song, even if their appearances and realms were completely different. Only after taking a better look did she determine that the two were different people. Such being the case, if Song Shuhang were to meet one of those old fogies, it was pretty normal that they would mistake him for Slow-Witted Song and give him a good beating. Pavilion Master Chu, do you happen to have a picture of Slow-Witted Song? Song Shuhang wasn't ready to give up yet. Pavilion Master Chu said, are you implying that I've got pictures of Slow-Witted Song that I secretly watch every day? Song Shuhang continued, I just want to see the appearance of this slow-witted song. I want to know why people keep mistaking me for him. However, after getting beaten up once, he'd even gotten a bamboo leaf that could save his life. Pavilion Master Chu yawned, looking very tired. I don't have any picture, but if you give me paper and pen, I can draw you a portrait. I've got great confidence in my drawing skills. Thank you, Pavilion Master Chu. Song Shuhang immediately took out a sheet of paper and a pen from his spatial bracelet. Pavilion Master Chu grabbed the pen, thought for a while, and quickly started to draw on the sheet of paper. The pen moved very quickly, and her imposing manner while drawing was incredible, exactly what you'd expect from a Tribulation Transcender. Done. Pavilion Master Chu gave the sheet of paper to Song Shuhang. Then, just as though she'd exhausted all her strength, she gently lay down and didn't get up again. Song Shuhang took the picture. The style of the painting was truly beautiful, and it made one's heart ache. It was like looking at black and white pictures of great characters in school textbooks. Whether it was the first emperor of Qin, He Zhizhang, King Wen of Zhou, or Zhuge Liang, they all had very similar facial features in the drawings. Except for their clothing being different, their faces and postures were all the same. Even if one didn't have problems recognizing faces, they wouldn't recognize any of them as long as their clothes were swapped. Song Shuhang gazed at the portrait of the man, who was wearing a scholarly robe. If one swapped his clothes with that of the first emperor of Qin and added some beard, no one would be able to tell the difference. At this time, he really got the urge to throw the sheet of paper away. He took a deep breath, and again asked, "Pavilion Master, can you draw the picture in your mind with a magical technique?" "I'm too tired." "I don't want to," Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shuhang, he felt that Pavilion Master Chu and Soft Feather's senior brother, Lu Jianyi, were really similar. According to what Soft Feather had told him, her senior brother was lazy even when it came to breathing. Anyway, it was better to leave this matter related to Slow-Witted Song for another time. Other than Slow-Witted Song, he was also interested in some matters related to the ancient heavenly city. But, after remembering the bad relationship between the heavenly city and the crystal-clear water pavilion, he decided not to ask. What would he do if Pavilion Master Chu got angry and kicked him into space? "Are you finished asking?" Pavilion Master Chu's voice got lower and lower. Song Shuhang nodded. "Yes, I've already asked what I wanted. Pavilion Master Chu, you can send me back." But just as he finished speaking, he got a feeling Senior Turtle was transmitting him a message from the inner world. "The Ice Soul Pill has been refined," Senior Turtle said. "Senior Chu, the Ice Soul Pill has been refined. Can we go to where Li Yinzhu is?" Song Shuhang lifted his head and said. Senior Turtle was truly good when it came to refining pills. He'd finished in just 24 hours. Song Shuhang didn't think that it'd be done this quickly. At the same time, he remembered another matter. Senior Turtle should also be acquainted with Slow-Witted Song. Maybe he could ask him instead. Pavilion Master Chu, zzzzz she'd already fallen asleep. She'd been really quick. What to do now? Should he wake her up? However, when he thought of waking Pavilion Master Chu up, Song Shuhang recalled the painful events of the past. The last time he came to the crystal-clear water pavilion, Pavilion Master Chu was also sleeping. When he got into her room, the defensive formation activated and hung him up, making it seem as though he was doing splits. Therefore, he was worried that the defensive formation might activate if he tried to wake her up, putting him into that same posture again. In the end, he decided not to get close to her. "Pavilion Master Chu, wake up. We need to go to the Time City." Song Shuhang shouted. Pavilion Master Chu, zzzzzzz, Song Shuhang shouted for a long time, but Pavilion Master Chu didn't reply. She was fast asleep. Damn. Song Shuhang sighed. It seemed he could only head to the Time City by himself. He more or less remembered how to enter the crystal-clear water pavilion, but could he reach the Time City without Pavilion Master Chu's assistance? As he was in deep thought, the lake started to boil. Then, an umbrella emerged from the water. A figure followed immediately after. The figure wore a blue robe and short black hair. After getting out of the lake, the figure stretched out its hand and grabbed the umbrella. Water slashed everywhere. The blue-robed man steadily fell on the water's surface. He first gazed at the fast-asleep Pavilion Master Chu. "Oh, I actually emerged here. Pavilion Master Chu, hi." After seeing that Pavilion Master Chu didn't reply, the blue-robed man smiled. Pavilion Master is sleeping again. Then, he gazed at Song Shuhang. "Little friend, you, Senior Tyrannical Song, you are also here." Song Shuhang said, "Hi, fellow Daoist. But, who are you?" "Junior's name is Feng." "Feng? Feng, damn, I forgot my Daoist name," the blue-robed man said with a smile. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. "What? My memory isn't too good, and I keep forgetting my Daoist name." Senior Tyrannical Song, wait a moment. Then, he took out a small notebook and quickly flipped the pages. After a short time, he happily said, "Found it. My Daoist name is Daoist Umbrella, There is another sentence here, Shiet, this isn't my Daoist name either." Song Shuhang, so, Daoist Umbrella isn't actually my Daoist name. That's a relief. This Daoist name was really underwhelming, and I would have been pretty dejected if it really had been my Daoist name. The blue-robed man laughed. Then, he turned to look at the fast-asleep Pavilion Master Chu. Afterward, he looked again at Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist, you, It's Senior Tyrannical Song. Junior pays his respect to Senior Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? Junior's name is Feng. Feng? Senior Tyrannical Song, wait a moment. My memory isn't too good, and I keep forgetting my Daoist name. Let me look it up. Then, he started to flip through his notebook again. Found it. Junior's Daoist name is Daoist Umbrella, damn, this isn't my Daoist name. The man with the umbrella raised his head. Forgive me, Senior Tyrannical Song, but it's possible that this isn't Junior's Daoist name. Unfortunately, I'm unable to recall it for the time being. Senior Tyrannical Song, if you don't mind, you can just call me Daoist Umbrella. Song Shuhang had more or less understood what was going on. When the guy turned around, he forgot the whole conversation that he'd had with him. However, that was already beyond having a bad memory. More like his memory was already rotten to the core. Song Shuhang wondered if this Daoist umbrella was a goldfish that had become a spirit. How could he even practice with such bad memory? Could he remember those complex cultivation techniques? Hello, fellow Daoist umbrella. Why did you come to the crystal-clear water pavilion? Song Shuhang asked. From the looks of it, he didn't seem someone created through Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. Was he a cultivator that entered the crystal-clear water pavilion by mistake? Moreover, he seemed to know Pavilion Master Chu. Why I came to the crystal-clear water pavilion? Let me think, right. Senior Tyrannical Song, I've always been in the crystal-clear water pavilion. I'm a part of it. Although my memory is bad, I can still remember some important things, Daoist Umbrella said. Part of the crystal-clear water pavilion, in other words, he's also someone created through Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. After thinking of this, Song Shuhang felt a bit sad. No matter how hard Pavilion Master Chu tried, an illusory reality was still an illusion. Senior Tyrannical Song, do you need help with something? Daoist Umbrella asked. Song Shuhang said, I wanted Pavilion Master Chu to bring me to the Time City. The Time City? Oh, I know that place. I can bring you there, Senior Tyrannical Song, Daoist Umbrella said with a smile. Song Shuhang paused. Is that really okay? Don't worry. Although my memory is bad, I can clearly remember important matters like cultivation techniques and the like. Even if I don't remember the name or characteristics of my cultivation technique, I perfectly remember how to use it. Daoist Umbrella said happily. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist, Song Shuhang said. Daoist Umbrella patted his chest. Leave it to me. Then, he stepped on the water as if he was stepping on the ground, heading toward the shore. Song Shuhang picked up Yi Si and also headed towards the shore. He took a step and black lotuses appeared beneath his feet as he followed after Daoist Umbrella. 10 minutes later, Song Shuhang regretted believing Daoist Umbrella. Daoist Umbrella lost his way, and he even forgot Song Shuhang's existence as if that wasn't enough. What's this place? Daoist Umbrella brought Song Shuhang to the plaza of a palace in the crystal-clear water pavilion and looked all around. Then, he looked at Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist, you look familiar. It's you, Senior Tyrannical Song. What's up? Song Shuhang was really desperate. Fellow Daoist, how can we reach the Time City? Song Shuhang went straight to the point and didn't let Daoist Umbrella pull out his notebook. The Time City? I know that place. I can still remember important things well, Daoist Umbrella said happily. However, immediately after, he suddenly paused. Damn. Although I know how to reach the Time City, I don't know where I am right now. I forgot about it. Did Pavilion Master Chu create this person through her illusory reality to troll me? Song Shuhang, Senior Tyrannical Song, let's go back. Then, Daoist Umbrella stretched out his hand and activated the formation on the umbrella. In the next moment, a shining space gate appeared in front of them. From the aura and appearance, it did really seem to be Pavilion Master Chu's space gate. At this time, Song Shuhang didn't even know how to ridicule the current situation. Then, Daoist Umbrella enthusiastically brought Song Shuhang to the space gate. On the other side of the space gate was Daoist Umbrella's residence, a very ordinary bamboo house. The style of the building conformed to that of the crystal-clear water pavilion. Senior Tyrannical Song, do you want to be a guest at my place first? No one has visited the place for a very long time. Daoist Umbrella looked at Song Shuhang with an expectant look. Song Shuhang sighed. It wouldn't be too late to be your guest after returning from the Time City. It wasn't unknown when Daoist Umbrella'd forget about him. Therefore, it was best to get a detailed map of the crystal-clear water pavilion from his place first. Daoist Umbrella said, you have a point. First things first. Senior Tyrannical Song, wait inside the house for a bit. I'll go fetch a map first, and even if I forget about you in a while, you can use it to reach the Time City. Fine. Song Shuhang nodded. Although his memory was terrible, Daoist Umbrella was pretty good at handling matters. Song Shuhang entered the bamboo house and found a chair to sit down. Yi Si had yet to recover, so Song Shuhang moved her to his inner world. I'll go upstairs to take the map. Senior Tyrannical Song, wait for a moment here. Daoist Umbrella went upstairs. Seeing his silhouette getting further and further away, Song Shuhang started to worry. What to do if the guy went upstairs, forgot about him, and started to sleep? He decided to wait for a while first. If the other party didn't reappear, he'd go upstairs to look for him. However, Daoist Umbrella didn't forget about him this time. Moreover, he quickly returned downstairs. Here, Senior Tyrannical Song. This is my map to reach the Time City. In a while, even if I forget about you, you can use this map to reach the destination and won't be delayed. Daoist Umbrella gave Shuhang a crumpled ball of paper. Song Shuhang took the paper ball, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Fellow Daoist umbrella, please treat Mr. Map well. A map is supposed to be used to find directions, not to make paper balls. After sighing, Song Shuhang unfolded the map. But after taking a closer look, he discovered that it wasn't a map, but a letter written with the script of the ancient era. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. He lifted his head and looked at Daoist umbrella. What about the map? Then, he saw that Daoist umbrella was looking at him in a daze. After a short moment, he asked, "Fellow Daoist, who are you? What are you doing at my place?" You are Senior Tyrannical Song. Senior, have you come to my place as a guest? That's great. It's been a long time since someone came here as a guest. I'll prepare some tea for you. Then, Daoist umbrella quickly fled upstairs to prepare the tea. Song Shuhang cursed, "Damn, it happened again." Moreover, Song Shuhang doubted Daoist umbrella's words when he said that there hadn't been a guest in a long time. It wasn't like he'd even remember if someone came. Song Shuhang sighed and looked at the letter. The letter was written with the script of the ancient era, and Song Shuhang was rather illiterate when it came to this script and could only recognize a few characters. When I have free time, I'll have to properly study the script of the ancient era. I don't want to be an illiterate person anymore. I'll start with the easiest characters. Then, just as Song Shuhang was about to put the letter away, the sheet of paper shone. Just like the writing of the sage, back then, the text was automatically translated and became readable. Song Shuhang could now understand the meaning of the words. To the forever young and beautiful Pavilion Master Chu, how are you? Even today, are you going to stay holed up in the crystal clear water pavilion and not come out? Below is the main paragraph. Firstly, congratulations on reaching the 9th stage realm. You're just as strong as I thought. No matter how strong your inner demons are, they can't stop you. The previous time, when I saw your divinity show, I was moved to tears, shedding the 100th teardrop of my life. Among these 100 teardrops, I shed over 90 because people beat up me, and only 8 because I was moved. Therefore, you can guess how precious these tears were. If I have an opportunity the next time, I'll mail them to you so that you can collect them. In addition, I know that you've been trying to find your path and take the final step. Under other circumstances, would congratulate you on approaching the immortal realm, but given the current situation, I must warn you. I ask of you to take things easy and slow down before stepping on your path. There'd be no coming back once you took this step, and now isn't the right time to enter the immortal realm. This is a very important matter, and I must urge you again. Take things easy and don't take this last step. Normally, you'd have to repeat important matters thrice, but I believe you, and I think twice would be enough. After all, you are a quick-witted girl. As for the reason why you have to refrain from taking this last step, I can't write it in the letter. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I'm unable to write it down or tell you. Believe me, I won't harm you. Believe me, I'll always be on your side. Believe me, even if I were to sell you, you'd still be by my side counting the money we made. Now the best wishes. I wish you to stay healthy, have a good appetite, and eat well. Your best friend, Song 1. Time, I forgot what time is today. Anyway, you always stay in the crystal clear water pavilion, so it's not like you care about the time. Song Shuhang, he now understood why this letter had been crumpled into a ball. Slow-Witted Song was likely the carrier of the thrice reckless disease, in ancient times. Even while writing letters, he wouldn't forget to provoke people. If he were Pavilion Master Chu, he'd have done the same to this latter. In addition, he would have mailed Slow-Witted Song 10,000, no, that would be too little. He'd have mailed him 100,000 grass mud horses so that they could trample him to death. In the letter, it was mentioned that Slow-Witted Song was beaten up in the past, shedding over 90 teardrops. It was really great news, and it filled one with happiness. However, it was unknown if he'd shed one teardrop after each beating or if he shed more in a single session. If he'd shed one teardrop per beating, it meant that he'd been beaten up more than 90 times. However, Slow-Witted Song getting beaten to tears wasn't the most important thing in the letter. The most important thing was that he wanted to warn Pavilion Master Chu and advise her not to step on her path to immortality. What was the reason? Would she be in danger if she became an immortal? Moreover, Slow-Witted Song said that there would be no turning back after this step was taken. Pavilion Master Chu had obviously already read the letter. Was this the reason she hadn't taken this last step and entered the immortal realm? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, Daoist Umbrella returned downstairs with a cup of tea. Senior Tyrannical Song, please drink the tea. Daoist Umbrella happily gave him the hot cup of tea. Song Shuhang had no choice but to take the cup. Then, he looked inside the cup, and it turned out that it was half filled with tea leaves and some water. Heavens, did he even forget how to make tea? This cup half filled with tea leaves, is it supposed to be a meal? Daoist Umbrella seemed to have really treated it as a meal. After drinking the little water in his cup, he threw the tea leaves in his mouth and started to chew, happily eating them. Song Shuhang, Senior Tyrannical Song, aren't you going to drink? These tea leaves are really great. The only problem is that it feels somewhat bitter if you chew them too much, Daoist Umbrella said. Song Shuhang said, anyway, for how long can you remember things? He'd even forgotten how to perform these daily life tasks. How was he able to continue his life in the crystal-clear water pavilion before? I don't know. I did a test in the past, but I've forgotten the result, Daoist Umbrella said. Song Shuhang continued, so, if I borrow something from you, will you forget about it in a while? Daoist Umbrella proudly said, of course not. I can remember very clearly the things I've lent to others. Fellow Daoist, lend me some spirit stones, would you? Song Shuhang said. Daoist Umbrella said, Senior Tyrannical Song, how many do you need? Do you have 10 spirit stones of the 6th stage? Song Shuhang asked. Daoist Umbrella searched on his person for a short time and took out 10 spirit stones of the 6th stage, handing them to Song Shuhang. Senior Tyrannical Song, here. Song Shuhang took the spirit stones and inspected them. He could feel the pure spiritual energy inside. They seemed real, and not an illusion. Then, Daoist Umbrella took out his notebook and wrote on it. Today, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song borrowed 10 spirit stones of the 6th stage from me. Take note. Afterward, he also noted down the date. Song Shuhang, Daoist Umbrella lifted his head, and asked, Senior, why were you looking for me? Song Shuhang replied, we were going to the Time City. Daoist Umbrella said, I know how to go there. Senior Tyrannical Song, I'll show you the road. However, he didn't mention the matter related to the map this time. Along the way, Daoist Umbrella lost his memory twice. Since he'd gotten used to it, when he lost his memory, Song Shuhang went straight to the point and asked him to lead him to the Time City. Daoist Umbrella knew very well the road from his home to the Time City, so he didn't lose his way again and finally brought Song Shuhang to the Time City. But as he reached the Time City, he discovered that Pavilion Master Chu was standing at the entrance, looking at him with sharp eyes. Pavilion Master Chu, you woke up. Song Shuhang waved his hand. Yes, Pavilion Master Chu said. Did you meet him? Was she talking about Daoist Umbrella? Is the letter on your person? Pavilion Master Chu asked. Song Shuhang took out the letter and gave it Pavilion Master Chu. Are you talking about this matter? Pavilion Master Chu took the letter, crumpled into a ball, and hurled it to a distant place. Daoist Umbrella quickly set out, chasing after the ball. Pavilion Master Chu gritted her teeth, and said, take it easy, it's already been such a long time, for how long do I still need to hold back? Take it easy, your sister. Song Shuhang felt as if her hate had materialized. I don't want to hold back anymore, Pavilion Master Chu said in a low voice, seemingly talking to herself and also to Song Shuhang. I don't want to wait anymore. I want to bring them back for real and not just in the form of illusion. This is the only thing I want, why can't I have it? Song Shuhang's heart moved, and he looked at the crystal-clear water pavilion. He was aware that the crystal-clear water pavilion had been created through Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. Along with her strength increasing, the crystal-clear water pavilion also became more and more real. In the past, some cultivators had entered the place by mistake, and the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion had warmly welcomed them. Even after leaving the pavilion, these cultivators were unable to realize that it was just an illusion. After hearing Pavilion Master Chu's words, Song Shuhang guessed that her path to immortality might be related to the illusory crystal-clear water pavilion. You won't try to stop me, right? Pavilion Master Chu suddenly turned to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. I'm not Slow-Witted Song. Pavilion Master Chu, you should be clear about this. Song Shuhang was also unaware as to why Slow-Witted Song didn't want Pavilion Master Chu to step on her path to immortality. However, it might be due to something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent this letter to warn Pavilion Master Chu. Thus, you won't stop me, right? Pavilion Master Chu asked again. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. He pondered about the current situation for a long time, and then replied, Pavilion Master Chu, if possible, I also think that you should not make haste. As I mentioned before, the heaven is about to change. During this period of turbulence, all immortals went into hiding, and even 9th stage Tribulation Transcenders might be affected. Therefore, there is no harm in waiting some more, at least until this period of turbulence is over. Pavilion Master Chu said, so, you're also saying that I should wait? In that case, tell me, how long do I have to wait? I'm only replying based on the changes happening in the outside world. A senior I know mentioned that this period of turbulence would not last for a long time. Therefore, it's better if you wait some more, Pavilion Master Chu, Song Shuhang explained. I'm not sure how long I can still wait. I want to forget what's written in that letter every day. Pavilion Master Chu stretched herself and changed the subject. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Time City. Without my help, it wouldn't be easy for you to get inside. Song Shuhang turned to look at Daoist Umbrella, who disappeared in the distance. Did his memory go bad because Pavilion Master Chu subconsciously wanted to forget the content of the letter? Was she hoping to forget the letter's content this way? In the distance, Daoist Umbrella picked up the crumpled paper with a lost expression on his face. But after a short moment, he placed the umbrella on his shoulder and headed to his bamboo house in the upper level of the Time City. Chu quietly left Li Yinzhu's room and cleaned her running nose. The cold inside the room was bone-piercing. Even though she was wearing thick clothes, she felt like freezing in there. When Yi Si came back the last time, she brought with her the supplementary cultivation technique that the Great Northern Emperor had given her to cure Li Yinzhu's disease. The Great Emperor didn't tell them the cultivation technique's name, but since it came from him, it was definitely a very high-quality cultivation technique. Li Yinzhu had to practice this cultivation technique to the beginner level before the Ice Soul Pill was refined. Afterward, she would use this cultivation technique alongside the power of the Ice Soul Pill to cure the cold disease affecting her body. While practicing the supplementary cultivation technique, the cold in her body would be eliminated, blending with the true yuan in her body. However, she'd also release a lot of chilling air during the process. The cold was terrifying, and it could even ignore the special constitution of a cultivator. Each time Chu was looking after Li Yinzhu, her body would almost freeze. Miss Chu, long time no see. At this time, a familiar voice echoed in Chu's ears. Chu Chu looked up and saw Mr. Song Shuhang. We haven't met for a short while, but Mr. Shuhang seems to have grown taller and become much stronger. Wait, what's this feeling? When she stared at Song Shuhang, she felt an awe-inspiring feeling come from his body. At the same time, she couldn't help but shout, "TT Tranny Song! Profound Sage Tyrannical Song! Pavilion Master Chu, PFFF- what the hell is this tranny song? Song Shuhang, Mr. Shuhang, you have become a profound sage?" Chu Chu gulped and opened her eyes wide. The place where she and Li Yinzhu had been staying was the upper level of the Time City, a secret realm where time passed at a slower rate. One day here was equivalent to 12 days in the outside world. However, it was still impossible that thousands of years had passed on Earth. Even if they had been here for a month, only 1 year would pass in the outside world. Yet, she hadn't been in this secret realm for such a long time. She remembered that Song Shuhang was still a second-stage cultivator when they'd last met. He'd fought against the illusory sword school on the grievance-settling platform in her stead and broke through on the stage. Now, in the blink of an eye, he'd become an 8th-stage profound sage? It seems I entered the wrong time city. One day here must be 1,000 years outside. Not yet. This profound sage status of mine has some problems, Song Shuhang replied. Chu Chu, fake profound sages also exist. However, she still sighed in relief after hearing Song Shuhang's explanation. Going from the 2nd to the 8th stage in one go would have been too exaggerated. Tyrannical Song, fellow Daoist Song, what is your current realm in that case? Chu Chu asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang replied, I just reached the 4th stage and condensed the first immortal bone. I'm currently trying to condense more. The 4th stage? Chu Chu opened her eyes wide. If I'm not mistaken, weren't you at the 2nd stage realm when we last met? Yes, I was at the 2nd stage, Song Shuhang said. Chu Chu continued, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, for how long have you practiced in the outside world? Chu Chu'd already changed the way he addressed Song Shuhang several times since they'd met. It should be almost 2 months, I think, Song Shuhang said. Chu Chu, are we playing the same cultivation game? Is the amount of experience we need to level up even the same? Senior Tyrannical Song, next time, bring me to grind with you. Is little Yinzhu okay? Song Shuhang asked. Chu Chu replied, Miss Yinzhu's condition has been getting better and better since she started practicing that supplementary cultivation technique. However, the cold around her is also getting stronger. It seems you went through a lot of trouble. Is she still practicing? Song Shuhang asked. Chu Chu nodded. Song Shuhang slowly opened the door to the room and saw that the insides were full of cold air, just as though it was a freezer. Even if he was a 4th stage cultivator, he couldn't help but shiver. The cold was truly terrifying. As Song Shuhang opened the door, Li Yinzhu opened her eyes. Her long, silver eyelashes were full of frost, which fell down when she blinked. Then, her silver pupils gazed at Song Shuhang, and a happy expression appeared on her face. Her small body got down from the bed and trotted toward Song Shuhang, jumping into his embrace. Song Shuhang caught Li Yinzhu and patted her head. He was very skilled in his actions, just as though he'd done this many times before. This must be the influence of living Daoist priest Li Tianzu's life through the dreamland, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Song Shuhang picked up Li Yinzhu, and curiously asked, Did Yinzhu get smaller again? Mr. Tyrannical Song, it's you have gotten taller. Chu Chu stood beside Song Shuhang and gesticulated. Song Shuhang shook his head. Although I got taller, I'm sure that Yinzhu got smaller as well. Earlier, Yinzhu had looked like a 4-5 years old child. Now, she looked more like a 3 years old girl. Li Yinzhu looked at her small hand. she didn't seem to notice much difference from before. It's okay. As long as the cold disease is cured, Xue would be able to slowly grow up again. One day, you'll become a big girl, Song Shuhang said with a smile. He took out the ice soul pill that Senior Turtle had refined and gave it to Xue. This is the ice soul pill, there are 3 portions in total. Take them one after the other and use the supplementary cultivation technique alongside it to remove the cold in your body, Song Shuhang said. Xue nodded her small head. After taking the medicine, will I slowly grow up? Naturally, Song Shuhang said. Xue continued, will I become as big as Chu Chu? Of course, Song Shuhang replied. Earlier, he noticed that when Xue's body shrank, her state of mind was also affected, becoming somewhat immature. Xue replied, okay. She grabbed the ice soul pill and trotted back to her bed. At this time, she was just slightly taller than it. She first placed her hands on the bed, and then climbed it with much difficulty, finally turning her body and rolling on the bedsheet. She followed Song Shuhang's instructions and swallowed part of the ice soul pill, beginning to revolve the supplementary cultivation technique. A strong wave of cold gushed out from her body. However, the cold didn't disperse, but condensed instead. After gushing out, it was sucked back into her body, transforming into life-bound True Yuan that merged with Xue's body. After the cold disease is cured, Xue will finally recover and grow up, Song Shuhang said, gratified. Then, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He was inside a church. A girl that slightly looked like him was wearing a wedding dress. He was supporting her by grasping her arm as they were walking on the red carpet. Then, the church's door opened, and a handsome young man dashed in, looking at the girl in the wedding dress with loving eyes. F***CK. Young man, who are you? Come here for a bit, I promise I won't beat you to death. Only this small piece of memory flashed in his mind. Song Shuhang gently rubbed his temples. The scene just now seemed almost real, but the content was too weird. He was leading his daughter by the arm as she was getting married, just what was the deal with that? Moreover, he was a cultivator, so why was his daughter's wedding held inside a church? There was something wrong with this style. Is it possible that I recalled the memories of Taoist priest Li Tianzu's life after seeing Xue, which then gave birth to a strange chemical reaction in my mind and made me see that scene where my daughter was getting married? Song Shuhang thought to himself. No, what chemical reaction? There was no scene of any daughter getting married in Taoist priest Li Tianzu's life. The content and the setting didn't match. Xue was ill since she was a child, and Taoist priest Li Tianzu spent all his time trying to find a cure to her disease. He didn't have the time to consider other matters. So, was it a very lifelike hallucination? Or was it a piece of memory that I've forgotten? At this time, Pavilion Master Chu looked at Song Shuhang. How are you? You looked strange just now. Were you affected by EC? Song Shuhang said, affected by EC? EC is facing her inner demon tribulation, and you have signed a ghost spirit contract. Your souls and sensory organs are linked, so it's possible that you were affected by her inner demon tribulation, Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shuhang finally understood. I see. What I saw just now must be due to the inner demon tribulation. Were you really influenced? What did you see? Pavilion Master Chu asked. Song Shuhang replied, I saw a picture. I was inside a church with a girl that looked like me, probably my daughter. I was supporting her by the arm as she was getting married. Pavilion Master Chu said, I don't think such a picture would appear in a normal person's inner demon tribulation. You have a point. Song Shuhang forced a smile. However, it's also possible that you might have seen your future while Yi was facing her inner demon tribulation. Pavilion Master Chu stretched out her hand and held her chin. If that was the case, it wouldn't be too bad. It meant that the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion was no longer Yi Xi's inner demon. Such being the case, she'd have an easier time transcending the inner demon tribulation. Pavilion Master Chu had personally experienced the inner demon tribulation related to the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion, so she knew how hard it was to get through it. Song Shuhang said, "If what I saw was due to Yi Xi's inner demon tribulation, does it mean that she wants to have a daughter? Don't overthink. You and Yi Xi can't have children," Pavilion Master Chu said. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Perhaps this what the inner demon tribulation is about. Due to her constitution, she can't have children with you. If she cared too much about this point, it might have turned into a weakness that the inner demons took advantage of. Pavilion Master Chu sighed. Song Shuhang rubbed his brow. Pavilion Master Chu's explanation made sense, but he felt that there was something wrong. Right, how are you going to deal with the relationship between you two? Pavilion Master Chu asked another question. What degree has your relationship reached? Song Shuhang said, before Yi Xi and I could officially become Dao companions, she became my ghost spirit. Everything had happened too suddenly. TSK, this is troublesome, Pavilion Master Chu said. After becoming your ghost spirit, your souls and sensory organs have become linked. If your relationship had developed to a good degree before she became your ghost spirit, you'd have slowly adapted to your new situation. However, if it hadn't reached such a degree, she'd become you, and you'd become her. At that point, being in love with her would be like being in love with yourself. He. Song Shuhang, being in love with oneself. It felt weird. However, Yi Xi was different from an ordinary ghost spirit. An ordinary ghost spirit was part of the master's body, and it could be said to be an extension of their body. Yi Xi possessed all the characteristics of a ghost spirit, but she had an independent personality, and her cultivation realm was likewise unaffected by Song Shuhang's. Actually, there have been other people that have fallen in love with their ghost spirits in the past, and even I know a few of them. So, you don't have to worry about being the first person to fall in love with a ghost spirit, Pavilion Master Chu comforted. Song Shuhang said, what? Under normal circumstances, after signing the contract, the ghost spirit's appearance would become similar to their masters. If we used Song Shuhang's first ghost spirit as an example, its appearance became identical to Song Shuhang sometime after signing the contract. In that case, wouldn't falling in love with the ghost spirit be the same as falling in love with their clone? From what I remember, there was this fairy maiden in the southern star territories Dolua sect that fell in love with her ghost spirit and even held a wedding with it. Since I was passing by that place back then, this matter left a deep impression on me. Actually, the scene of two identical fairy maidens getting married was rather pleasing to the eye, Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shuhang. Isn't this narcissism pushed to the extreme? Some time after that fairy maiden from the Dolua sect, a demon monarch from the Devilification sect in another star territory also held a wedding with his ghost spirit. According to the rumors, this demon monarch was very strong and handsome, and had that type of devilish charm, although I still have no idea what devilish charm is supposed to mean. Anyway, the wedding of this demon monarch and his ghost spirit also attracted a lot of attention, and a lot of fairy maidens gave him their blessings, Pavilion Master Chu continued. Song Shuhang, therefore, there is no problem even if you keep loving Yi Xi. As long as you can adapt to the situation, you might find the experience very exciting. Senior Chu, please stop. If fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song were to get married to his ghost spirit, wouldn't it be like those guys on the internet getting married to their left hand or some inflatable doll? Chu, who was nearby, asked. She'd obtained a lot of information from Pavilion Master Chu and Song Shuhang's conversation. For example, senior sister Yi Xi turned out to be a ghost spirit, and she'd signed a contract with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang subconsciously said, but those are completely different things. A ghost spirit is the extension of a cultivator's body, and it can be considered as their arms or legs. Therefore, getting married to a ghost spirit or a left hand is the same, Chu analyzed. Pavilion Master Chu said, Miss Chu's analysis is correct. However, your situation is different from other cultivators. After Yi Si gets through her inner demon tribulation, you can discuss this matter with her. Song Shuhang nodded. I was thinking the same. Some matters seemed very complicated, but as long as two people sat down and had a good conversation, they'd be able to find a solution. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu yawned. I'm tired. I'll look for a place where I can sleep. You guys keep an eye on Li Yinzhu, call me if there is any problem. Sure, and thank you, Pavilion Master Chu, Song Shuhang said. Pavilion Master Chu waved her hand and opened a space gate, disappearing. Song Shuhang and Chu stayed behind to look after Li Yinzhu. After Pavilion Master Chu left, Chu couldn't help but ask, Daoist Priest Tyrannical Song, what is your secret when it comes to cultivating? Song Shuhang said, secret? There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Chu strongly glared at Song Shuhang. However, if your luck is good, you might encounter some good things while cultivating, Song Shuhang said. Chu asked, for example? For example, you're walking on the reed, and a white-haired grandpa suddenly pulls you to one side and decides to impart you several decades worth of strength, Song Shuhang said. Daoist Priest Tyrannical Song, you've watched too many TV shows. The corner of Chu's mouth twitched. It seemed that Chu'd never heard of the frenzied strength imparter. Song Shuhang recalled a bit, and indeed, Chu was unaware that such a thing existed. In the past, he'd dreamt about Chu's life. The dream started when she was a kid and ended when she was almost hugged to death. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said in a mysterious tone, in the world of cultivation, there is a Daoist priest called Horizon, who is a sixth-stage true monarch. If you can meet him in the future, perhaps he'll impart on to your several decades worth of strength. I've seen in with my very eyes. Chu opened her eyes wide. She could tell that Song Shuhang wasn't lying, so everything was real. In addition, if you're lucky enough to pick up a 6th, 7th, or 8th stage crocodile leg or whale body, you can look for me. I can introduce you to the current #1 immortal chef in the world of cultivation, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. If she processes the ingredients for you and you get to eat a meal of hers, your realm will soar, Song Shuhang said. 6th, 7th, or 8th stage crocodile leg or whale body, where am I supposed to find things like these? Let alone finding parts of their bodies, I haven't even seen their live version. The corner of Chu's mouth twitched. Song Shuhang continued, that's why I said you need to be lucky. Daoist Priest Tyrannical Song, did you pick any of them? Chu asked. Yes, and they taste great. Just thinking about them makes me salivate, Song Shuhang said. Chu, were they even talking about the same things? Okay, enough with the jokes. Song Shuhang then seriously said, Chu, the main problem is that you lack a teacher to guide you. Your talent is very good, and your cultivation technique isn't bad, either. If there was a teacher by your side to guide you, your realm would rise very quickly. Chu's cultivation technique came from the picture scroll that Daoist priest Li Tiansu had left behind. It was a sword cultivation technique that could allow one to directly reach the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. As such, if there was someone to help her and provide her with resources, she would advance at a much faster pace. Are you thinking of accepting me as a disciple? Chu asked subconsciously. Song Shuhang sighed. I have no talent when it comes to sword techniques. Chu also sighed. In the world of cultivation, it's not easy to find a good teacher. Big sects and schools like to train their disciples since they were kids to ensure that their legacy would be passed on. In comparison, being born in a small family like Chu's was only slightly better than being a loose cultivator. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. If you want, I can recommend you around so that you can enter a sect. Song Shuhang knew that Chu Chu's character was good. After dreaming of her life, she knew her better than her own mother. In addition, she'd been taking care of Li Yinzhu all this time. Therefore, if she wanted to enter a sect, the least Song Shuhang could try to do was to recommend her. If he acted as the middleman, it should not be too difficult to make Chu Chu enter the sect of some of the seniors in the 9 provinces. Number 1 group he had a good relationship with. Which sect? Chu Chu asked happily. Let me think. I remember that some of the seniors belong to sects that are pretty famous in the world of cultivation. For example, the faraway Wandering Temple and the Warring Buddha sect. The first ones that came to his mind were Guogua's and Dharma King creation sections. Chu Chu said, those are Buddhist sects, right? There are Taoist ones as well. I remember the ancient Lake Temple and also Fairy Lychee's sect, although I don't remember the name of her sect. Then, there is also the Xian Nu sect. Senior Skylark is part of this sect. There is also the Daluo sect where True Monarch Rain Moon comes from. However, I'm not really familiar with True Monarch Rain Moon. Right, do you have any prejudice against demonic sects? Song Shuhang asked. Chu Chu replied, demonic sects don't accept outsiders. Is that so? Fairy Dongfang 6 is an important member of a demonic sect, and she has a good relationship with me, Song Shuhang said. You can give a thought to all the sects I mentioned just now. Right, if you're interested in scholars, I can introduce you to the scholarly faction. I'm planning to make a trip to the scholarly faction in a while, and I can take you along so that you can see for yourself. Miss Chu Chu fell into deep thought. After a long time, she looked at Song Shuhang again. Mr. Tyrannical Song, are you really not going to receive disciples? Are you serious? Song Shuhang said. You have to know that I haven't been practicing for long, and I don't have any experience when it comes to guiding others. Moreover, did you know what cultivation technique I practice? Without waiting for Chu Chu to reply, Song Shuhang said, I practice the huge whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Chu Chu's face paled. She'd recalled Whale 8, the other guy using the 100 Sharks palm, and also that deathly hug. At the same time, she subconsciously looked at her chest. You don't need to make haste when choosing a teacher. In a while, I'll bring you to the scholarly faction, to Fairy Lychee's sect, and the ancient Lake Temple. You can have a look and see which one you like best, Song Shuhang said. True Monarch Eternal Fire from the scholarly faction had just asked him to come over if he had free time. Then, he also had to bring Bakshir to Fairy Lychee's sect. As for the ancient Lake Temple, he could make a trip there during Daodu's wedding. Thank you, said Chu Chu. You're welcome. You helped me look after Yinzhu, so it's only natural for me to help you, Song Shuhang said with a smile. If someone did you a favor, you'd have to repay them. Li Yinzhu was still revolving the supplementary cultivation technique and eliminating the cold in her body with the help of the ice soul pill. Chu Chu rested her chin in her palm and was seemingly in deep thought. Song Shuhang moved his consciousness to his inner world and prepared to ask Senior Turtle about Slow-Witted Song. After refining the ice soul pill, Senior Turtle lay beside the furnace, recovering. Song Shuhang was just preparing to chat with him when his mind suddenly shook. He pulled his consciousness out of the inner world and looked all around. The crystal-clear water pavilion was changing this feeling. Pavilion Master Chu isn't planning to step on her path to immortality, right? Song Shuhang had a bad feeling. No, Pavilion Master Chu isn't such an unreasonable person, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Furthermore, he'd already made it very clear that the outside world was changing and in turmoil as the wielder of the heavens was soon going to be replaced. If she were to step on her path to immortality right now, she would undoubtedly appear on the radar of the current wielder of the will. Doing that would simply not be worth the price. So, it was strange that Pavilion Master Chu suddenly lost her patience. Song Shuhang said, Chu, can you look after Inju? I'm going to go out and take a look at something. Alright, replied Chu. She could also sense that changes were happening to crystal clear water pavilion outside. Song Shuhang brought out the invisible saber insect, used the saber flying technique, and flew away. Chu did not know that Song Shuhang had an invisible saber insect. She only saw Song Shuhang stepping on the air and flying away. He's already this powerful? Chu blinked. Treading on air. Isn't that something that only 5th stage spiritual emperors can do? I thought that Song Shuhang was still at the 4th stage realm. Moreover, the treading on air movement would have one make a walking action. However, when Song Shuhang flew out, he was simply suspended in the air. His posture was different from the normal posture. The upper level of the Time City was not as complicated as the lower level. Song Shuhang flew around the Time City according to what he could recall, and entered the crystal clear water pavilion. Next, he saw the sky of the crystal clear water pavilion twisting and turning. It was as if it was a basin of water that was being stirred up. The whole space was spinning and seemingly beginning to collapse. It looked as if the end of the world was imminent. The area of the collapse was getting larger and larger, and if this were to continue, the entire crystal clear water pavilion would soon be involved. I can't seem to find Pavilion Master Chu. Song Shuhang shouted out, Pavilion Master Chu. Nobody responded to him. Down below, the disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion, whose eyes were without life, were standing still. What in the world happened here? While he was in thought, a figure holding an umbrella quickly flew towards him, descending beside him. Hello, fellow Daoist. I seem to have heard you shouting, Pavilion Master Chu. Are you perhaps also looking for her? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Why are you here? Daoist Umbrella said in surprise. Do you know where Pavilion Master Chu is? Song Shuhang didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and directly went to the point. At the same time, he looked at the disciples down below, and then looked at Daoist Umbrella. Why can this guy still move around normally? Could it be that he isn't a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion formed through Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality? Daoist Umbrella said, I'm also looking for her. A huge change suddenly happened to the crystal clear water pavilion. It's as if it is soon going to be destroyed. I was terrified, but I couldn't find her no matter how hard I tried. Song Shuhang asked, have you checked the celestial pavilion? Daoist Umbrella replied, I've forgotten whether or not I've checked the celestial pavilion, but I seem to have fought with someone. Song Shuhang sighed, this guy really could not be depended on. It was really tiring to talk with him. I'm going to the celestial pavilion to check. I have to find her before the crystal clear water pavilion gets destroyed. You can also search around, just send a signal towards the sky if you find any clues, said Song Shuhang. He then quickly flew towards Pavilion Master Chu's residence. Daoist Umbrella shouted, no problem, I will remember to send the signal. Relying on his memory, Song Shuhang quickly rushed to the celestial pavilion. I hope that the defensive formation at the entrance of the pavilion won't be a problem. I really don't want to be hung upside down in a shameful position. Just as he prepared to step into the celestial pavilion, two figures stepped out of the door. They were the male and female attendants. When Song Shuhang had first got into the crystal clear water pavilion, these two little guys had greeted him. After that, when Song Shuhang had woken up in the crystal clear water pavilion, they'd taken him to Pavilion Master Chu. At this time, the eyes of the two were similarly without spirit, just like the other disciples. Despite their eyes seemingly void of spirit, they still blocked Song Shuhang's path. When compared to other disciples, the two attendants could at least act. Is Pavilion Master Chu inside? Song Shuhang asked. The male attendant shook his head. Then, do you know where Pavilion Master Chu is? Song Shuhang continued to ask. The male and female attendants were both created through Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality, so if they continued to respond, it meant that Pavilion Master Chu could receive his messages. This time, the male and female attendants did not respond. Song Shuhang asked, is Pavilion Master Chu perfecting her path to immortality? This time, the female attendant shook her head. What does that mean? Can't you guys say anything? I'm having trouble guessing what you guys are trying to say by shaking your head. Song Shuhang asked, can you take me to see Pavilion Master Chu? This time, both of them shook their heads together. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, then, can I enter the Celestial Pavilion? I want to go in and check. Both of the attendants shook their heads once again while their lifeless eyes continued to stare at Song Shuhang. They seemed ready to block him. Something is wrong. They aren't the attendants. At this time, Yisi's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang said, Yisi, have you already gotten through your inner demon tribulation? Yisi's voice echoed, not yet, I just responded because I felt your mind shaking. There are problems with the two attendants in front of you, they aren't how I recall them to be. Force them away and directly go to the top floor to check. She can actually speak to me while transcending her inner demon tribulation? Could it be because Yisi is a ghost spirit, so her inner demon tribulation is different? However, it wasn't the time to be thinking about this. Got it. Song Shuhang's figure forcefully rushed towards the Celestial Pavilion and attacked the two attendants. The two attendants had been prepared. When Song Shuhang attacked them, the two of them similarly made their moves to block him. The male attendant shot out shadow palms that filled the sky, making it appear as if there was an endless wave of them. The female attendant extended her hand toward Song Shuhang while holding a short sword, which contained sharp sword intent, between her fingers. Yisi said, it's the crystal clear water pavilion's sea overturning palm and heavy water sword. They're using the cultivation technique of the crystal clear water pavilion. Song Shuhang's arms met their attacks. At this time, his body was under the effect of the steel hands technique, which made it extremely hard. He used the advanced fist technique, demon subduing Buddhist fist technique, with his left hand, while the right one, which appeared to be throwing out a punch, actually held the invisible saber insect and slashed out the strong gale saber. After using the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, pure light of virtue emerged. This light of virtue did not condense into the form of a lamia. Instead, it turned into a wrathful Buddhist attendant whose face was faintly similar to Song Shuhang's. The Buddhist attendant and Song Shuhang were moving the exact same way, and both swung their left fists at the exact same time. In the air, the sound of chanting resounded. The fist technique met the palm technique head-on. The male attendant's sea overturning palm was destroyed with a single strike, and the momentum of the fist surged forward to his body, directly sending him flying and crashing into the Celestial Pavilion. The strong gale saber, used by his right hand, wasn't any less powerful. The female attendant could not resist Song Shuhang's slash at all. The sword in her hand broke into pieces, and her figure was similarly sent flying. Song Shuhang did not want to waste any time. After forcefully getting past the two attendants, he directly rushed into Celestial Pavilion, and went straight to the top floor. Someone else is coming over. Are there still other people in the crystal clear water pavilion? Inside a room in the Celestial Pavilion, a man with white hair all over his body stood up. This person looked just like a white ape. In the corner of the room, something that looked like a slime said, perhaps it's a guest of the crystal clear water pavilion that accidentally entered. A similar situation had happened before. The white-haired man gravely said, no, if there was a guest, then where was this guy hiding before? The entire crystal clear water pavilion has already been turned upside down by our people. We did not overlook anything. The slime gently said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a little guy at the 4th stage realm, he can't possibly affect our plans. I'll go and take care of this little guy." The white-haired man revealed his sharp canine teeth. The slime sighed. "It's just a little guy at the 4th stage realm, is it really necessary to bother with him?" The white-haired man laughed, and said, "Did you not notice? This guy has a very special scent, it's the scent of the righteous body tempering poem. He must have practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. This is just too great. I have to go and test him." It would be a head-on confrontation between the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique and the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, both of which are known to be among the strongest body tempering techniques. The slime sneered, and said, "As someone at the 5th stage realm, would it even be interesting to bully a little guy at the 4th stage?" The white-haired man said, "Of course it's interesting. I can prove that the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique is the strongest." After opening the door of the room, he warmed up his muscles and went to greet Song Shuhang, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, versus Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. This time, the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique was definitely going to defeat the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. Song Shuhang was running up the spiral staircase. However, after making one circle, he face-bombed. "I'm so F***king stupid, I can just fly." He then brought out the invisible saber insect and directly flew towards the top floor. A white-haired man stood at the staircase, and shouted at him, "Come on. Let's fight, young man." Whoosh dash! Song Shuhang quickly brushed past him. The white-haired man, "Bastard, stop right there." The white-haired man yelled, "It's always the same, the bastards from the scholarly faction are always so condescending. I shall teach you a good lesson today, little boy." In the next moment, the projections of 10 ancient holy apes condensed on the top of his head. The 10 ancient holy apes roared towards the sky while exuding an ancient and brutal aura. My Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique can already produce 10 holy ape projections. I am invincible in the 5th stage realm. Fight me, boy. Let me see how strong your scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha really is. The white-haired man turned his body and pounced at Song Shuhang. The 10 holy ape projections that had condensed on the top of his head also made a pouncing movement towards Song Shuhang. This cultivation technique looks quite cool, Song Shuhang, who was flying, thought to himself. However, he didn't bother to waste any time with the white-haired man. There are even outsiders that have appeared in Pavilion Master Chu's Celestial Pavilion. What in the world is happening? Yi Si felt very uneasy. Song Shuhang said, "Are you having any trouble with your inner demon Tribulation?" At the same time, the virtuous Lamia automatically emerged from his body. "Go away," a strong voice came out of the virtuous Lamia's mouth. It was Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice. At the same time, the Lamia held a slipper in her right hand and slammed it towards the white man. Right behind the slipper was a fat whale with long wings that came crashing down on him. Bang dash! The white-haired man was smashed to the ground, and the 10 holy apes' projections broke into pieces. The man's face was now covered in blood. What happened just now? Did I just get beaten up and even had my face smashed into a bloody mess by a little boy at the 4th stage? Impossible. I have already condensed 10 ancient holy apes. I should be among the strongest in the 5th stage realm. How could I have been beaten by someone at the 4th stage? The white-haired man could not believe what had just happened. His eyes widened as he stared in confusion at Song Shuhang. In the next moment, a strange feeling welled up in his heart as he suddenly found out the name of the 4th stage guy that was right in front of him. Profound Sage. Tyrannical Song. The white-haired man's mind suddenly exploded. It wasn't a small cultivator at the 4th stage, but rather Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, an 8th stage monster. But wasn't it too mean to conceal one's strength like that? Where was the honesty between people? After finding out that the other party was a profound sage, the white-haired man did not dare to block him. Anyway, even if he did want to block the other party, he would be powerless to do so. Moreover, after getting hit by the face-slapping slipper, a winged fat whale rolled on top of him, nearly crushing him to death. Song Shuhang did not waste any time with the white-haired man, and continued to fly to the top floor of the celestial pavilion. However, the virtuous Lamia wasn't planning to stop. She controlled the winged fat whale, and after rolling over the white-haired man, it opened its mouth, ready to swallow him down. "No, stop," the white-haired man screamed in horror. The man wanted to cast a secret technique to escape. However, the mouth of the fat whale opened, and a great suction force covered his body, causing him to be swallowed into the fat whale's belly. Scarlet Heaven Sword, was Fairy at #%X addicted to swallowing things? Could it be that a sword-swallowing performance was no longer enough for her, which led her to swallow people? The fat whale swallowed the white-haired man and returned to Fairy at #%X. The virtuous Lamia sped up and returned to Song Shuhang's side. Soon after, Song Shuhang reached the top floor of the celestial pavilion. Yi Si's voice echoed. "This is the place where Pavilion Master Chu usually rests, but I can't seem to sense her aura right now." Song Shuhang said, "I'll go inside and have a look." The virtuous Lamia took the initiative to reach forward and push open the door. She was light of virtue, and as long as Song Shuhang did not die, even if she was blown into pieces, she could just return to her previous state. Bam! When the virtuous Lamia pushed open the door, a slimy black thing came flying at her. The black slime stretched itself into a net in an attempt to capture the Lamia. The virtuous Lamia clasped her hands together, and softly said, "Virtuous Giant Sun." The dazzling light of virtue transformed into a small golden sun and rolled over the black slime. The black slime screamed in pain. It just so happened that its power was restrained by the light of virtue, and after being exposed to the virtuous giant sun, it was as if it were snow under a hot sun. It melted directly. Song Shuhang looked around the room. There was nobody else inside Pavilion Master Chu's room. Song Shuhang said, "I wonder where these guys came from. By the way, don't kill the black slime, let's keep it to get information." However, just as he said that, with a puff, the black slime completely melted, leaving a puddle of ink on the floor from which no life force could be sensed. Had it died? But hadn't it been a bit too easy to kill? The virtuous Lamia took back her virtuous giant sun. She then tilted her head and looked at Song Shuhang. It was as if she was telling him that she could not be blamed for what had just happened. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Forget it. If it died, then it died. Is that white-haired guy from before still alive? As long as that man is still alive, we might be able to get some useful information out of him." The virtuous Lamia looked at the fat whale under her feet. The white-haired man was in the whale's belly. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "That guy should be still alive, but I don't know how long he'll be able to stay alive in there." Song Shuhang said, "Spit him out first. We have to get something out of him before he dies." The virtuous Lamia showed a pained expression. The fat whale opened its mouth and spat out the man. The white-haired man slightly opened his eyes. After that, he immediately saw that his companion had turned into a pool of ink, and his heart suddenly froze. He then looked around him. The virtuous Lamia and the winged fat whale were staring at him from both sides, while profound sage Tyrannical Song was standing directly in front of him. His heart chilled. Then, Song Shuhang solemnly asked, "Who are you? And why did you appear in the crystal clear water pavilion? Are the changes happening to the crystal clear water pavilion related to you guys?" He. The white-haired man let out a self-mocking laugh. "It seems that you don't know anything, profound sage Tyrannical Song. Don't bother asking me, I won't talk." Song Shuhang asked, even if I were to beat you to death. The white-haired man decisively said, even if you were to beat me to death. Song Shuhang replied, good. The white-haired man, what do you mean by good? Song Shuhang said, make his wish come true. The virtuous Lamia brought out her terrifying slipper and slapped the man. At the next moment, the man's screams rang throughout the room. The virtuous Lamia's control over her strength was very good this time. The strength of that slap would only make the man feel extreme pain, but it would not put him anywhere near death. The man rolled around on the ground. However, he remained tight-lipped and ended up getting beaten for a long time. Apart from repeatedly screaming, he let nothing else slip out of his mouth. The white-haired man grit his teeth, and said, even if I die, I will not talk. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. Why does it feel like I'm the villain, while this white-haired man is some protagonist who's ready to become a martyr? At this moment, Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, Shuhang, behind you. Song Shuhang quickly turned his head and saw the black slime smash through the window and fly away. It was the slime from before. That guy had unexpectedly not died yet. Where do you think you're going? Song Shuhang brought out the invisible saber insect and slashed at the black slime. The invisible saber insect sliced the black slime and blasted it apart. However, the black slime split into hundreds of small black versions of itself and fled in all directions. Still not dead. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, don't you feel that this guy's state is quite similar to your current state? Even if its body is cut into thousands of pieces, it won't die. Song Shuhang, The white-haired man, who had been screaming for a long time, passed out. The virtuous Lamia stopped slapping him. Song Shuhang asked, it's not easy to extract information with torture. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you have any means to read his memory? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, I'm a divine sword, why would I learn mind-reading techniques? Moreover, the memories of guys like this one are usually sealed. It isn't easy to browse through these kinds of people's memories. Song Shuhang sank his consciousness into his inner world. Then, he asked, Senior Turtle, do you happen to have a strong technique for reading memories? The sea turtle responded, I only know 100 training techniques, do you want to learn them? Song Shuhang, it would be nice if I could just search on the internet. Shuhang let out a soft sigh. Hey Song Shuhang, are you there? Then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This time, it was not Yi Si's voice. It was Senior White 2's. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White? Senior White 2 said, oh, I've finally locked onto your position. What troublesome place have you run into this time? It took me quite a while to find you. Song Shuhang said, how do I say this, I'm in a special secret realm. Why were you looking for me? Senior White 2 asked, I heard that you got a clue about the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Have you already started collecting those treasures that can be assembled? Heavens, Senior White 2 is really well informed. Song Shuhang replied, not yet. I've only found the first clue. Now, I have to crack the code and translate it to get the complete cultivation technique. Senior White 2 said, not bad, you got this. Once you get the complete version, let me have a look. I'll be sure to reward you greatly. That's all I wanted to say, let's talk again at some later time. Senior White 2 was very interested in that treasure and desired to collect it. Senior White, wait. Song Shuhang quickly said. Do you have a technique to forcefully read someone's memories? Senior White 2 said, oh, you finally noticed that some of your memories have been sealed? It isn't that difficult to deal with your sealed memories, it's worth 5 jokes. Alright, you can start whenever you're ready. Song Shuhang explained, in fact, what I wanted was to read a white-haired man's memories. I need to get some information out of him. Senior White 2 continued, fishing for information? Something like that can be done with simple hypnosis. I can do it for you for 2 jokes. You can start whenever you're ready. Song Shuhang asked, can I owe you first? Senior White Chu replied, it's a small business, I don't accept credit. Song Shuhang continued, how about I used some food instead? I have some golden bayberries and their taste is rather good. Senior White Chu asked, the ones condensed from Light of Virtue? Senior White, you saw the scene of the other Senior White's tribulation? Song Shuhang asked in return. Wasn't Senior White Chu a member of the Netherworld realm? How could he see the main world's divinity show? Senior White Chu said, if it's that kind of golden bayberry, 100 of them would be worth 2 jokes. Song Shuhang, those were going to be the 2 most expensive jokes ever. However, the transaction was successful. Song Shuhang straightforwardly said, fine. I have a lot of them here, and it's not a problem to give them to you. The other Senior White had too many of these bayberries anyway. As long as he was in a good mood, he'd casually give everyone a box or 2. Senior White Chu said, the transaction is complete. Now, stand still and don't move. I'm going to cast the hypnosis technique. He did not directly show himself. Instead, he used Song Shuhang's coordinates and made one of his fingers cross through an unbelievably long distance and descend on the white-haired man. After that, the man opened his eyes, seemingly in a daze. Without Song Shuhang even having to ask anything, the man began to confess everything he knew. He came from the beast realm, one of the realms in the vast universe, and was a powerful beast cultivator. His main cultivation technique was the famous, Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, of the beast realm, which allowed one to condense the projections of the ancient holy apes on the top of one's head. Each holy ape projection represented a portion of the giant ape's divine power. Then, he provided a detailed description of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Not only did the white-haired man give a detailed introduction of the first 6 layers of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, but he even added in some of his own experience from when he practiced the cultivation technique. Was this some big buy one get one free offer? Song Shuhang had only wanted to extract a small bit of information out of this man. However, what ended up happening was that the white-haired man in front of him imparted one of the best body tempering techniques of the beast realm to him. The only thing that left Song Shuhang rather annoyed was that the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique that he was getting was an incomplete version, as the guy only knew the first 6 layers of the cultivation technique. Moreover, this cultivation technique belonged to the beast realm, so even if he wanted the complete version, the chances that he would actually be able to obtain it were slim. The ancient holy apes that are condensed by this technique look quite cool. Additionally, judging from these 6th layers, it doesn't seem weaker than the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. The first 6 layers can be used until one reaches the 6th stage true monarch realm. Whether I keep it for personal use or impart it to my disciples in the future, it would come in handy, Song Shuhang thought to himself. I got this technique for free, so I should definitely try it out. Senior White Chu asked, do you also find this technique slightly cool? It seems that your eyes are quite good sometimes. Song Shuhang said, Senior White also feels that this skill isn't bad. If Senior White Chu thinks that it ain't bad, then that means that it's a really good technique. Senior White Chu responded, I've also practiced this cultivation technique quite some time ago. At that time, I was able to cultivate it until I condensed hundreds of holy ape projections. Right, remember when I went to play with you in the forbidden area, previously? I caught a gorilla. That gorilla also practiced this cultivation technique. In addition, a few days ago, I recultivated the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, and I condensed 1 2 3 4 5 ancient holy ape projections in one breath, which is quite cool. In actuality, what had happened was that after he gave his new pet 143 holy ape projections to make him reach 250, he himself was left with 444, 1, holy ape projections. This number was simply too ominous for him to leave it be, so he quietly recultivated the technique, and ended up increasing the number of his holy ape projections to 1 2 3 4 5. Song Shuhang, Senior White 2 said, "Let me show you my army of holy ape projections, the aura they let out is quite majestic." After saying that, he projected his current state to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang watched as Senior White 2 stood on the top of a mountain, while behind his head were more than 1,200 holy apes projections, arranged neatly like a legion that filled the sky. Each holy ape projection wore a serious face as if they were on the onset of a battle. Without comparison, he wouldn't have noticed anything. Unfortunately, he'd already seen this technique, and the number of holy ape projections that the white-haired mad had was simply too low. This was the kingly holy ape army. Senior White 2 said, "Oh wait, there are 12,346 now. When did one more appear? It looks better now that you have one more, it's now an even number. A square formation would now look more orderly," Song Shuhang comforted. "The problem is that I only want 1 2 3 4 5. If an additional one appears, the number won't be as cool," Senior White 2 said. "Right, are you going to practice this, Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique?" Song Shuhang said, "I'm considering it." Senior White 2 said, "Great, then when you reach the beginner level of this cultivation technique, I will send you a holy ape projection." Song Shuhang was shocked. Something like that can also be sent? That thing was not formed by true chi and could not be imparted. If so, how could it be sent to others? It was the same as giving a bit of one's power to someone else, but how did it work exactly? Senior White 2 said, "Relax, I already have experience in this." "So, do you want it?" Listening to Senior White's tone, it seemed like he'd already given away holy ape projections before. Song Shuhang said, "Of course I want it. Who wouldn't want free giveaways from Senior White 2? Then, he enviously looked at the holy ape army behind Senior White 2. It really does look quite cool. Afterward, his gaze moved down towards Senior White 2, who was standing on the top of a mountain in the projected scene. Is the screen a wide screen? Why does it feel like Senior White 2 is getting fatter? Am I seeing things? Do you want to die?" Senior White 2's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang, he had forgotten that they were still in a mental conversation. This form of communication was generally quite good. After all, it even allowed the things in one's mind to be directly sent to another. However, for a person like him who would say whatever came to mind, mental conversation was unfriendly in a number of ways. By the end of the exchange between the two, the white-haired man had also just ended his long preface and reached the critical part. The white-haired man explained, "Later, I joined the Beast Realm's Resurgence Society. The main mission given out by the Beast Realm this time was to head to the main world and retrieve the original Heavenly City. Song Shuhang asked, "The original Heavenly City? Was this original Heavenly City referring to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion? But wasn't the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion built by Pavilion Master Chu using her illusory reality? In other words, the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion should be an effect of Pavilion Master Chu's magical technique, and not something real. If Pavilion Master Chu had understood her thoughts and was no longer bound to the past, and the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, she should be able to retract the illusory reality with just a thought, thereby causing the entire Crystal Clear Water Pavilion to disappear in an instant. If so, what are they trying to retrieve? Or, is what they're trying to retrieve not the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, but something inside the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion? Perhaps something like the Time City, which is within the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion? As his thoughts reached this point, Song Shuhang asked, "Is the original Heavenly City that you want to retrieve the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion or something else?" "The entire Crystal Clear Water Pavilion is what we want to retrieve. It is the prototype that was made before the establishment of the Heavenly City, it is the original Heavenly City, the white-haired man honestly explained under the effects of hypnosis. The original heavenly city refers to the prototype of the heavenly city? Could it be that the core of the ancient heavenly city was also made by an illusory reality? Song Shuhang thought. At the same time, he connected the several clues in his mind. Slow-Witted Song had sent Pavilion Master Chu a letter to let her know that if she wanted to step onto the path to immortality, she'd have to take it slowly. He had also pointed out that when this step was taken, there'd no longer be a chance to go back. Before, Song Shuhang had speculated that the meaning in Slow-Witted Song's letter was that, in the modern era, there'd be a crisis for all those who embarked on the path to immortality. However, it now seemed that he was specifically pointing out that there was a problem with Pavilion Master Chu's path to immortality. If the crystal clear water pavilion was really the original heavenly city, wouldn't Pavilion Master Chu's path be the path of the heavenly emperor? Slow-Witted Song had once lived in the ancient heavenly city, so he should have an understanding of the heavenly city. Perhaps because of this, he had written the letter to remind Pavilion Master Chu? Song Shuhang solemnly asked, "How many of you entered the crystal clear water pavilion? Also, how are you planning to take the crystal clear water pavilion?" The crystal clear water pavilion was Pavilion Master Chu's home. If someone wanted to take the crystal clear water pavilion from her, there would have to be someone that could suppress her. As such, among the people who invaded the crystal clear water pavilion this time, there should at least be one or even a few that were 9th stage Tribulation Transcenders. The white-haired man replied, "I don't know. I just have to act according to the plan. My companions and I will bury the runes in each of the designated coordinates of the crystal clear water pavilion. When the time comes, a powerful expert would appear and move away the entire crystal clear water pavilion." He was an expert at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, and he could even become an elder in big sections. However, in the original heavenly city retrieval plan, the weakest ones were those at the 5th stage. Therefore, he only knew a small part of the plan. Song Shuhang gravely asked, "Where's Pavilion Master Chu?" The white-haired man replied, "I don't know, she must have gone to deal with the bigger guys." "How did you sneak into the crystal clear water pavilion?" This was Song Shuhang's last question. The man explained, "Each of us has a special rune on our body, and coupled with the fact that Pavilion Master Chu is busy, we entered the crystal clear water pavilion unimpeded." Song Shuhang said, "Give me your rune." "Right, where were you planning to bury the runes?" Since they were going to bury the runes all over the crystal clear water pavilion to move the place, he would first have to remove the runes and destroy their layout. The white-haired man honestly surrendered his rune. Song Shuhang frowned as he took the rune. He took out a token from his clothes, the crystal clear water pavilion token. With this token, he could move unimpeded in the crystal clear water pavilion. Other than that, he could also remotely contact Yi Si or Pavilion Master Chu with it. But currently, he was not able to use the token to contact Pavilion Master Chu. It appeared that the signal was blocked on her end. The rune handed over by the white-haired man was very similar to the crystal clear water pavilion token. If Pavilion Master Chu was still within the crystal clear water pavilion, these guys would not be able to enter the place even if they did have the runes. However, now that Pavilion Master Chu was busy, people like the white-haired man were able to successfully intrude into the pavilion with these runes, which were similar to the crystal clear water pavilion token. Song Shuhang clenched his token and said, "This plan of theirs was definitely not formed in a day or two." After that, he looked at the white-haired man again. "Where are the runes that you have buried within the crystal clear water pavilion?" The man shook his head in reply, and said, "Once a rune is buried, it becomes one with the crystal clear water pavilion and disappears." Song Shuhang sighed. This meant that he had to destroy the runes before they were buried. Before the big villain in the movie destroyed the world, they would always leave a few pillars, seals, and whatnot. The plot would then leave the protagonist to have to destroy them, but not without the protagonist having to work extremely hard to do so. Song Shuhang said, "Right now, I have to find a way to contact Pavilion Master Chu." Senior White 2 asked, "Do you not need to ask for any more information?" Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "I've already asked everything I wanted to ask." Senior White 2 said, "Alrighty then, I'll be going, see you later." Song Shuhang said, "Wait, Senior White, can you do me one more favor? Can you help me lock onto Pavilion Master Chu's position?" Senior White 2 replied, "Sorry, the Senior White you are trying to contact has gone to lose weight. Please call again in a few days." Song Shuhang, seriously? It was just a thought that had emerged in my mind. Moreover, I did not even directly say that you're fat. What I was wondering about was whether the screen being used for the projection was a widescreen. Senior White 2 went offline. Well, now I'll have to look for Pavilion Master Chu by myself. Song Shuhang said to the virtuous Lamia, "Let's go check that small lake from before." The virtuous Lamia controlled the winged fat whale and swallowed the white-haired man once again. She seemed to like the white-haired man. At this moment, the hypnosis affecting the white-haired man was dispersed. And so, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was about to be swallowed by the fat whale again. Was it a nightmare? The white-haired man screamed, "Aya!" 1 can be read as die, die, die. Ye see, do you have other ways to contact Pavilion Master Chu? Song Shuhang asked in his mind. Ye see did not respond. She was still in the middle of transcending her inner demon tribulation, so it was impossible for her attention to remain divided all the time. Is the entire crystal-clear water pavilion really going to be turned upside down? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He raised his head and gazed out the window, wanting to see if any signals had been launched outside. Who knew, perhaps Daoist Umbrella had found a clue. However, he didn't really expect much from him. Although it would indeed be best if a signal appeared, he would not be disappointed if none did. The crystal-clear water pavilion was still in the same state it was ever since he arrived. The eyes of the disciples were all dim, and they were all motionless. One of the things that did change, however, was that the vortex in the sky of the crystal-clear water pavilion had grown larger. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and said, "Time to move. We should have a look at the center of that vortex, maybe Pavilion Master Chu is there." He took out the invisible saber insect and flew out of the window. The whale-riding virtuous Lamia followed right behind him. At the exact instant when Song Shuhang stepped out of the window, he suddenly felt the world around him start spinning. This feeling, was that a spatial fluctuation? Was the window of Pavilion Master Chu's celestial pavilion a spatial gate? However, when the slime had escaped from the window a while back, no abnormalities had occurred. Song Shuhang looked at the sky of the crystal-clear water pavilion. The vortex was no longer anywhere to be seen. What he now saw was a gray sky that seemed to be filled with an especially thick haze. Within that gray sky, there were 5 natural satellites of different sizes. Song Shuhang, just how many moons did this place actually have? If a monster cultivator practiced here, they would probably feel extremely happy. After all, moonlight seemed to have a strange property that allowed it to be absorbed by monster cultivators and enhance their strength. At the same time, as soon as Song Shuhang connected what had just happened with the confession of the white-haired man, he was able to come up with a plausible conclusion. The entire crystal-clear water pavilion might already be in the process of being taken away. The destination should be the Beast Realm, one among the multitudes of realms in the universe. Song Shuhang did not have that clear of a concept of the universe. As such, he did not really know if the Beast Realm was a planet in the universe or a realm in a different space. However, he was certain of one thing: it was definitely far away from Earth. With the speed of his 4th stage saber flying, it was likely that he would not be able to return to Earth even if he spent his entire lifetime flying. How troublesome. I wonder what happened to Pavilion Master Chu. With her strength at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm, even if she might not be able to beat the other party, can't she at least run away? However, considering her personality, she might choose to die in the crystal clear water pavilion. She has already lost the crystal clear water pavilion once, so it is possible that she is not willing to lose it a second time. What should I do now? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. After a moment. I guess I'll go back to the Time City first, he thought to himself. Now that the entire crystal clear water pavilion was already being moved, he planned on returning to the Time City first to pick up Chu Chu and Lin Zhu, and then transfer them to his own inner world so that their safety could be ensured. Song Shuhang rode his saber and flew to the Time City at the fastest speed he could. At this time, his fear of heights and fear of speed were temporarily non-existent. Along the way, other than the disciples who were still in a daze, Song Shuhang did not see anyone else, not even the white-haired man's companions. Soon, he was already back at the entrance of the Time City. However, the original entrance had already become a bottomless pit. By the side, Daoist Umbrella appeared confused. Song Shuhang landed beside him, and quickly asked, "What happened to the Time City?" "Hello, you are?" Daoist Umbrella asked as he looked at Song Shuhang. It seemed that he had forgotten about Song Shuhang once again. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "We can't afford to waste any more time. Before you forget, tell me what happened to the Time City." Daoist Umbrella replied, "I don't know. I remember going to the Time City to look for Pavilion Master Chu, but right when I got there, space shifted, and the Time City disappeared just like that." After that, he looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Oh, you are profound sage Tyrannical Song. I feel very honored to meet you. By the way, do you know where Pavilion Master Chu is?" Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "I'm also looking for her." Daoist Umbrella nodded, and said, "If that's the case, let's look for her together." Song Shuhang looked at the spot where the Time City had been. It seemed that due to its special properties, the Time City had not been transferred by the white-haired man and his companions. It was left behind in the universe of the main world. If the Tribulation Transcender experts who transferred the crystal clear water pavilion did not find the Time City, then Chu Chu and Lin Zhu should be safe. Hopefully both of them are safe, Song Shuhang thought. The next move was to return to the starting point and continue looking for Pavilion Master Chu. He would not be able to intervene in the battle between 9th stage Tribulation Transcenders. However, if he put the flat Imperial hat on the virtuous Lamia, he might be able to help Pavilion Master Chu. By the side, Daoist Umbrella said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, someone's here, and they don't seem to have come with kind intentions." "Where?" Song Shuhang looked around, but did not find any abnormalities nor sensed any aura. Daoist Umbrella confidently said, "At our 6 o'clock. There are only a few 6th stage true monarchs, a 7th stage venerable, and around a dozen 5th stage spiritual emperors. They aren't Senior Tyrannical Song's match. Destroy them." Song Shuhang, around a dozen at the 5th stage plus a few at the 6th stage plus one at the 7th stage. This lineup was enough to destroy him several times. Even if he borrowed Scarlet Heaven Sword for the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, he would still only be able to use it a limited number of times. After that, if the enemy had not died yet, he would be the one to die instead. Meanwhile, the flat Imperial hat plus the virtuous Lamia was a life-saving card that could not be used casually. Song Shuhang said, "How about you go?" "Me? I won't be able to handle them. Although I've forgotten what my realm is, I'm certain that I would not be able to fight against so many enemies," Daoist Umbrella replied. "Senior Tyrannical Song, you should be the one to make a move." Song Shuhang said, "Withdraw." After saying that, he quickly brought out Broken Tyrant and sped away into the distance. Daoist Umbrella raised his umbrella, which spun quickly just like a helicopter's rotor blades and made him fly away. "Senior Tyrannical Song, why are we running away? He did not seem to be anxious at all. Song Shuhang replied, if I told you that I can't beat them, would you believe me? How could that be possible? Senior Tyrannical Song, you're at the 8th stage realm, so you should be able to easily deal with them, Daoist Umbrella replied. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, see, if I told you the truth, you would not believe it. To make you believe, I would have to construct the perfect lie. More importantly, after I finally come up with the perfect lie and leave you with a satisfactory answer, it won't take long before you forget again. How tiring is that? Daoist Umbrella responded, although I don't really understand what you're saying, I feel that Senior Tyrannical Song is making a good point. Song Shuhang and Daoist Umbrella flew all the way forward. Soon, they reached the edge of the crystal-clear water pavilion. They were now above a field of medicinal plants. Originally, there had been several layers of complex defensive formations set up around here, but now that the entire crystal-clear water pavilion was being transferred, all of the defensive formations had disappeared. Song Shuhang directly flew out of the boundary of the crystal-clear water pavilion. However, Daoist Umbrella suddenly stopped. Daoist Umbrella raised his head, revealed a puzzled expression, and said, Senior Tyrannical Song, I can't leave the crystal-clear water pavilion. Song Shuhang slightly paused, and then turned his head to look at him. Daoist Umbrella was also part of Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. Therefore, he would not be able to leave the crystal-clear water pavilion. Previously, since all of the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion could not move while Daoist Umbrella could, Song Shuhang had thought that he might not be a part of the illusory reality. Perhaps he was just a relatively special individual in the crystal-clear water pavilion whose memory was poor and would constantly forget everything that had just happened. Was there any special significance to his existence? Daoist Umbrella said to Song Shuhang, not good, those people have chased us over. Senior Tyrannical Song, you should go first, I'll look for a place to hide. After saying that, before Song Shuhang could say anything, he had already flown away in another direction. One could only see him skillfully shuttle through the crystal-clear water pavilion and disappear after a few ups and downs. At the same time, several figures in the distance flew towards Song Shuhang. The one in the lead exuded an aura at the 7th stage venerable realm. He had a single horn, while arcs of electricity bolted around his body. Beside him, there was a small slime rolling over. It was the same black slime that had been in the celestial pavilion. After it had escaped, it immediately relayed the news of a profound sage tyrannical song to the one-horned venerable. The one-horned venerable immediately took some people to chase along the aura left behind by Song Shuhang. Seeing Song Shuhang from afar, the one-horned venerable's eyes lit up. It really is profound sage tyrannical song. Great. It's quite a pleasant surprise to find this profound sage tyrannical song here. As long as he could stall profound sage tyrannical song for a while and make it so that the other party would not be able to escape, his ancestor could make a move after taking care of the crystal-clear water pavilion. At that time, his ancestor would be able to help him take down this newly ascended 8th stage profound sage for him to practice techniques, draw blood from, and even become his stock of resources. He had an intuition that this newly ascended profound sage was the opportunity that he needed to rush into the 8th stage. Song Shuhang said, they've caught up. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, with the strength that you have, isn't it normal for a 7th stage venerable to be able to catch up to you? There's no use thinking too much, you won't be able to escape with the flying speed of your saber. It's my turn to appear. The other side's 9th stage Tribulation Transcender has yet to appear, there isn't a need to be afraid. If things really go south, we can still hide in your inner world. Scarlet Heaven Sword was very excited, because if Song Shuhang used it, it would be able to come out of the belly of the virtuous Lamia for some time. I'm just a 4th stage cultivator, can't I be matched with some normal opponents? Song Shuhang sighed. Afterward, he stepped on the invisible saber insect and turned to face the 7th stage Venerable and the rest of the 6th stage True Monarchs and 5th stage Spiritual Emperors. If it weren't for his strong mind, his legs would have gone soft like any other ordinary 4th stage cultivators would have. The Sage Seal appeared and slowly floated behind him, coating him with layers of dignity. When it was necessary, Song Shuhang could also invoke the power of the Sage Seal. The one-horned Venerable did not dare to underestimate Song Shuhang. He waved his hand and got the subordinates that he had brought to form a large formation. His purpose was only to stall Song Shuhang. As long as he was able to stall him, it would already be a victory for him. Song Shuhang extended his hand and reached towards the virtuous Lamia. As he reached towards the virtuous Lamia, Song Shuhang was already preparing himself to hear the hot-blooded background music as he pulled out Scarlet Heaven Sword. However, this time, there was surprisingly no background music that came playing out. Scarlet Heaven Sword's bold voice resounded. "Hurry and use me, Song Shuhang." The virtuous Lamia slightly opened her mouth and spat out Scarlet Heaven Sword. After that, she picked up the sword and handed it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang asked, "Has the virtuous Lamia changed? I wonder if I'm just seeing things." The current virtuous Lamia has become a lot more reserved. She did not play any background music, nor did she ask me to draw the sword from within her. All of these changes only began to set in after Yi Si's body had been possessed by Cheng Lin. It's better for her to be reserved. At least she won't just suddenly yell, "Ah," then fall to the ground and play dead. Now, she won't suddenly place others in really embarrassing situations. After receiving Scarlet Heaven Sword, Song Shuhang's momentum rose. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, how many times can we use the Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber technique today?" Scarlet Heaven Sword excitedly said, "Your current body is in a liquefied state, so I can't determine how many times you can withstand the pressure of the Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber technique. Try it out first so that we can gather some data." Song Shuhang asked, 8th stage or 9th stage level? Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "Let's try peak of the 8th stage first. The pressure of the 9th stage is too great. If your current body is unable to bear it, you will be in big trouble." "Alright." Song Shuhang turned his wrist and condensed saber intent. He lightly flicked Scarlet Heaven Sword, and then got flames and saber chi to wrap around the entire body of the sword. On the other side, the one-horned Venerable was delighted when he saw Song Shuhang stop and prepare to fight. If Profound Sage Tyrannical Song chose to not say anything and simply turned around and ran, their group might not be able to catch up with the other party. However, since Profound Sage Tyrannical Song stopped, there was a better chance of them stalling the other party. The longer they stalled him, the better. Now, they only had to wait for their ancestor to come over and take action. At that time, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would surely be captured. The one-horned Venerable gravely said, "Be careful, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is about to attack. This sword technique of his is terrifyingly powerful, and his saber intent is very scary. Do your best not to get hurt by the saber chi flames." But as soon as he finished saying that, he felt that something was off. Sword technique? Saber intent? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is holding a sword, but he's also using saber intent. Is he using a sword for a saber move? While he was speaking, Song Shuhang had already raised his sword. Heaven-Burning Flaming Saber Technique, / Boom dash, the blazing flames burst out from Scarlet Heaven Sword. These flames carried with them the intent of burning the sky and boiling the seas. They were powerful enough to burn everything. The flame spread and wrapped around Song Shuhang's body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. With Song Shuhang as the center, the ground cracked, the water vapor evaporated, and the vegetation wilted. It was as if the end was coming. However, this was just the beginning. As Song Shuhang slowly raised his sword, the flames burned even more fiercely, and the temperature in the surrounding space rose sharply. He needed some time to gather the power. After all, he was merely borrowing the heaven-burning flaming saber technique from Scarlet Heaven Sword, so it was impossible for it to slash out as his normal saber moves would. On the opposing side, the lips of the one-horned venerable and the beast cultivators behind him became chapped, while their bodies felt as if they were being robbed of all water. Even the spiritual energy in their bodies felt like catching fire. The realm of this saber intent and these flames did not seem like something at the level of an 8th stage profound sage. Instead, it seemed like something at the level of a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender. The one-horned venerable and the group of 5th and 6th stage realm beast cultivators behind him prepared themselves. A 6th stage true monarch beast cultivator with a wolf tail gravely said, "Facing such a powerful saber technique, our large formation will not be able to hold. Venerable, we won't be able to block this move." The one-horned venerable responded, "The first sage in 1,000 years really is quite extraordinary. You guys retreat first." The large formation that they had prepared would be of no use. That formation could only resist the attack of an ordinary 8th stage profound sage. It would prove to be of no use in the face of the flaming saber of the first sage in 1,000 years. However, just as the one-horned venerable issued the retreat order, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique already arrived before them. The long time needed for the build-up of the big move did not mean that the speed of the strike would be slow. The sword rose and descended. The heaven-burning flaming saber technique saber flames turned into a sea of flames that blanketed the one-horned venerable and the beast cultivators behind him. At this moment, the one-horned venerable and the beast cultivators could see nothing but flames. The bodies of 2 5th stage beast cultivators came into contact with the flames, and they screamed as they burned into ashes in mere moments. Even their souls were burned into nothing. However, those two men were only the beginning. As the sea of fire gathered, another 4 5th stage beast cultivators had set foot on the burning path of no return. The one-horned venerable yelled, "Everyone stay close to me." In the blink of an eye, they had lost 6 5th stage spiritual emperors. Such a loss would pain the heart of any sect. The remaining 5th and 6th stage realm beast cultivators gathered around the one-horned venerable. After that, the venerable forcefully crushed a ring he had on him. The fragments of the ring floated in the air and transformed into dark runes that then floated around them. These runes met the overwhelming flame that came bearing down on them. As soon as the flame and the rune made contact, they both disappeared. It was not that the flames were extinguished, but rather they were moved to another space. This was a life-saving treasure refined by the ancestor of the one-horned venerable for him. It was extremely precious, and belonged to the type of consumable items. The one-horned venerable felt as if his heart were being stabbed when he used it. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry to go head-on against him. As long as I'd secretly locked onto profound sage tyrannical song and waited for the ancestor to come out, the ancestor would have surely been able to catch him, the one-horned venerable thought with regret. The losses they had just borne were too heavy, so they had to at least gain something from this. The one-horned venerable's eyes focused. Besides the formation for delaying profound sage tyrannical song, he had also arranged some follow-up measures. Now, the preparations he had made in the dark had finally fallen into position. The one-horned venerable secretly made a gesture with his right hand. Attack! Back at Song Shuhang's side, Song Shuhang's body showed signs of softening. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Tisk, as I guessed, in your current state, you can't handle the flames and the high temperature. I estimate that after 2 more uses of the 8th stage level, heaven-burning flaming saber technique, your body will no longer be able to bear another one." Song Shuhang replied, "Well, there are always disadvantages that come with advantages. It's always been difficult to find something perfect in the world. Anyway, how come our heaven-burning flaming saber technique just disappeared?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "The other party should have used a life-saving treasure that a Tribulation Transcender had refined for him. I sensed some spatial fluctuations, and after that, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique had immediately been transferred. The Tribulation Transcender who refined this life-saving treasure should specialize in the spatial system. Then let's send out another strike to see if he has any more life-saving treasures. Song Shuhang turned his wrist once again. A blazing flame once again burst out from Scarlet Heaven's sword. If the other party was filled with Tribulation Transcender life-saving treasures, he would know it. At this moment, in the distance, dozens of sharp objects came flying out from the air and shot toward Song Shuhang's head. Scarlet Heaven's sword reminded, "Be careful." The virtuous Lamia leapt forward and rose up from the whale. She brought out a blood bone and unceasingly swung it at the sharp things. Scarlet Heaven's sword again said, "There's more coming, pay attention." Another wave of over 10 sharp objects shot toward Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia hurried back. However, she was one step behind. The second batch of sharp objects was much faster than the first one. She was not able to reach Song Shuhang in time, and so the sharp objects reached Song Shuhang first. The pure explosive speed of these things had already reached the 6th stage level. Song Shuhang was only a 4th stage cultivator. Even if Scarlet Heaven's sword reminded him, he wouldn't be able to avoid them purely with his reaction speed. At the critical moment, Song Shuhang transferred himself over into his inner world. Song Shuhang said, "I'm a man who carries a small world with him. How could your random attacks hit me?" Scarlet Heaven's sword remarked, "Look at what's sticking out of your stomach first." When Song Shuhang looked down, he found that a sharp metal bar had pierced his stomach. It was inserted in his stomach, sneering at him. However, as Song Shuhang's body was currently in a liquefied state, this metal bar that had pierced him did not hurt him, nor did it even itch. Song Shuhang wondered, "When did I get pierced?" Scarlet Heaven's sword answered, "Right before you transferred over, the metal bar suddenly accelerated and pierced your abdomen. It should be the effect of a refined spear-throwing technique. Your reaction speed was too slow." Song Shuhang said, "Heavens." He was lucky that his body was currently in a liquefied state, otherwise, it could have been a tragedy. He really had to go back and give Senior Phoenix Slayer a big gift. Even with the inner world as my fallback, I must still remain absolutely vigilant, Song Shuhang thought to himself. It wasn't every day that he could be so lucky like today, it just so happened that his body was liquefied at this time. Outside the inner world. When Song Shuhang entered the inner world, a burning figure was left where he originally was. It was an illusion left behind by the flames that had formed when Song Shuhang was preparing to use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique for the second time. These flames were not going to disperse for a little while. From the one-horned venerable and the other's perspective, the 11 sharp objects of the second wave all hit and turned Profound Sage Tyrannical Song into a hedgehog. The one-horned venerable's face showed great surprise. All of them hit. He thought that the preparations he had arranged would only score 1 or 2 hits on the other party at most, but he did not expect for all 11 to hit. Even more incredible was that the defense of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was so fragile and was easily penetrated. If it weren't for the previous flaming saber that had almost caused all of them to die, he would have wondered if Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was a fake. It seems that this Profound Sage Tyrannical Song knows nothing about our beast realm specialty, the one-horned venerable thought. Those sharp objects were special products of the beast realm, called Myriad Beasts Martial Steel. It was the hardest metal known in the beast realm. It was so hard and firm that existences below the 9th stage would not be able to refine it. Moreover, cultivators at and above the 9th stage would rarely use it, because it was not conductive to any kind of energy, whether it be true chi, spiritual power, or profound energy, it would not have any effect. Therefore, most 9th stage beast cultivators only used it to make small parts of magical treasures. Even so, there were many beast cultivators who took a liking to it. Although it couldn't be refined, most of this kind of beast steel existed in the shape of spikes when it was mined. As such, when the spikes were shot out with brute force, the incomparably tough myriad beasts martial steel still had a terrifyingly lethal force. In addition, as the myriad beasts martial steel repelled all forms of true chi, spiritual power, and profound energy, it was inherently equipped with certain defense-breaking properties. As long as it was thrown out with a strong force, it could work as a defense-breaking magical technique. For beast cultivators who had a lot of brute force, this thing was simply perfect. Nevertheless, the one-horned venerable did not expect them to actually be able to seriously hurt profound sage tyrannical song. That first wave of attacks that used the myriad beast's martial steel was only meant to test the strength of his defense. He had thought that even if only one or two hit the other party and weakened their defense, it would have already been a great success. He had not thought that the probing wave would actually turn profound sage tyrannical song into a hedgehog. At this time, the wolf-tailed sixth-stage beast cultivator shouted, "No, Venerable, it's an afterimage. Profound sage tyrannical song's real body isn't there." The one-horned venerable was shocked. He took a closer look and found that it really did turn out to be an afterimage. The first sage in 1,000 years truly lived up to his title. The one-horned venerable asked, "Where is he?" The wolf-tailed beast cultivator replied, "I don't know, he seems to have disappeared into thin air. However, he's definitely still nearby since his light of virtue is still here." Someone suggested, "Should we extinguish his light of virtue first?" The one-horned venerable, "Dumbass, even if his light of virtue were to be broken down into fine pieces, as long as he isn't dead, it would just recover after a short while. We have to find profound sage tyrannical song and stop him from running away." He did not want to waste his energy on a light of virtue. But sometimes, the more you wanted to avoid something, the harder it was to avoid it. In the sky, the virtuous Lamia looked at the one-horned venerable with her head tilted. For a moment, she was deep in thought. Afterward, a light shone through her eyes. It was greed. She stretched out her hand and slapped the fat whale. The fat whale was forced to open its mouth and spit out the white-haired man. The unfortunate white-haired man was spat out to the side like garbage. He had been abandoned as the virtuous Lamia had already found a better replacement. The virtuous Lamia stared intently at the one-horned venerable. The fat whale flapped its small wings and charged forward with the virtuous Lamia on its back. See, conquer, and finally, collect the loot. This was what was on the mind of the Lamia at this moment. She's coming toward us. Is profound sage tyrannical song remotely controlling her? Using his undying light of virtue to attack while hiding in the dark, how despicable. The one-horned venerable grit his teeth, and said, "Destroy her." Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang could sense the changes in the outside world through the virtuous Lamia. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Fairy at #%X seems to have found a new toy." Song Shuhang, Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What do we do next? Should we go out and use another saber strike? Your body can still bear the pressure of another slash." Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, how many times can you slash out without me? Do you want me to go out and cut those people down alone?" Scarlet Heaven Sword vigorously shook its body. "If nobody cooperates with me, it will take a long time for me to recover. It isn't worth it." Song Shuhang said, "Then, let's find a helper." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Who?" "Senior Turtle." Song Shuhang said, "Senior Turtle is also a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender. Although his realm has been sealed by the Great Emperor, he should still have no problem defeating a 7th-stage Venerable." Song Shuhang willed, and moved right next to Senior Turtle, who was in the Winter Palace. The big turtle was currently lying down. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, would you like to go out and take part in a special event?" The sea turtle replied, "Nope, but tell me what you need." Song Shuhang said, actually, there are people outside who want to cut me down. Senior Turtle, don't you want to go out and have a look at them? If you don't find them pleasing to your eyes, you can just beat them up. The corner of the sea turtle's mouth twitched as it looked at Song Shuhang. Your current attitude reminds me of the great emperor's friend, Slow-Witted Song. That guy would do the same thing you're doing right now. Every time he was having trouble facing others, he would come to the great emperor to ask for help. Song Shuhang, you also know that my strength is sealed right now. However, if you want to beat those people up, that's still possible. I can just let you borrow a treasure of mine. With that treasure with you, even a 7th stage venerable would find it very difficult to hurt you. The sea turtle had a slight smile on its face despite it being hard for it to squeeze out such a smile. Song Shuhang, what treasure? A huge treasure of the defensive system. After saying that, the sea turtle took out a huge turtle shell from its own spatial magical treasure. The sea turtle suggested to Shuhang, this is the turtle shell I used when I was young. I stopped using it after I reached the 9th stage. Unfortunately, you don't have the blood of our turtle clan, otherwise, you could fully activate this turtle shell and you could have a defense at the 8th stage level. Song Shuhang, when Senior Turtle said, defensive magical treasure, he already got a bad hunch. Sure enough, the magical treasure that the other party brought out was really a turtle shell. I thank you for your kindness, Song Shuhang said. But you should save this turtle shell for the future generations. Well then, I still have something to do, I'll be going now. The sea turtle shouted, wait, are you looking down on my turtle shell? I'm telling you, its defensive properties are nothing to scoff at. As long as you carry it on your back, you would never have to worry about attacks piercing through to your back. Song Shuhang waved his hands vigorously, and said, I really do thank you for your kindness, but I am seriously busy. So let's talk again some other time. You think I can't just send it over to you? Here, it's yours now, catch. The sea turtle threw the turtle shell over toward Song Shuhang. Bang. The turtle shell actively mounted itself on Song Shuhang's back, and it was a perfect fit. Song Shuhang only felt his back sink a bit, as the object that was as heavy as a small mountain nearly pressed him down onto the ground. See? Not only does it play a defensive role, but it even tempers your body with the weight that it forces you to carry. It's an amazing 2-in-1 product. The sea turtle promoted it as best as it could. Song Shuhang turned to look at the sea turtle, and asked, Senior Turtle, how do I get this thing off? Good question. I'm very proud of the removal feature of this turtle shell. It will automatically fall off 24 hours after it is installed. It's very convenient, the sea turtle continued to promote the turtle shell. I have to wear it for a whole 24 hours? Song Shuhang's eyes widened. He was not interested in being Master Rashi, and since he could not take it off for the next 24 hours, he was considering whether or not he should stay inside his inner world for a day before going out again. Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, actually, you can change your body into a turtle to fit into this turtle shell. Now that Song Shuhang was still in a liquefied state, he could change into whatever form he wanted. Song Shuhang said, I'll just practice at home for one day. The sea turtle said, although you can't remove it for the next 24 hours, you can still move it to any part of your body. For example, you can move it to your arm and make it into a shield. You can also move it under your feet and fly around with it. You can even mount it on the top of your head to block the wind and the rain. Doing so isn't difficult at all, you can move to whichever part of your body you want it to be moved to with just your will. Song Shuhang, he then tried to send his thoughts to the turtle shell, and the turtle shell actually whizzed to his feet. It seems that you've already mastered the basics of its usage. You and my turtle shell truly are a good fit, the sea turtle then boasted. Finally, I want to seriously recommend one of its most powerful functions to you. The function is called Automatic Defense Mode. As long as this mode is activated while you're carrying it on your body, the turtle shell will actively defend against any sudden attacks. I believe that you will especially take a liking to this feature. Outside the inner world. The virtuous Lamia held a slipper in her left hand while holding a blood bone in the right one as she wreaked havoc in the middle of the one-horned Venerable's troops. However, her goal was only the one-horned Venerable. She had already tried to swallow him several times. Unfortunately, these attempts had all been in vain, and even the body of the fat whale was destroyed several times. At this point, the virtuous Lamia had already shrunk by half. Both she and the fat whale have already died several times. Damn, isn't the materialization of a light of virtue supposed to disappear once it's burst into bits? What's up with this one? It can actually gather itself together even after being broken down into fine pieces, the one-horned Venerable questioned if he had encountered a fake light of virtue. Inside the inner world. Song Shuhang was watching the changes happening in the crystal-clear water pavilion through the virtuous Lamia. When the crystal-clear water pavilion had just been transferred, its overall form had become rather illusory as signs of crumbling appeared on its buildings. At this time, however, the entire crystal-clear water pavilion seems to have already consolidated itself. It should be the Beast Realm's Tribulation Transcender who had made the move to stabilize the crystal-clear water pavilion. Song Shuhang thought, Pavilion Master Chu still hasn't appeared. In this case, I should probably leave this place first. If this were to drag on for any longer and the Tribulation Transcender from the Beast Realm were to finish dealing with the crystal-clear water pavilion, leaving would no longer be easy. Although his inner world would not be detected by a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender, he would still come out at the place where he had entered the inner world from. When the other side's Tribulation Transcender freed itself, it could simply stand guard by the door of Song Shuhang's home. At that time, it would become extremely troublesome to leave. As his thoughts arrived here, Song Shuhang gave the virtuous Lamia instructions to evacuate. The virtuous Lamia stiffened, and reluctantly looked at one-horned Venerable. After that, she controlled the fat whale and rushed towards where the white-haired man fell. With the treatment he got from his companions, the white-haired man was finally able to recover and he slowly opened his eyes. However, at this moment, the whale-riding virtuous Lamia was charging towards his location. The 5th-stage beast cultivator in charge of healing him was instantly knocked flying. The fat whale then opened its mouth and inhaled violently. The white-haired man screamed as his body was sucked into the belly of the fat whale once again. Every time I open my eyes, I keep on seeing the fat whale's wide-open mouth. When is this nightmare going to end? Then, the virtuous Lamia flew towards the inner world's exit. In the next moment, Song Shuhang flashed out from his inner world, and the virtuous Lamia wrapped herself around him. Song Shuhang stored the spikes on the ground into his spatial magical treasure. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The one-horned Venerable gnashed his teeth. At this time, Song Shuhang was flying on a shell and was retreating quickly. The turtle shell's flying speed was surprisingly not any slower than that of the invisible saber insect. Your sharp metal bars are quite good. Song Shuhang pulled out the metal bar from his abdomen. He had forgotten to pull it out before as it did not hurt him any bit. Song Shuhang said with a serious face, however, I am a slime. This thing will not be able to kill me. After that, he waved his hand, and said, goodbye. A slime? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song wasn't a human. Just as Song Shuhang was preparing to leave, a loud sound came from the crystal-clear water pavilion. Pavilion Master Chu was treading on the air as 2 Tribulation Transcender level beast cultivators were right by her side and repeatedly clashing with her. Despite the numerical advantage, the 2 Tribulation Transcender beast cultivators could barely suppress Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu was extremely skilled. After all, she was a Tribulation Transcender that had survived since the era of the ancient heavenly city. Not only that, but she had also already found her path. As long as she was willing, she could step onto her path, at any moment, take a half-step past the Tribulation Transcender realm, and become an immortal with an endless lifespan. Her strength had long been at the peak of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. The strength and cultivation of both beast cultivators were weaker than hers, so if they did not cooperate well with one another, they might even get beaten up by Pavilion Master Chu. Boom! 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 As Pavilion Master Chu and the two beast cultivators continued to clash with each other, every random attack or defensive method on both sides produced a horrifying explosion. If the power of those explosions were to be fully released, it would be thousands of times more powerful than the Heavenly Tribulation Hydrogen Bomb, and these were merely casual strikes from both sides. However, the power of both sides was all concentrated in a single point. As such, even if there were aftershocks, they would be absorbed by the cracks in the space around both parties. In a battle between those of the Tribulation Transcender realm, cultivators below that realm could hardly intervene. The spatial fissures that covered the space beside these Tribulation Transcenders were already enough to tear 8th stage Profound Sages into pieces. Pavilion Master Chu finally came out. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief as he saw that she was fine. When Song Shuhang saw Pavilion Master Chu had also noticed him. "Why are you here? Weren't you in the Time City?" Although Pavilion Master Chu was engaged in a 1 versus 2 battle, she was still able to transmit her voice to Song Shuhang. This showed that she had the upper hand in the fight and was very relaxed despite her situation. Song Shuhang laughed, and transmitted his voice. "When I was in the Time City, I sensed the changes happening to the crystal clear water pavilion, so I went around looking for you." In the end, the entire crystal clear water pavilion was dragged into the beast realm. Pavilion Master Chu replied, "Wait a moment, I'll destroy these two guys first." In the next moment, 12 magical treasures flew out of Pavilion Master Chu's spatial magical treasure. There was a sharp shuttle, sharp swords, gold-colored scissors, sharp daggers, and other weapons. She held an azure sword in each of her hands, while 10 other magical treasures floated around her body. After that, Pavilion Master Chu's long black hair fluttered on its own. Her hair formed 10 long braids, and each of them curled around one of the 10 magical treasures. This was her true battle mode. Her entire body wielded sharp, deadly weapons. The 10 braids flew around, and each performed subtle attacks while Pavilion Master Chu unleashed a sword technique with the sword she had in both hands. At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu was just like some ultimate cheat. The two Tribulation Transcender beasts cultivators could not resist her attacks. Soon enough, several wounds had been cut open in their bodies, and they quickly retreated. Immortal blood dripped from their wound, and as the weight of every drop of their blood was monstrous, a deep hole was created whenever it hit the ground. Pavilion Master Chu set her gaze on the two beast cultivators, and calmly said, "If you want to take my crystal clear water pavilion, you will have to pay with your lives." He. Among the two beast cultivators, the one with a tiger pattern gently smiled, and said, "I'm afraid Pavilion Master Chu won't be able to take our lives." In the meantime, the Tribulation Transcender with long eagle wings on his back issued a sharp screech. Afterward, 2 more Tribulation Transcenders arrived at the crystal clear water pavilion. One had a single horn on its head, while the other had a pair of cow horns. There were now 4 Tribulation Transcenders that were attacking Pavilion Master Chu from 4 different directions. The one-horned Tribulation Transcender laughed. "I really wonder if Pavilion Master Chu is able to block the 4 of us." Pavilion Master Chu's eyes became solemn, and her 10 braids fluttered and swayed with the wind. Pavilion Master Chu extended 2 fingers, and said, "I will still be able to kill 2 of you. As for which 2 among you are going to die, it will depend on your luck. I hope that you have the resolve to make that sacrifice for one another." After saying that, she raised her foot and took a step forward. With this single step, the skies collapsed and the ground split apart. All of the spiritual energy in the space gathered towards Pavilion Master Chu and became subject to her will. The face of the four beast cultivators on the opposing side quickly changed as they felt the great pressure. What kind of technique was this? Each of them involuntarily took a step back. Not far away, Song Shuhang held the flat imperial hat tightly in his hand. It was now 4 versus 1. Such a situation was very unfavorable for Pavilion Master Chu. Therefore, Song Shuhang gravely said, "Go, fairy at #% and." It was time for the virtuous Lamia's Empress form to appear. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "You pronounced her name wrong again. Don't say it if you can't say it properly." With a single change in the syllables, the meaning of the entire name changes. Song Shuhang. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu's voice rang in Song Shuhang's ear. "You don't have to intervene, you should just leave." Song Shuhang replied, "But you're on your own against 4, are you sure that you'll be alright? I can hold down one of them for a short period of time and create some space for you. You can rest assured that these 4 weak chickens aren't my match." Pavilion Master Chu smiled slightly at Song Shuhang, and said, "I will open a spatial gate for you. Leave through it, I'll look for you later." After saying that, despite being in a 4 versus 1 situation, she was still able to afford to spend some time opening a spatial gate next to Song Shuhang. The shiny portal completely embodied Pavilion Master Chu's style. "Are you sure?" Song Shuhang asked once more. Pavilion Master Chu blinked at him, and replied, "Just trust me. If I hadn't been willing, nobody would have been able to forcefully move Crystal Clear Water Pavilion to the Beast Realm." She had always been a lazy beauty. However, in the blink of an eye, her style had changed, creating a sharp contrast with her usual style. Song Shuhang said, "Alright, I'll wait for you on the other side of this spatial gate." As he willed, the virtuous Lamia followed him into the portal. However, in the process of their retreat, the virtuous Lamia quietly left behind a small ball of virtue. This small ball could be turned into an eye that would allow Song Shuhang to monitor the situation here. At this time, the one-horned venerable hurriedly said, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, don't leave." His ancestor had finally appeared, but Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was about to flee. This was his chance to reach the 8th stage realm in a short time, so how could he simply let the other party escape? The one-horned venerable ordered, "Fire at them." In an instant, his subordinates who had been hiding in the dark, shot a wave of nearly 30 myriad beasts martial steel spikes at Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia waved her blood bone and was preparing to block these spikes for Song Shuhang. However, Song Shuhang only smiled, calmed her down, and took the initiative to move forward. Clang, clang, clang. Most of the 30 spikes were blocked by a turtle shell. There were a few that were shot from Song Shuhang's side that he didn't bother blocking. He deliberately let them pierce him as he could simply take the opportunity to test the liquefied body's resistance to purely physical attacks. Plop, plop dash, the few slippery ones pierced his body at a place that he had made sure would not place him in a critical condition. It actually doesn't hurt a single bit. Summary: Young Master Phoenix Slayer's liquefied form is godly. Senior Phoenix Slayer's talents are all cheats. He can let you borrow a CPU for you to train your skills and put you in liquefied form to make you completely immune to physical attacks. After completing his little experiment, Song Shuhang calmly collected all of the metal spikes on the ground, pulled out the spikes that pierced his body one by one, and stored away all of them. "I already told you, I'm a slime spirit. Why didn't you believe me?" Song Shuhang waved his hand. "Well, see you." After saying that, he went straight into the spatial gate. The spatial gate disappeared, and the one-horned venerable gritted his teeth angrily as he forcefully stomped his foot on the ground. That was his opportunity, an opportunity for him to advance to the 8th stage, and it just slipped from his grasp. Once he was on the other side of the spatial gate, Song Shuhang first checked his surroundings. It seemed that he was transported to a mountainside. Then, He immediately raised his head and looked at the sky. The 7 moons of varying shapes and sizes in the sky told him that he had not returned to Earth. It appeared that Pavilion Master Chu had only sent him to another place in the beast realm. Song Shuhang rubbed his face. I wonder how much time has passed on Earth. He went to sleep and was inexplicably brought to Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. Then was Yi Si's tribulation, the time he spent in the Time City, and also the battle in the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion just now. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, why would I arrive in the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion when something like this was about to happen? Although this matter has nothing to do with me, and Pavilion Master Chu seems to have known beforehand that beast cultivators were coming to seize the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, I kept on getting the feeling that this was somehow all my fault. Anyway, have Lady Onion and Little Kai transcended their inner demon tribulation yet? Yi Si seems to still be in the process of getting through her inner demon tribulation. Could Su Clan 16 and Senior White be worrying about me since I disappeared in my sleep? When I get back, I really have to remember to hand over my phone to Senior White so that he can modify it. At the same time, Song Shuhang transformed the light of virtue that the virtuous Lamia had left behind into an eye. This eye began to remotely broadcast the battle between Pavilion Master Chu and the 4 beasts cultivators. Due to the long distance and a slight problem with the angle, Song Shuhang could not get an entire picture of the battle. The only thing that he could see was the sky, but he also heard some explosions from time to time. Occasionally, he also got to see Pavilion Master Chu passing by in front of the camera. Song Shuhang could not bear staring and watching the battle even if it was a mere broadcast of the actual battle. If he stared at it for too long, his mental energy would crumble even with the blessing, Sage Seal. I'll just check every once in a while to make sure that Pavilion Master Chu is safe and sound, Song Shuhang thought. I should go and look around this place that Pavilion Master Chu sent me to. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia suddenly approached and stood at Song Shuhang's right side. Song Shuhang vigilantly asked, are there enemies? The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, looked around doubtfully, and then firmly fixed her gaze on Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was in Song Shuhang's right hand. Scarlet Heaven Sword immediately understood what the Lamia was trying to say, and hurriedly said, wait, this is an unknown environment, and there are dangers everywhere. There might be an enemy at the 7th or 8th stage that suddenly pops up, so it's best for little friend Song Shuhang to hold on to me all the time. The virtuous Lamia went silent for a moment, and then retreated behind Song Shuhang. Compared to her previous simple habits of playing dead and being funny, she currently seemed to have recovered some of her thinking ability. Song Shuhang stepped on top of the turtle shell and flew at a low altitude, while the virtuous Lamia stayed right behind him. At the foot of the mountain, they found a small village. A huge painting of a black horse was hung at the entrance of the village. Song Shuhang looked at the painting and said, there are words on it, but I can't understand them. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, that's the script of the beast realm. Let me see, it says, Black Horse branch of all the humans of the world should unite and become a family organization. Song Shuhang, he resolutely turned around and strutted away from this ghostly place. And so, Scarlet Heaven Sword translated the words of the young man for him. Song Shuhang went silent for a while. Great Master of the Turtle Branch? He couldn't help but look at the turtle shell that was beneath his feet. After that, he turned his head and looked around. There was nobody else near the village beside him and the virtuous Lamia. He got a bad hunch in his heart. The young man on this sentry tower couldn't have mistaken me for some great master of some turtle branch, right? While he was in thought, the gate of the Black Horse branch of the all the humans of the world should unite and become a family organization opened. And then, a red carpet unfurled from the entrance to the village. Whoosh! The red carpet appeared to have the ability to grow longer. As it unfurled from the entrance of the village all the way to Song Shuhang's feet, the length of the red carpet adjusted such that it would stop just before Song Shuhang's turtle shell. Afterward, 2 rows of sensually dressed ladies came out of the village at a measured pace, and finally stood on both sides of the red carpet. The ladies had clearly been carefully selected by the Black Horse branch. They were of about the same height, they had neat makeup on, and even their figures were as similar as possible. All of that caused them to look very pleasing to the eye. The ladies sweetly said, "Greetings, great master of the Turtle branch, our Black Horse branch welcomes your guidance." Their voices were soft and crisp, and they made them sound as neat and sweet as they could. Scarlet Heaven Sword translated the ladies' words for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Sure enough, this Black Horse branch believed that he was some great master. The 2 rows of ladies slightly bowed and made a pleased posture, providing Song Shuhang with an alluring perspective of their bodies. Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, "You've misunderstood, I'm just a random passerby. The great master you've been waiting for has yet to come." The ladies could not understand what he was talking about. As such, they simply tilted their heads and stared at Song Shuhang with a confused gaze. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Let me help you." Afterward, it began to translate Song Shuhang's words into the language of the beast realm for the ladies. The ladies listened to Scarlet Heaven Sword's translation, but they still looked confused. They did not seem to understand what Scarlet Heaven Sword was saying. At the same time, they looked at the talking Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously. A sentient sword was something from legends for them, and thus this was also their first time seeing such a living sentient sword. Song Shuhang asked, "What's going on?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Perhaps, my proficiency in the language is not high enough?" Song Shuhang responded, "What? Couldn't you understand what they were saying?" "I can understand, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can speak just as well," Scarlet Heaven Sword calmly said. "I'm like one of those guys who would score well in the writing and listening portion of the foreign language exams, but would score poorly in the speaking portion." What Scarlet Heaven Sword had said made sense. Song Shuhang asked, "So what do we do?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "We can just run away. You aren't a great master of the Turtle branch, are you really going to be a guest of this Black Horse branch?" Song Shuhang said, "Actually, after giving it some thought, I really want to enter this branch and have a look. All the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization hid the secret of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Therefore, could Slow-Witted Song have left something in this, all the humans of the world should unite and become a family as well?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Then you can go in and just pretend to be some turtle great master." Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, "We don't know anything about the great master of the Turtle branch, and if I fake it, it's very likely that we'll be exposed quickly. If we aren't careful, we might even end up in a conflict with this Black Horse branch. Moreover, we speak a different language." Scarlet Heaven Sword, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Song Shuhang said, "Let's avoid them first. Then after a while, we can come back quietly and think of a way to blend in and get a look inside." After saying that, Song Shuhang first moved the turtle shell to his left hand. Now, it looked like he was carrying a big turtle shell. After that, he brought out the invisible saber insect and used the tyrannical saber flight. This saber flying technique was made by Su Clan 7, and its speed when flying in a straight line was extremely fast. Whoosh dash, in an instant, Song Shuhang was already far away. The ladies could only wear stunned expressions. What game was the great master of the Turtle branch playing? He'd already arrived at the entrance of the village, so why would he suddenly run away? Could we have done something wrong? "Great master, wait, please wait." At this time, a man wearing a black suit and sunglasses came rushing out of the village. This man was at the 3rd stage realm, but his speed was really fast, just as if he had 1,000 horses in him. The man leaped out of the village and chased Song Shuhang wildly. Song Shuhang asked, "What did he say?" "He asked you to wait for him," Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. "This guy seems to be the person in charge of this branch. Do you want to chat with him?" I don't even understand their language, how am I supposed to have a chat with them? Song Shuhang sped up. The man in the black suit shouted, "Wait, Great Master. Did we do something wrong? Could it be that you don't like beautiful women? Do you like cute boys? At least tell me what we did wrong. If you like cute boys, we can have it taken care of immediately. Please just give us some time to prepare." One was flying in the sky, while the other was running on the ground. One was at the 4th stage, while the other was only at the 3rd stage. Hence, the distance between the two parties grew larger and larger, and the man in the black suit could be seen wearing a desperate expression on his face. Scarlet Heaven Sword smiled, and said, "Shuhang, would you like me to translate what he just said?" He. The smile at war was especially evil. Song Shuhang asked, "What did he say?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "He said that if you don't like beautiful women, he could replace them with cute boys for you. So, please at least tell him what they did wrong." Song Shuhang, the saber insect halted. How is the guy's brain circuited? How in the world did he get such ideas? Seeing Song Shuhang stop, the man in the black suit happily chased after him. "Great Master, you've finally stopped." Song Shuhang said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you slowly translate this word by word for him? Tell him that he's got the wrong person." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Alright, I can try, but I can't guarantee that it's going to work." It then went on to translate Song Shuhang's words and said it slowly for the man in the black suit. The man in the black suit was puzzled by Scarlet Heaven Sword's words. He could understand the words separately, but he couldn't understand what the sword was trying to say when he put all of the words together. However, if even his sword could speak, it was worthy of being the weapon of the Great Master of the Turtle Branch. After thinking that, he looked carefully at Song Shuhang. When he directly saw Song Shuhang, his mind moved, and he could not help but blurt out, "P Profound Sage. Tyrannical Song. It's the first sage in 1,000 years, I just watched his live broadcast a few days ago." Song Shuhang said, "Say my sage name in one breath, damn it." The man in the black suit said, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. I didn't expect the Great Master the Turtle Branch sent to be you, it's simply too good to be true," the man in the black suit said excitedly. "Senior Tyrannical Song, are you dissatisfied with the ladies we had welcome you? Should we change them to something else?" Scarlet Heaven Sword once again translated the man's words for Shuhang. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you can't speak properly, but you can write well, right?" Scarlet Heaven Sword proudly said, "Don't underestimate me. Although I can't speak the language of the beast realm that well, writing is not a problem at all." Song Shuhang said, "Then how about we try having you write instead?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "What should I write?" Song Shuhang replied, "Tell him that my preferences are normal. In addition, I am not a Great Master of the Turtle Branch. Tell him he's got the wrong person." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "No problem." And so, it jumped up and wrote out a string of flaming characters in mid-air. The flames condensed in the air. After they condensed, they did not disperse, but turned into words instead. Scarlet Heaven Sword wrote, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song said that his hobby is normal. He doesn't like cute little boys, he only likes cute little girls. In addition, you've got the wrong person. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song isn't the Great Master of the Turtle Branch that you've mistaken him for, it's all a misunderstanding. We mistook him for someone else." The eyes of the man in a black suit widened. After that, disappointment shone through his eyes, and he said, "So, where's the Great Master from the Turtle Branch?" Scarlet Heaven Sword wrote, "Even if you ask me that, how am I supposed to know?" The man in the black suit was downcast. He then squatted at the side and began muttering to himself. This time, He appeared to be using a dialect of the language of the beast realm, as even Scarlet Heaven Sword could not understand what he was saying. Song Shuhang asked, "Did you clear the misunderstanding?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I did it perfectly, you can rest assured that I translated your words perfectly." Song Shuhang nodded. "Let's leave first." After saying that, he took another look at the village. All the humans of the world should unite and become a family. If he went by the style of a certain guy, this strangely named organization possibly had a secret technique or something of the sort, and it was probably named something like, 200 must-have skills for a human to survive. Is there a better way for me to enter this branch? At this moment, the man in the black suit raised his head, and expectantly said, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, our meeting has been destined by fate. It's getting late, so would you like to spend a night at my place?" Although he was not the great master of the turtle branch, he had an even higher status than them. After all, he's the first sage in 1,000 years. If I can bring him into the branch, it will simply be a blessing from the heavens if the other party provides guidance for one of our branch's juniors. Scarlet Heaven Sword translated the other party's words. It's getting late? Indeed, there are already several moons floating in the sky, it does seem to be getting late. Additionally, now that he got an invitation from the man in the black suit, he could enter the Black Horse branch straightforwardly. It was exactly what Song Shuhang wanted. Song Shuhang slightly smiled and nodded. "Indeed, our meeting has been predestined by fate. Since you invited me, fellow Daoist, then I will be troubling you for one night." Scarlet Heaven Sword wrote what Song Shuhang said in flaming text. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song said, "Your words are reasonable. I will stay at your place for one night." "No problem." The man in the black suit pulled out a communication device. "Chien, please change the welcoming team at the door." "What to change it to?" "Change it to cute little girls." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "After going in a big circle, you still end up going to this branch as a guest. There's only one word to describe you, hypocrite." Song Shuhang looked at the sky, not knowing how to retort. A few minutes later, the man in the black suit took Song Shuhang back to the village entrance of the Black Horse Department of the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. The man in the black suit stood at the entrance of the branch village, and yelled, "I've got good news to tell everyone, this person beside me." The village gave Song Shuhang a warm welcome. "Our Black Horse branch welcomes the Great Master's guidance." The welcome was like a wave that came and went, it was clear that it had been practiced. The welcome that the village gave him resounded wave after wave, and though not many people shouted, it still gave off a very imposing feeling. The face of the man in black suits turned black, and he shouted, "You guys, can't you let me finish what I'm saying first?" The village suddenly became quiet. The big black suit yelled, "Cough, in fact, the Turtle Great Master still has yet to arrive. However, we were fortunate enough to be able to welcome someone of even greater renown. He is the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." "That's right, it's the person who has shown his divinity and gave a profound sage speech a few days ago, Senior Tyrannical Song. Let's all welcome Profound Sage Tyrannical Song to the Black Horse branch of the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization." Silence pervaded the village. The villagers seemed not to have been able to comprehend and react to the words of the man in black. However, after 2 breaths' time, reverberating cheers came from the village. The first sage in 1,000 years had actually paid a visit to their small branch village. This was enough for them to boast about for years to come. Immediately afterward, a red carpet unfurled from the village entrance all the way to Song Shuhang's feet once again. Song Shuhang did not know whether to cry or laugh. Will the same welcome be done again? Do the people of this Black Horse branch have some kind of OCD? However, after thinking that, he recalled the 2 rows of ladies who had welcomed him a while back. He could not deny that they were truly beautiful. They had the same height, the same dress, the same figure, and then they even welcomed him with such a soft tone. For the sake of those beautiful ladies, I won't mind having to go through this welcoming ceremony again, Song Shuhang thought. However, reality was often unpredictable. The 2 rows of ladies from before did not show up. Instead, over a dozen tender little girls bearing flowers skipped out of the branch while laughing. They were not of the same height as the previous ladies. The 2 rows of little girls were rather roughly arranged according to their heights on both sides. Our Black Horse branch welcomes profound Sage Tyrannical Song's guidance. The little girls' voices were also inconsistent with one another, with some speaking faster than the others, while some had higher pitch than the others. Nonetheless, it was a cute and lively scene. The atmosphere of this welcome was much better than before. Song Shuhang, what happened to the 2 rows of ladies from before? Why have they shrunk, and why there's so many of them? The man in the black suit, who was also the head of the Black Horse branch, proudly asked, "How is it? Senior Tyrannical Song, are you satisfied with this welcoming lineup?" Song Shuhang, black_man_question_mark.jpg Scarlet Heaven Sword said, he said that, in order to show their sincerity, he had the lineup for the welcoming party changed up a bit. He's also asking you how you liked it. Song Shuhang could only let out a dry smile. The other party was so sincere, so what else could he do? With a smile on his face, he nodded slightly to the head of the Black Horse branch. Scarlet Heaven Sword wrote, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song expressed his satisfaction," in flaming text. The corners of the mouth of the man in the suit rose. First impressions were always very important, so the first impression that they showed Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had to exceptional. Under the lead of the man in the black suit, Song Shuhang entered the village of the Black Horse branch along the red carpet. Only after entering the village did he find out that there was an entire world inside it. Within the village was a large grassland that was filled with many spirit beast horses. Each of the members of the branch appeared to reside in yurt-like buildings of their own. The dozen little girls immediately followed behind Song Shuhang, their dark eyes intently staring at Song Shuhang and the beautiful virtuous Lamia that was behind him. It was the first sage in 1,000 years, an existence at the 8th stage realm. In addition, there was also the light of virtue behind him, which truly was eye-catching. For small branches like the Black Horse branch, this was a scene that they would only be able to witness once in a century. One of the relatively bolder girls approached Song Shuhang and presented the flowers in her hands. "Thank you." Song Shuhang took the flowers. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Hee, little friend Shuhang, this girl's flowers aren't something that you can just accept. You're now in the beast realm, their customs and habits here are different from those of Earth. Perhaps their actions of offering you the flowers mean a show of affection?" Song Shuhang said, "F***ck, that can't be the case. She's just a little girl." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This is the beast realm, it's a world of practitioners. She might look like a little girl, but who knows if she's actually in her 20s. Song Shuhang, he looked at the little girl nervously. Fortunately, at least in the Black Horse branch, giving flowers did not correlate to a marriage proposal. The courageous little girl gave flowers to Song Shuhang, and then happily jumped back to her companions. Soon after, the group of little girls scrambled to offer Song Shuhang their flowers. The head of the Black Horse branch led Song Shuhang all the way back to his house. He had extra rooms that were specially meant for entertaining guests. On the way there, they had passed a huge rectangular stone building. This rectangular building was particularly conspicuous in the Black Horse branch as the village was mostly composed of grassland and yurt-style houses. Other than that, Song Shuhang got a familiar feeling from it. Song Shuhang asked, "What's that place over there?" Just as Scarlet Heaven Sword was about to translate his words. "That's a place designated as resting place for spirit beasts, and it's also where we collect spirit beast crystals," the bold little girl from before suddenly replied in standard Mandarin. Song Shuhang turned his head curiously and looked at the little girl. I've been very fond of various languages ever since I was a child. As such, I can speak a great variety of languages. The bold girl grinned, causing her eyes to narrow into crescent moons. So, you've always been able to understand me? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. The little girl grinned, and said, Senior Tyrannical Song, don't worry, our action of offering flowers does not correlate to a marriage proposal. Song Shuhang said, heavens. The little girl curiously asked, heavens? What does that mean? Song Shuhang asked, it's just a sort of pet phrase. What's your name? The little girl replied, if my name were to be translated into Senior Tyrannical Song's language, it should mean, kindness. Song Shuhang asked, your name is a single word? The little girl replied seriously, it isn't a word in the language of the beast realm. However, its translation in your language would be, kind or virtuous, it carries the same meaning as, kindness. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, kindness, good name. After saying that, he turned to look at the huge stone building once again. A place where spirit beasts rest and a place where spirit beast crystals are collected. However, aside from the people of the Divine Beast Department, weren't spirit beast crystals useless in the eyes of other practitioners? The spiritual power in the crystals could not be absorbed by ordinary practitioners, so they could only be used as ornaments. What's the point of collecting the spirit beast crystals? Song Shuhang asked, could those of the beast realm have found a way to use spirit beast crystals? Kindness shook her head, and replied, I don't know, it has been our tradition to collect spirit beast crystals ever since the Black Horse branch had been established. If Horse Spirit Beast were to rest there and condense a spirit beast crystal, we would simply collect it. Horses are also one of the beasts in the 33 Divine Beasts technique, and these guys have even been storing spirit beast crystals in accordance with some so-called traditions. It really seems to be related to the Divine Beast Department. However, Slow-Witted Song had already left behind the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department in the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, so why would he have a similar organization formed in the Beast realm? For double assurance? Slow-Witted Song's way of thinking was simply too unpredictable. The man in the black suit brought Song Shuhang to an independent yurt and requested him to rest there. Due to kindness being able to communicate with Song Shuhang, she had also stayed behind to act as a translator for the two parties. Kindness explained to Song Shuhang, the head said that he will go and prepare dinner for Senior Tyrannical Song now. He hopes that Senior will like the specialties of our Black Horse branch. Song Shuhang said, thank you, branch head. Kindness replaced Scarlet Heaven Sword as a translator. As a result, Scarlet Heaven Sword lost his job. The man in the black suit left, leaving Kindness and two other branch members to accompany Song Shuhang. He himself went out to prepare dinner, and at the same time, he was also preparing on using the time to plan the next event. Taking advantage of the time Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was staying in the Black Horse branch, he had to prepare a few lively activities. It was best to get Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's favor and get him to guide a few of the youngsters in the branch. Song Shuhang asked Kindness for some information about the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. However, in order to avoid inciting suspicion, he only asked about some basic information. At the same time, through the eye of the virtuous Lamia that had been left at the crystal clear water pavilion, he continued to pay attention to the battle between Pavilion Master Chu and the 4 Tribulation Transcenders. The battle continued. From time to time, there were explosions of light. One of the scenes he had got to see was a passing image of Pavilion Master Chu. She currently appeared to be alright, without any serious injuries. While Song Shuhang was watching the battle of Tribulation Transcenders, his Sage Seal proactively emerged and strengthened him to prevent his mental energy from being impacted by the battle. As soon as the Sage Seal emerged, Kindness and the two other members of the Black Horse branch who had been left behind in the yurt felt a huge pressure. It was especially so for Kindness, who was the nearest to Song Shuhang. After the Sage Seal emerged, it immediately became harder for her to breathe. She involuntarily circulated her body tempering technique. She was a practitioner at the first stage third nose aperture realm, and she was still some ways from the fourth ear aperture realm. At this time, the pressure exuded by the Sage Seal enveloped her. She felt herself having a difficult time breathing, and the power of qi and blood within her heart, eye, and nose apertures became difficult to control, causing her to be unable to circulate it as she wanted. Just when the pressure almost suffocated her, a gentle light exuded from Song Shuhang. And so, pure power of virtue fell on Kindness' body. At the same time, Song Shuhang opened his eyes and curiously looked at the little girl. Her body tempering technique seemed to have traces of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. 1227 Who's Chenglin? Am I Chenglin? To be more accurate, Kindness' cultivation technique appeared to be a simplified version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Song Shuhang quietly took off his glove, and was preparing to use the secret appraisal technique on Kindness in an attempt to obtain some information from her. At this time, Kindness repeatedly gasped for air. It was as if she'd almost choked to death. It was only after quite a while that she was able to return to breathing normally. After that suffocating sensation disappeared, she found herself in a state of awokeness. She was now also a step closer to reaching the fourth ear aperture realm. That single instant just now had been equivalent to going through 7 or 8 days of bitter cultivation. Was that pressure just now a gift from profound Sage Tyrannical Song? She bowed to Song Shuhang, and respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tyrannical Song." "You're welcome." Song Shuhang smiled slightly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand towards Kindness who was bowing towards him. He took advantage of that brief moment of contact between them and activated the secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang quickly retracted his arm immediately after that brief moment of contact. Right after that, several fine wounds emerged on his arm, but as his body was currently in a liquefied state, he was able to cure his wounds by simply willing it. The secret appraisal technique had been successfully activated. The technique directly sent the information into Song Shuhang's mind. Kindness, a resident of the Beast Realm. She is of human descent, and a member of the Black Horse branch of the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. She has ordinary talent, and has strength at the first stage third nose aperture realm. Her main cultivation technique is the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. A set of basic information, which even included her cultivation technique, world-destroying Divine Beast technique, appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. The name of the cultivation technique sounded so full of itself that it reeked of Slow-Witted Song style. Song Shuhang continued to urge the secret appraisal technique to see if he could get more information about the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization or the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. Unfortunately, he could not get any more information after continuing to appraise Kindness. Soon afterward, the head of the Black Horse branch returned after inviting some of the best chefs in their branch to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Song Shuhang. During the dinner, Kindness stood on one side and continued to play her role as their translator while the host and the guest thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Deeper into the night, the members of the Black Horse branch returned to their residences to rest, while Song Shuhang similarly returned to the residence arranged for him by the branch head. Once again, he checked on the fight that was ongoing in the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. The battle over at the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion remained unchanged. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then began to meditate and entered a state of practice. It was unknown as to how long he had practiced for. Suddenly, Song Shuhang felt a breeze brush past him. Am I not resting in the Black Horse branch? After thinking such, he opened his eyes doubtfully. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he was no longer in the Black Horse branch, but in a vast grassland instead. A breeze continued to blow, causing the grass on the grassland to flutter around. In the wind, there was a permeating fragrance of wine. Song Shuhang turned his head and found that the scent of wine was coming from a big tree not too far away from him. Under the tree was a young man wearing a mink fur coat. The wine's fragrance was coming from a huge wine jar that was right beside the young man. Song Shuhang whispered softly, "Am I in a dream? But normal dreams aren't this defined. Could I have entered dreamland again? If it really is the dreamland, whose life am I experiencing?" Song Shuhang thought quickly. Is it Sage Monarch Melon Eater? If I were to really think about it, the one whose life I'm most likely to enter in dreamland would be Sage Monarch Melon Eater because of the 8-stage Sage Whale Feast that I just had recently. While he was in thought, the young man in the distance said, "Long time no see, Fairy Chenglin." Song Shuhang, Fairy Chenglin? Have I taken over Chenglin's body this time around? Right, when Yi Si was transcending her tribulation yesterday, Chenglin had briefly possessed her body. Perhaps it was because of this connection that I came into contact with Chenglin and entered her dreamland. So, who is the young man in the mink fur coat opposite me? It seems like he knows Chenglin very well. Could it be Slow-Witted Song? Fairy Chenglin, why aren't you saying anything? The young man raised his wine glass and took a sip from it. Or, were you surprised to see me here? Song Shuhang was also curious. How was this plot going to develop? Now that he had entered Chenglin's dreamland, he could learn more about Chenglin through it. How was Chenglin going to reply? According to his previous dreamland experiences, Song Shuhang knew that he could maintain his consciousness during the entire process. However, though he would be attached to the subject of the dreamland and live through all of the experiences of the other person, he would not be able to affect the other party's actions. Regardless of what he were to think or say, the people within the dreamland would not even be able to sense it. In addition, even if he were to take the initiative to do some actions at times, the only person who would be able to see it would be the protagonist of the dreamland. Only if other party had strength rivaling that of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven Cowl they sense him while he was in the dreamland state. The plot of the dreamland continued. Chenglin remained silent and motionless. Another light breeze blew, and an even richer aroma of wine was carried in the wind. How fragrant, good wine. Song Shuhang couldn't help but say that in admiration. Even if he had not done much research on wine, when he smelled its scent, he felt comfortable, and could not help but want to take a sip. This is really good wine. Whether you know much about wine or not, you will get the urge to drink it as soon as you smell it. Hee, it's rare for you to actually praise my wine. The young man's eyes slightly sank, and he raised his glass to Song Shuhang. Then, Chenglin, do you want to have a drink? Song Shuhang responded, Huh? Was it a coincidence? Or did the young man really hear what he had said just now? Song Shuhang asked, Are you inviting me? The young man calmly replied, Is there anyone else here besides you and me? Song Shuhang, how could this happen? The dreamland isn't working properly this time. Why do I keep getting the feeling that the one this man's speaking to is me, and not Chenglin? Or perhaps the conversation just now was merely a coincidence, and his actions simply coincided with those of Chenglin in this dreamland? Should I test it? Song Shuhang straightened his hands, made a cross shape, and then jumped around. And then, he raised his hands, and then made his whole body move in a waving motion. Hey, do you see what I am doing? According to his past experiences, no matter what he said or did, those in the dreamland wouldn't be able to sense anything under the tree. The young man spewed out all of the wine he had in his mouth. Cough, Fairy Chenglin, what are you doing? The young man seemed to have almost choked. Song Shuhang said, Can you see my actions? The young man, Song Shuhang said, Tell me, what am I doing? The young man replied, Must I really say it? Yes, I want to make sure, Song Shuhang said. The young man then said, in the beginning, your hands were straightened, then you jumped left and right. After that, you raised your hands, and then made your entire body move in a waving motion. He actually got it all right? This is too unscientific, unless I'm not in a dreamland? Or perhaps, the strength of this young man is at the same level as that of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, and thus he is able to see me. Song Shuhang held his chin and became silent. The young man asked, do you want to have a drink? Song Shuhang waved his hands, and said, I'm not very good at drinking. Not very good at drinking? The young man burst out laughing. He laughed so loudly that it was as if he heard the best joke in a while. Song Shuhang was puzzled. The young man said, Fairy Chenglin, did you just say that you aren't that good at drinking? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Song Shuhang, was Chenglin good at holding her alcohol? After laughing, the young man became silent. Moonlight shone down from the sky. This sky was clearly different from that of the beast realm, as this sky only had a single moon. A reflection of the moon could be found in the wine jar. The wind continued to blow, causing the clear and crystalline wine to ripple and let out a strong burst of wine fragrance. The wine was so fragrant that Song Shuhang could not help but gulp. At this moment, the young man held his wine glass with both of his hands, and then suddenly gravely said, Why destroy the heavenly city? Song Shuhang's heart moved. The plot had finally come. Are you not going to answer? As the Jade Lake Empress, why did you destroy the heavenly city? I've constantly thought about it for a long time, yet I still couldn't figure it out. I still don't understand. The young man raised his head, and his eyes were red as he stared at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang got goosebumps as he got stared down by the man. Song Shuhang opened his mouth. At this time, the young man interrupted him, What are you planning to do in the beast realm? Song Shuhang. F***ck, I really guessed wrong from the beginning. This time I didn't enter the dreamland. Song Shuhang asked loudly, Were you the one who brought me into this dream? You know the answer, what's the point of asking me that? If you hadn't been willing, how could you have been brought here? The young man stood up and threw the glass into the wine jar. I don't care about what you're planning on doing in the beast realm, but I will not let you ruin my plans. The young man stared intently at Chenglin. After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang said, I think, you got the wrong person. The young man was confused. Huh? I'm not Chenglin. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders, and said, I am. You can call me Tyrannical Song. If he were to have mentioned his name was Song Shuhang, the other party might not necessarily recognize him. However, as the name Tyrannical Song had been what he had used in the show of divinity, perhaps the other party would have an impression of it. Also, it wasn't that smart of a thing to simply give one's name to another person. If they were to secretly cast some voodoo curse on you, it would be very troublesome to deal with. As such, it was still better to allow others to call you by your Daoist names and Dharma names. The young man said, Tyrannical Song? Never heard of it. This was another case of the other party staying inside a secret realm, isolating themselves from things like the live broadcast of the heavens will. Don't pretend, Chenglin. Even if your aura were to turn to ashes, would still be able to recognize you, the young man said. Don't even think about stopping us. In addition, not everyone is as easy to speak to as me. It would be best if you left the beast realm as soon as possible. While he was speaking, he suddenly let out a sigh. Listen to me, leave the beast realm. If I can find you, even the other oldies would be able to find you. They all hate your guts. If they were to sense you here, they will definitely trouble you. This will be the last time that I will help you. 1228 Golden Trigram, Silver Trigram, neither of them are as great as Ivory Trigram. During that last statement, the soft tone of the man wearing the mink fur coat caused Song Shuhang's hair to stand on end. Could this guy have a crush on Qinglin? In addition, when the young man mentioned Qinglin's aura, could he have mistaken Yi Si's aura for Qinglin's? Or could he have been talking about the aura which Qinglin had left on Yi Si after she had possessed her body? Leave. Perhaps, this is the last time we'll see each other. The young man stood up, lifted his wine jar, and gradually went away. After taking a few steps, the young man suddenly disappeared. It wasn't spatial teleportation, but rather him directly leaving the dream. Song Shuhang thought of something. Heavens, this guy pulled me into this dream, and then simply patted himself on the shoulder and walked away. How am I supposed to get out of this dream? Song Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. Do I just sit here and wait for this dream to finish? He looked around and saw nothing but an endless prairie with only that lonely tree that was right beside him. The space within this dream seemed to have no end. What should I do? This dream isn't like a game, there isn't an option I can just click to log out. Yo Qinglin. At this time, another voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Song Shuhang abruptly turned around, and saw a Daoist standing behind him and smiling at him. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "You are?" The Daoist said, "Don't tell me that you accidentally lost your memory and ended up forgetting about me? Such an excuse is too old-fashioned." After he said that, he took out a cloth banner and shook it in front of Song Shuhang. The front of the cloth banner read, "Performing divinations, the key to the heart." Then, on the back, it read, "Golden Trigram, Silver Trigram, neither can compare to me, Ivory Trigram." Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Immortal Master Ivory Trigram? Because of Golden Trigram, Silver Trigram, Song Shuhang was immediately reminded of Senior Copper Trigram from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. If he were to follow through with this analogy, then the one in front of him was Immortal Master Ivory Trigram. Who the hell is Immortal Master Ivory Trigram? Who in their right mind would take such a Daoist name? The Daoist said, saliva flying out of his mouth. Song Shuhang asked, "Then, who are you?" The Daoist gnashed his teeth, and said, "Tooth Fairy, I'm Tooth Fairy. Are you messing with me?" PFFF. Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tooth Fairy? Does he mean Fairy Tooth? However, after having a laugh, he suddenly realized something, and questions immediately popped up in his head. Why did the man wearing the mink fur coat and this Daoist directly call him Qinglin? Did he currently have Qinglin's appearance? Song Shuhang asked, "Daoist Tooth Fairy, in your perspective, how do you see me? How do I see you?" Tooth Fairy sighed. "At first, I saw you as someone who was gentle and kind, while at other times an unparalleled empress. However, why did you ruin the ancient heavenly city? Tell me. Why would you destroy the heavenly city that we all worked together to create? What were you thinking?" After he finished speaking, Tooth Fairy had turned into a roaring emperor who continued to have his saliva spray towards Song Shuhang. "That's not what I'm asking." Song Shuhang quickly took a step back to avoid the flying saliva. "What I wanted to ask was, do I currently look like Qinglin?" Huh? Tooth Fairy couldn't seem to understand what Song Shuhang was trying to ask. Song Shuhang said, "In your eyes, do I look like Qinglin?" Tooth Fairy replied, "What do you mean? I'm not Qinglin." Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders, and said, "The person from before had pulled the wrong person over here." Tooth Fairy responded, "That's impossible. Qinglin, even if you were to be turned into ashes, would still recognize you." It was a similar line from before. Song Shuhang said, "Aren't you a fortune teller? Then, go ahead and perform a divination." Tooth Fairy asked, "What do you want me to divine?" While saying that, he took out an ancient mirror. The mirror reflected what Song Shuhang currently looked like, a tilted crown on his head, a a white jade lotus flower under his feet and a face that was vaguely obscured. He really did look like Cheng Lin. Why was I drawn into this dream and given Cheng Lin's appearance? What do you want me to divine? Tooth Fairy asked once again. Song Shuhang replied, just check if I really am Cheng Lin. Hee hee. Tooth Fairy made a hand seal and directed it to his ancient mirror. Rings of light emerged from the mirror. Tooth Fairy was especially adept at this kind of mirror divination technique. After a while, the rings of light returned to the mirror and condensed into a twisted rune. Tooth Fairy pointed at the twisted rune and said, now, what else do you have to say for yourself? Song Shuhang asked, what's the result of the divination? Tooth Fairy slowly said, far in the horizon, close at hand. Cheng Lin, you are right in front of me. Song Shuhang, why did the divination seem to be so on point? Song Shuhang asked, can I ask you something? Does your club of fortune tellers have some sort of shady fortune teller? The kind that would divine things that would not actually happen. Tooth Fairy said, shady fortune teller? How is that possible? That is a specialty of those metal attribute fortune tellers, and I am not a part of their kind. It seemed that this Ivory Trigram and Immortal Master Copper Trigram weren't of the same system. No wonder this guy was making fun of metal trigrams on his cloth banner. Tooth Fairy calmly said, what else do you want me to divine for you? You can still have me divine for you 2 more times. Song Shuhang curiously asked, are these free divinations? Tooth Fairy rolled his eyes. Of course there's a charge. Song Shuhang said, but I have no money. Tooth Fairy sighed heavily, and said, just quickly leave the beast realm and don't make too much of a fuss, that's the best payment you can give me. Song Shuhang said, in fact, I also want to leave the beast realm. Tooth Fairy said, then leave as soon as you possibly can. Song Shuhang said, I still have to wait for a friend. Even if he was going to leave, he had to at least leave together with Pavilion Master Chu. Tomorrow night, before the moon rises tomorrow night, you'd better leave the beast realm. Tooth Fairy's eyes sank slightly. You've still got 2 more chances, what do you want me to divine? After the last 2 divinations, he would never divine anything for Cheng Lin again. Tooth Fairy's voice was low, and it contained a tone with a water-like gentleness. His tone caused Song Shuhang's hair to stand on end. F***ck, could this guy also have had a crush on Cheng Lin? What in the world did Empress Cheng Lin do in the ancient era? It always seemed like Slow-Witted Song was seeking death wherever he went, and all the people of the heavenly city hated his guts. On the contrary, Empress Cheng Lin seemed to have attracted a lot of fans, and incidentally captured the heart of the heavenly city's belle, fairy at #% as well. Song Shuhang asked, for the next divination, can you check if my friend's fate is ominous? Currently, one of the things that he was most worried about was Pavilion Master Chu. Tooth Fairy did not ask who Song Shuhang's friend was. He simply stretched out his hand and pressed it on the mirror, and then a ring of light appeared. After a while, the ring of light condensed into a simple rune. Her fate isn't ominous at all. Although your friend will be facing some minor troubles, there's no need to worry about her life, Tooth Fairy said calmly. Final divination. Song Shuhang pondered. In addition to the Pavilion Master Chu's affairs, what other things did he need to have divined? Song Shuhang asked, where is the thing that I'm looking for? Tooth Fairy said, what are you looking for? You have to be more accurate, I'll only be able to divine for you if you give me more information. An important decoder, Song Shuhang said. He had already grasped the secret of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Now, the next thing that he needed was the decoder. Tooth Fairy nodded. This time he carefully made a hand seal and pressed his hands against the ancient mirror. His attitude this time was much more serious than when he had condensed the second rune. A ring of light rose from the ancient mirror and eventually condensed into 2 runes. The thing you are looking for is hidden in a filthy place that you would never have expected. And, it isn't in the beast realm. Tooth Fairy raised his head, and said, so, don't waste your time at the beast realm, just leave. His last divination consisted of 2 divinations. One of the divinations was on the location of the decoder, while the other one was on whether or not it was in the beast realm. After finding out that what Cheng Lin was looking for was not in the beast realm, Tooth Fairy felt great relief in his heart. Song Shuhang thought, a filthy place. It couldn't be in the Netherworld realm, right? That was 3. Cheng Lin. Tooth Fairy gave Song Shuhang a deep look, and said, I hope that we do not meet again in the future. Song Shuhang, Tooth Fairy put away the ancient mirror and the cloth banner, and then turned to leave. Wait! Song Shuhang shouted. At least send me out of this dream. Tooth Fairy curiously asked, can't you leave by yourself? Song Shuhang replied, I don't know how to leave. Tooth Fairy stared at Song Shuhang. After a while, he stretched out his hand towards Song Shuhang. At this moment, Song Shuhang saw everything blur, and the grassland world became unreal. Song Shuhang's figure gradually disappeared. Tooth Fairy stayed in place, motionless. A moment later, the young man wearing the mink fur coat appeared once again, still holding his wine jar. Did you ask Cheng Lin about what she's planning on doing? Tooth Fairy shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, Cheng Lin seems to be in a strange state. The young man in the mink fur coat said, she's pretending. After that, he directly raised the wine jar and drank from it. No, she doesn't seem to be pretending. She seems to really have forgotten a lot of things, Tooth Fairy said. I just secretly performed a divination, and the results were very strange. The young man asked, could there be something wrong with her path to immortality? Tooth Fairy suddenly said, I want to secretly confirm her status. The young man rolled his eyes, and said, so, you're planning to let a large group of guys who hate her guts follow you and kill her? Tooth Fairy confidently said, relax, I won't directly go to her. As long as you cover me, it won't be a problem to hide from those other oldies. Back at the Black Horse branch of all the humans of the world should unite and become a family. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. The sky had already turned bright, he had unknowingly practiced all night. Song Shuhang took out his phone and turned on the camera facing him. What appeared on the phone was a handsome man. Fortunately, I didn't become Cheng Lin. He secretly let out a breath of relief. In addition, if that great master Ivory Trigram isn't a shady fortune teller, then the decoder that I'm looking for should be hidden in an unexpected and filthy place, but where would that be? Also, what has Slow-Witted Song hidden in this odd human alliance in the beast realm? As he was thinking, Song Shuhang got up and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw a large group of people sitting around his residence. Members of the Black Horse branch had surrounded his residence. At this time, they were all in a state of practice, and they all had satisfied faces. Song Shuhang was puzzled. What's going on? Why are all the members of the branch gathered here? All the members of the Black Horse branch, men, women, the elderly, or the children, were huddled around his residence, and each of them wore a satisfied expression on their faces. Even kindness was part of the crowd. Moreover, when Song Shuhang had appeared, the members of the Black Horse branch did not sense anything at all. They simply continued to remain in that state of great satisfaction from which they could not seem to extricate themselves. What's happening? Song Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't an enlightenment stone, so why were all these people gathered around his residence? Furthermore, neither Lady Onion nor the enlightenment stone were with him. Song Shuhang lightly leaped and landed right beside kindness. It was not until this moment that the members of the Black Horse branch regained their consciousness one after another. The head of the Black Horse branch was puzzled. The other members of the branch similarly looked surprised. Kindness looked up and saw Song Shuhang standing beside her. She blinked, and said, "Senior Tyrannical Song." Song Shuhang asked, "Why are you all gathered here?" She looked around while in deep thought. Then, she raised her head to look at Song Shuhang again, and replied, "I've no idea either. Song Shuhang, I remember sleeping in my room. After that, I had a really wonderful dream. And that lasted all the way until just now. The dream suddenly broke apart and I woke up." Kindness organized her thoughts, and said, "After waking up, I immediately saw Senior Tyrannical Song as well as my seniors in the branch." "A dream?" Song Shuhang pinched his chin. "Could they have all been influenced by the man with the mink fur coat who brought me into that dream?" At this time, all of the members of the Black Horse branch who had woken up suddenly exclaimed out loud. The true chi in my body has grown stronger. This much growth is worth a few days of bitter cultivation. My body's chi and blood energy has grown a lot as well. Another one of my apertures has opened up. I thought that it was still going to take a few more months before it was going to open. Same here, my dragon tail dantian has cleared up. There were all kinds of expressions of surprise coming from the various members of the branch. Although Song Shuhang could not understand what they were saying due to the language barrier, he could hear the joy in their tones. Kindness raised her head and said to Song Shuhang, "Senior Tyrannical Song, it appears the strength of our entire branch has improved." After saying that, she closed her eyes and tested out her chi and blood energy. After that, she raised her head, and rejoiced, "It's the same for me, my chi and blood energy have greatly improved." In addition to the increase in chi and blood energy after being exposed to Song Shuhang's pressure last night, ever since she came across him, her total chi and blood energy had an increase of around half a month's worth of bitter cultivation. What's happening? Is it possible that the dreamland where the man with the mink fur coat brought me yesterday could enhance one's cultivation? Song Shuhang checked his own strength. It had indeed risen a bit, but such a small increase wasn't of much significance. So what really happened? At this time, the head of Black Horse branch got all the members of the branch to thank Song Shuhang in unison. Song Shuhang? Kindness explained, the head of the branch is thanking Senior Tyrannical Song. He believes that the improvement in everyone's cultivation last night was due to your intervention. She believed so as well. After all, everyone had gathered around Senior Tyrannical Song's residence to practice for one night, and their cultivations had rapidly improved. Song Shuhang was quite embarrassed for having taken the credit for something he did not do. The head of the Black Horse branch felt that inviting profound sage Tyrannical Song to be their guest last night was the most correct decision that he has made in his life. After giving their thanks, the members of the branch gradually dispersed. Although the members of the branch wished to stay with profound sage Tyrannical Song for a while longer, they were forcibly barred from doing so by the head of the branch. What would happen if Senior Tyrannical Song got annoyed due to being surrounded by everyone? The branch had only allowed 2 sensible members and Kindness to stay with Song Shuhang. Kindness could allow them to communicate with one another, while the other 2 members could run errands for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang casually strolled around the Black Horse branch in hopes of finding some clues. As he strolled around, the virtuous Lamia floated behind him. At the same time, Song Shuhang checked out the situation in the crystal-clear water pavilion through the eye of virtue. Currently, Pavilion Master Chu appeared to be in good condition. In the dreamland yesterday, that great master Ivory Trigram had said that Pavilion Master Chu would not be in much danger, but Song Shuhang was still rather worried. What if that great master Ivory Trigram was another shady fortune-teller? Although Great Master Ivory Trigram had denied being a shady fortune-teller, if you were to think about it, which shady fortune-teller would ever admit that they were a shady fortune-teller? After all, even Immortal Master Copper Trigram's signboard read, "Copper Tooth, Iron Tooth," a single word holds an entire world of divinations within it. When it comes to divinations, none can compare to this great immortal master. After confirming that Pavilion Master Chu was all right, Song Shuhang got in touch with Scarlet Heaven Sword once again. After losing its job as a translator yesterday, Scarlet Heaven Sword had been swallowed by the lamia. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, why did the members of the Black Horse branch who surrounded my residence last night experience a rise in their strength?" "It should be because of the 8th stage whale feast." Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "The power of the whale feast you consumed the last time was half-sealed so that you could slowly absorb it rather than just having your body explode. When practicing, the sealed energy of the whale banquet will be unsealed, aiding you with your practice. While you were practicing last night, some of the energy from the whale feast in your body probably scattered around and was then absorbed by the members of the Black Horse branch outside. Moreover, since their cultivation techniques are in the same system as your 33 Divine Beasts technique, perhaps even part of the same set, they were able to easily absorb the energy leaking out of your body." Song Shuhang asked, "Same set? Isn't there's a simplified version?" In addition, only a small part of the energy from the whale feast had leaked from his body. Was that really enough to raise the strengths of all of the members of the Black Horse branch? Song Shuhang felt that there had to be other reasons. Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "I don't know much about your cultivation technique, but I feel that yours and that little girl kindness cultivation techniques are very compatible with one another. You can try using the 33 Divine Beasts technique and sending a wisp of true chi in her body." Song Shuhang said, "I'll see if I can find a chance to try it out later." While they were talking, a cheer resounded from afar. The branch head who was still in his black suit shouted, "The Turtle Great Master is here. It's the Great Master of the Turtle Branch, everyone, come out to greet him." Kindness took the initiative to translate the branch head's words for Song Shuhang. The branch head just said that the Turtle Great Master has come. He is talking about the Great Master of the Turtle Branch we were waiting for last night. Song Shuhang asked, "Can I go and take a look?" The little girl nodded, and said, "Of course, Senior Tyrannical Song is a distinguished guest of our branch." Song Shuhang was an even more distinguished guest than the Turtle Great Master. This was what the branch head had reminded Kindness yesterday. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "All right, then you come with me. Let's go to the village entrance and have a look." Currently, he could only ride on the turtle shell as it was still going to take a while longer before he could remove it. As such, Kindness gladly climbed onto the turtle shell. Song Shuhang made a hand seal and the turtle shell flew towards a position that was not too far away from the village entrance of the Black Horse branch, but not too near either. They flew to a place that just allowed them to see the village entrance. A welcoming party similar to the one that had taken place yesterday unfolded. A long red carpet unfurled outwards and rolled all the way to the 3 figures outside the village. Among the 3 figures, one was an elderly, while the other 2 were youths. The old man was carrying a turtle shell on his back and holding a cane in his hand. His strength was at the 4th stage realm. The 2 youths consisted of a man and a woman, and they simply followed behind the old man. Additionally, they both carried a small turtle shell on their backs. It seems that the turtle shell was a symbol of being a part of the turtle branch. The red carpet unfurled all the way until it reached the Turtle Great Master. Afterward, welcoming music roared. At the same time, 2 rows of pretty ladies exited the village. They were all of the same height and had similar makeup. Song Shuhang saw that several of the welcoming ladies had added paddings to their chests in order to maintain a unified style among themselves. Being a welcoming lady was also very hard. Song Shuhang silently sighed. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. By the side of the ladies, there were 5 or 6 slender male Black Horse branch members, who were quickly changing clothes, and there was a makeup artist who was quickly applying makeup to them. They were truly worthy of being cultivators. They could actually apply makeup in as fast as 5 or 6 seconds. The male Black Horse branch members changed their clothes and inserted the padding into their chests. After that, they integrated into the team of welcoming girls. Song Shuhang asked, was this how the welcoming ceremony was prepared yesterday? Kindness replied, our Black Horse branch is a small branch, and we wouldn't be able to find too many young ladies of the same height. As such, the branch head came up with this trick, simply adding a male of a similar height into the lines of ladies. As long as they were to wear the same makeup, it would be hard to tell them apart from the rest. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. He simply couldn't squeeze out a reply for a while. The plots in the city ran too deep, so I fled to the countryside. Little did I know that the countryside had also changed. Their plots were similarly deep. With a burst of cheers, the 2 rows of sensual, welcoming ladies walked along the red carpet at a neat and measured pace. Greetings, Great Master of the Turtle Branch, our Black Horse branch welcomes your guidance. They shouted out with a neat and sweet voice. At the entrance of the village, the Great Master extended his hand and stroked his beard with a satisfied smile on his face. After that, he took his 2 disciples onto the red carpet and entered the Black Horse branch. The branch head greeted them at the entrance of the village. The Turtle Great Master arrived in front of the branch head, and the 2 embraced and shook hands enthusiastically. The Turtle Great Master laughed, and said, I've already gone to 16 branches on this trip. Your Black Horse branch's welcoming technique is the best out of all of them. I will definitely request the headquarters to increase the resources allocated to the Black Horse branch next year. The welcoming technique came from the secret book of All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. Depending on the level of their welcoming technique, one could see just how much a branch attaches importance to their guests. The Turtle Great Master was clearly very satisfied. The branch head laughed, and said, It is our pleasure to leave you satisfied. With the Turtle Great Master putting in a good word for them, next year, their Black Horse branch would be able to have a greater amount of cultivation resources. From this, it could be seen that it had been worth it to teach the welcoming technique to the members of the branch. The branch head asked, Great Master Turtle, it's still early. Would you like to have a meal at our Black Horse branch first? Great Master Turtle waved his hand, and said, that beautiful welcome was better than any delicacy. Let's not waste any time, gather the members of your branch and simply allow me to spread the secret technique of the alliance to everyone. Sure enough, All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family alliance also has its own secret book. Is it titled 200 Must-Have Skills for a Human to Survive? Or does it have some other name? From the welcoming technique which that Turtle Great Master and the branch head had mentioned just now, it really seemed like Slow-Witted Song had been involved in the creation of the secret book. Song Shuhang asked Kindness, should I take my leave? After all, they were going to impart a secret technique, he had to show that he didn't care about it. If he really wanted to see the secret technique, he only had to get the virtuous Lamia to leave behind an eye of virtue, and he would be able to peek during the impartation of the secret technique. However, stealing another faction's secret technique was a very dishonorable act. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had reminded him when he first entered the world of cultivation that stealing the cultivation techniques and privately imparting them to others was a grave taboo. Or should I just consider joining this human alliance? Such a thought emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. If he were to apply to join the human alliance, the head of the Black Horse branch would definitely agree with both of his hands and even his feet. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to study the secret technique. That was the most convenient and most appropriate method for doing so. It was just that the name of the alliance was rather odd. Kindness replied, Senior Tyrannical Song, there's no need for you to take such actions. The secret technique that Great Master Turtle is talking about here isn't a cultivation technique. Moreover, the purpose of All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family, is to bring all the humans in the beast realm together and have every one of them learn the secret technique. As long as they are human, there's no problem with them listening in on a talk about the secret technique. It appeared that the purpose of this human alliance was different from that of the strange monster alliance back in the main world. Kindness continued, however, after he finishes talking about the secret technique, Great Master Turtle will explain the exclusive cultivation techniques of our alliance if there happens to be some spare time. At that time, Senior Tyrannical Song will have to avoid listening in. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "That isn't a problem." Whilst carrying his huge turtle shell, Great Master Turtle climbed onto the high platform that the head of the Black Horse branch had prepared beforehand. Just like with the Monster Cultivator Alliance, the secret technique of the Human Alliance was similarly recorded in a thick and ancient book. Song Shuhang thought, if I got a chance, it would be best to make contact with that ancient book. At that time, he could simply use the secret appraisal technique to appraise it. If he didn't have a chance, well, all he had to do was write down the contents of the ancient book by hand, and then try out the secret appraisal technique. Ahem. Great Master Turtle coughed softly. His two disciples pulled up 2 sheets of white cloth and used a magical technique to project the ancient book in the hands of the Turtle Great Master onto the white cloth. The text within the ancient book was written in the language of the beast realm. As such, Song Shuhang could not read it at all. The most he could do at this moment was to forcefully memorize the picture for later use. Great Master Turtle solemnly said, all the humans of the world should unite and become a family, is an organization with a long history, and it has existed ever since ancient times. Our goal is to reunite all humans and allow them to live better lives in the beast realm. Kindness, who was right beside Song Shuhang, whispered the translation of the words of the Turtle Great Master to Shuhang. Our alliance has a secret technique containing experiences accumulated by our seniors. It is named 300 Ways for a Human to Live a Better Life in the Beast Realm. Although it is being called a secret technique, we wish for all of the humans in the Beast Realm to hear of it and learn it. Doing so would allow humans to have better lives in the Beast Realm. Great Master Turtle spoke neither too quickly nor too slowly. Kindness continued to translate softly. When Song Shuhang heard the name of the secret technique, the corners of his mouth slightly rose. It really is Slow-Witted Song's naming style. There won't be various ways for a human to please their monster master, right? Great Master Turtle said, the first skill is known as General Diplomacy. It contains the Welcoming Technique, Eloquence Technique, Establishing Diplomatic Relations Technique, and others. Now, I will be explaining them to everyone one by one. Song Shuhang listened to the little girl's translation and blinked. The naming style of these moves doesn't seem to be right. Why do they sound so normal? Whether it was the welcome technique, the eloquence technique, or the establishment of diplomatic relations, they were all vital for survival, and could really allow the human alliance to live better lives in the beast realm. Song Shuhang felt a sense of loss in his heart. Was a normal secret technique still a good secret technique? After Great Master Turtle finished discussing the first skill, General Diplomacy, he began to talk about the second skill, Dance of Friendship, which included more than 10 kinds of dances. There was a passionate one, a gentle and pleasant one, and a vibrant one. There were group dances, and also single dances. Art had no boundaries, and the meaning of dance rarely differed between races. Even if their language was different and the race was different, at times, with a simple dance, a friendship could be formed. While explaining the dance, the 2 disciples of Great Master Turtle also demonstrated the movements of the dances to the members of the branch. It was another sensible skill. The style of the secret book was so normal that Song Shuhang was starting to doubt his life. Was Slow-Witted Song really the one that came up with the secret technique of this human alliance? Or could it have been someone else who went to the main world and made contact with all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization, and then simply made a similar organization when they returned to the beast realm? Great Master Turtle said, these dances of friendship also contain the intentions of our ancestors. I will only be focusing on 3 dances. After years of research, I have found that when there are 30 people performing the 3 group dances, it will create a spirit gathering formation. This dance allows one to remain in a state of practice, and the benefits it provides to those of the first stage realm are fairly decent. After talking about the dance of friendship, Great Master Turtle drank some water to moisten his throat. After that, he began to explain various skills. There was the how to choose the location for setting up a branch, which included geomancy, geodetic surveying, the gathering of spiritual energy, and other architectural considerations. There was also the skills for earning a living, which included domesticating spirit beasts, planting spirit plants, and other things. There were over 200 skills, and each of them branched out to several topics. Great Master Turtle explained the secret technique for the entire day. In this way, from the beginning of the day until sunset, and then until 5 moons finally appeared in the night sky, the day ended. As Great Master Turtle was a 4th stage realm cultivator, he could afford to do so without getting tired. As for the little girl, Kindness, her voice was now rather little hoarse. While she was in the middle of translating, Song Shuhang gave her a fasting pill made by Su Clan 16, a chi and blood pill, and got her a pot of spirit green tea. In this way, she held on and translated Great Master Turtle's entire speech on the secret technique. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist Kindness, you've worked hard." Kindness said, "It wasn't that hard. I was simply translating it. Also, I even profited from it." The chi and blood pill and the spirit green tea were both great supplements for Kindness, who was only at the 1st stage realm. Now, thanks to that, the chi and blood energy in her body had risen once again. And it was not only that, she also felt that as long as she stood beside Senior Tyrannical Song, he would naturally diffuse gentle energy. This energy would actively integrate with her body, allowing the chi and blood energy in her body to continue to rise. Although the rate of increase was very slow, the rise in her strength after this entire day was already worth 2 to 3 sessions of practice. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. Now, we will be allotted 1 hour for questions. Once Great Master Turtle finished explaining the secret book, he sat down to rest. His chair was specially made to accommodate the turtle shell on his back. The members of the Black Horse branch began to raise their hands one by one and asked questions to clear their confusion. Great Master Turtle carefully answered everyone's questions. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and recalled the entire set of 300 ways for a human to live a better life in the beast realm in his mind to deepen his memory of it. When he had the time, he'd need to practice this set of secret techniques. Perhaps he could also get some secret text similar to the one he had acquired from the secret book of the Monster Spirit Alliance. An hour later, Great Master Turtle closed the secret book. Great Master Turtle slowly said, "Now, there are still 2 hours before dawn. As such, there is still some time left before I am to take my leave. I shall now explain the world-destroying Divine Beast technique to everyone. This time, I will be explaining the second layer of the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. Therefore, for those members who are still in the 1st stage realm, please take your leave for now." As a result, all of the members of the branch whose strength was below the 2nd stage began to leave the premises. Senior Tyrannical Song, let's go as well, Kindness said somewhat dejectedly. Song Shuhang glanced at her, smiled, and said, "Let's go." Although he still wanted to stay and listen to the talk about the world-destroying Divine Beast technique, it was taboo to steal others' secret techniques. If he really wanted to learn the world-destroying Divine Beast technique, then he would have to consider joining the Human Alliance. He rode onto his turtle shell and took Kindness to leave with him. At the same time as his turtle shell flew off, Great Master Turtle had begun to explain the divine skill. Right before explaining the technique, he made an opening statement. Kindness habitually began to translate. Due to having translated for Song Shuhang the entire day, it had become instinctual for her to do so. Great Master Turtle said that after his research, he found that our divine skill is compatible with spirit beasts. However, As for how exactly it is suitable, he has yet to figure it out. Oops. Kindness hurriedly covered her mouth. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Don't be afraid. You didn't say any specific content regarding the cultivation technique, so it can't be considered a disclosure of the cultivation technique. Just pay more attention next time." Shan girl nodded vigorously. The divine skill is compatible with spirit beasts. Isn't it quite similar to the 33 divine beasts technique? Specifically speaking, it was more related to the encyclopedia of animal taming that was in Song Shuhang's hands. The disciples of the 33 divine beasts sect needed to devour spirit beast crystals to practice while stimulating innate qi. In the process of devouring the spirit beast crystals, the excessively strong spiritual power in the crystals would make the disciples' bodies full of qi and place them in danger of bursting. Song Shuhang had once suffered from this kind of ordeal. Under such circumstances, as a last resort, he had no choice but to practice a body-tempering technique to improve his physical strength. The solution the 33 divine beasts sect found was to domesticate spirit beasts. The spiritual power within the spirit beast crystal would be passed to the spirit beast. Then, after it circulated within the spirit beast's body, it would end up becoming refined, and could be returned to the cultivator's body. It was equivalent to having a weaker ghost spirit. Does the cultivation technique of the Black Horse branch have such an effect? Song Shuhang pinched his chin in thought and looked at the little girl beside him. According to Scarlet Heaven Sword, it said, he should try pouring true qi into her body. Of course, he had to first obtain her consent for such an experiment. Song Shuhang coughed, and said to Kindness, "Fellow Taoist Kindness, I've something I need your help with." Kindness curiously asked, "What is it, Senior Tyrannical Song?" An 8th stage profound sage unexpectedly required her help. Song Shuhang replied, "I want to conduct an experiment, and it needs your cooperation." When Kindness heard the word experiment, she slightly stiffened. "Senior, can I ask what kind of experiment you want to conduct?" News circulated very fast in the beast realm, and even if she was in a small branch like the Black Horse branch, Kindness would still be able to hear some rumors. For example, certain evil factions would conduct cruel experiments on some small monsters and weak humans. Another example was one regarding an ancient sect that used a large number of monsters and humans to perform blood sacrifices and so on. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "I want to confirm a guess of mine. In the process, I would have to pour in some true qi into your body. However, rest assured, no harm will be caused to your body." Kindness raised her head to look at Song Shuhang, and then firmly said, "Okay. Senior Tyrannical Song, I will cooperate with you." The other party was someone at the 8th stage. If he really did want to use her in some evil experiment, would she even be able to resist? Moreover, Senior Tyrannical Song gave her a kind and gentle feeling. Her intuition told her that he wasn't an evil cultivator. And so, she closed her eyes and stretched out her little hand toward Song Shuhang. The scene looked just like a little girl about to get injected in the hospital. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt," Song Shuhang comforted her. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed. When one was a child, both their parents and the doctors would probably say something like that just as they were about to give the child an injection. "Kindness?" Song Shuhang stretched out his fingers and lightly pressed on Kindness' wrist. After that, a strand of innate true qi entered her body. Kindness was only at the 1st stage realm, so her sea of qi had yet to open, and the same was true for her meridians. This made it so that the true qi which entered her body would not be able to travel along her meridians, and it could only be directly integrated into her body, and then made to circulate between her heart, eye, and nose apertures alongside her qi and blood energy. After a single round of circulation, under Song Shuhang's control, the innate true yuan transformed into pure energy and merged into Kindness' body. From her perspective, the effect she was experiencing would be akin to taking a body-tempering pill. As the cultivation techniques of both parties had come from a single source, Kindness' body naturally accepted Song Shuhang's true qi. Kindness raised her head, and asked, "Is it over?" She only felt that her body was warm and that her physique had slightly improved. Song Shuhang pinched his chin in contemplation. When his innate true yuan entered Kindness' great apertures, he had sensed that the 33 Divine Beasts technique and the world-destroying Divine Beast technique were indistinguishable from one another. However, the true yuan merely circulated around Kindness' body, and did not provide her with any benefits. Could it be that due to her realm being too low, the effects aren't that prominent? Do I need to test it on a cultivator at the second stage realm? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Seeing that Song Shuhang was not saying anything, she did not dare say anything either. The turtle shell continued to fly towards Song Shuhang's temporary residence. On the way there, Song Shuhang saw the stone block building on the grassland. That was where the members of the Black Horse branch would go to deal with the horse spirit beasts that were reaching the end of their lifespan. It was also the place where they would store the spirit beast crystals. Spirit beast crystals. Thinking back to that turtle great master's last statement, a divine skill that was compatible with spirit beasts. There was also that practice method for the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect recorded on the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Several memories flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Song Shuhang said, "Fellow Taoist Kindness, I have to run another experiment, is that okay with you?" The little girl nodded in response. Even if she were not to do anything, simply standing there near Song Shuhang would allow her qi and blood energy to continuously grow. Merely staying with him was already a kind of opportunity for her. After meeting Senior Tyrannical Song, her strength had begun to advance by leaps and bounds. This showed just how great it was to master a foreign language. At this time, she saw Song Shuhang bring out a spirit beast crystal. From the aura of the spirit beast crystal, it seemed a horse's spirit beast crystal. Its grade was not high, and it was only at around the second stage. Most of the spirit beast crystals which the Black Horse branch obtained were also of such a grade. What's Senior Tyrannical Song planning on doing? Kindness' curiosity was piqued. At this time, she saw Senior Tyrannical Song open his mouth and directly crush the spirit beast crystal before eating it like a biscuit. Kindness' eyes immediately widened. He ate the spirit beast crystal? People of the Black Horse branch, who domesticated spirit horses, were very clear how hard these things were. Worthy of someone at the 8th stage, he can even bite through something as hard as that. Judging from Senior Tyrannical Song's expression, it seems like the taste of the spirit beast crystal is pretty good. Song Shuhang operated the whale-swallowing technique to directly absorb the energy in the second stage spirit beast crystal. For the current him, the energy within the spirit beast crystal was very weak, and he could directly absorb it just by willing it. However, he did not do this, but controlled the energy of the horse-type spirit beast crystal, and separated a small strand of it. After that, just like before, he passed it over to Kindness. Due to this not being Song Shuhang's own true yuan, he put more care into manipulating it for fear of hurting Kindness. When this small strand of horse spirit beast crystal energy entered Kindness' body, she shook slightly. In the next moment, the spiritual meditation technique of the world-destroying divine beast technique naturally began to circulate. The qi and blood energy in her heart, eye, and nose apertures surged at the same instant, rushed towards the strand of energy from the horse spirit beast crystal, and quickly began to assimilate it. The energy that Song Shuhang transferred into her body was a very small amount, it was merely a small strand. As such, she was able to assimilate it quickly. Thus, her qi and blood energy experienced another rise. At the same time, the world-destroying divine beast technique within her body transferred pure qi and blood energy back to Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang thought, it really worked. Kindness world-destroying divine beast technique allowed her to replace the function of the spirit beast. Compared to spirit beasts, her proficiency in the use of energy was much higher. Before reaching the 5th stage, spirit beasts would only cultivate by instinct. When the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect used a special method to transfer the extra energy of the Spirit Beast crystal into the body of the Spirit Beast would instinctively absorb it, and then send some of the refined energy back to that disciple. However, by continuously repeating the process, a great amount of energy would be lost. I gotta try it again. Song Shuhang isolated a slightly larger part of the horse Spirit Beast crystal's energy, and transferred it over to Kindness' body. If it were to happen only once or twice, it might just be a coincidence. He had to make it work at least 3 times to make sure of the validity of the experiment. This time, the energy of the horse-type Spirit Beast crystal he isolated was larger than the previous one. And so, it took a little more time for Kindness to complete the assimilation of the energy of this Spirit Beast crystal. Just like before, another wave of pure qi and blood energy was passed on back to Song Shuhang. One last time. Song Shuhang carefully isolated an even larger part of the Spirit Beast energy and repeated the process. Similar to the 2 previous times, Kindness assimilated the energy of the Spirit Beast crystal, and sent some of it back to him. Kindness suddenly exclaimed, "Senior Tyrannical Song, I'm full." Song Shuhang? Kindness excitedly said, "The qi and blood energy in my nose aperture is already overflowing. I might break through the ear aperture now." Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "So fast? Alright, let me help you. It's a reward for your assistance in my experiment." After saying that, he isolated another strand of energy from the Spirit Beast crystal and sent it into Kindness' ear aperture. After 10 minutes or so, Kindness lightly exhaled. The overflowing qi and blood energy in her eye aperture rushed towards her ear aperture and slammed into it, causing the ear aperture to directly open up. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Kindness." Kindness hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Within such a short period of time, she had actually been able to directly jump over a small realm. This was something that she had never dared to even imagine happening before. All of this directly saved her more than a year of bitter cultivation. Song Shuhang advised, "Now, you should sit down and meditate to consolidate your new realm." At this point in time, the 2 of them had already reached Song Shuhang's temporary residence. Kindness went to the side room and began meditating. As for Song Shuhang, he returned to his room. The world-destroying Divine Beast technique seems to be an extension of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, why was this cultivation technique not circulating within the 33 Divine Beasts sect? Song Shuhang pinched his chin in contemplation. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Perhaps it experienced something similar to that magic weapon forging technique, and ended up getting lost at some point in time? It feels like Slow-Witted Song just wanted to set up several insurances." Song Shuhang took out some paper and pen, and began writing down the secret book of the Human Alliance which he had recorded in his memory. "Do you want me to translate the text for you?" Scarlet Heaven Sword volunteered. If it could take on the job of translating, even if it were only for a short while, it would be able to come out of the virtuous Lamia's belly. Song Shuhang said, "No, I'm copying it down for other purposes." Scarlet Heaven Sword, "Come on, old Song, can't you just cooperate with me?" Song Shuhang took a deep breath after he finished writing down the secret book. He took off his gloves and pressed his hands on the sheet of paper. Song Shuhang thought, "I hope I can get some useful information from this. If it doesn't work, I'll have to find a way to make contact with that secret book of Great Master Turtle, which would be quite troublesome." He activated the secret appraisal technique, and then 88,888 voices suddenly echoed in his mind. Golden runes flew out of his eyes, transforming into a clock with its hands turning counterclockwise, and then the results of the appraisal emerged. At the same time, liquid spurted out of Song Shuhang's arm, but he simply sucked it back into his body, and so not a single drop was wasted. 300 Ways for a Human to Live a Better Life in the Beast Realm. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's handwritten version. There is only this copy in the world, and it was written for the sake of preserving the text. Song Shuhang. Fortunately, there was still other information coming from the appraisal. This secret book is a heritage book of all the humans of the world should unite and become a family. This alliance is an organization that Song Beep quietly established in the beast realm. The book contains 300 kinds of moves that enable humans to live better lives in the beast realm. It is also treated as something like the gospel by the humans within the beast realm. Song Shuhang. Yup, Song Beep was definitely Slow-Witted Song. In addition to this, Song Beep hid a little secret inside the secret book. The ancestral cultivation technique of all the humans of the world should unite and become a family will allow one to acquire unexpected gains. More content 1, due to it involving the personal life of Song Beep, the content is currently unavailable. We ask for your understanding. More content 2, due to this part of the news containing a lot of secret information, cultivators under the age of 180 are prohibited from browsing this section. 1232 Wholesale Protagonist Routine Table Flip. Hadn't the secret appraisal technique gotten more and more mischievous recently? When it was appraising other things, it was normal. However, when it was about Slow-Witted Song, the results of the appraisal would become quite nasty. Insufficient permissions and age. With a sigh, Song Shuhang stopped using the appraisal technique. Even if he were to forcefully use the secret appraisal technique again, he still wouldn't get the information he wanted. Song Shuhang softly said, according to the clues provided by the secret appraisal technique, when the secret book of the human alliance is used together with the cultivation technique that kindness practices, there would be unexpected gains. The problem returned to the most important step. How was he supposed to get kindness cultivation technique? If he wanted to honestly get the cultivation technique, then he would have to consider whether or not to join all the humans of the world should unite and become a family organization. Moreover, even if he successfully obtained the cultivation technique, he would not be able to immediately start practicing it. He had already practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique. If he wanted to practice a second auxiliary cultivation technique, he would have to make a lot of preparation beforehand. Besides that, there was still another point to take note of. All the members of the Black Horse branch practiced both the 300 Ways for a Human to Live a Better Life in the Beast Realm and the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. If both of those were practiced together, one should be able to find the hidden code. Therefore, could all of the members of the Black Horse branch have already found it? The virtuous Lamia continued to stay beside Song Shuhang. Ever since the fat whale beneath her feet swallowed the white-haired man, she was unable to re-enter Song Shuhang's body. After all, that poor white-haired man was a living creature, and thus could not be brought into Song Shuhang's body like Scarlet Heaven Sword. Suddenly, the virtuous Lamia moved and looked towards the door. Two figures were approaching. One was a man in a black suit, and the other was the Turtle Great Master. It appeared that Great Master Turtle had finished speaking. The branch head and the Turtle Great Master did not go directly to Song Shuhang's room, but went to the side room to see Kindness first. Kindness, is Mr. Tyrannical Song resting? The branch head asked right after he entered the house. Kindness shook her head, and replied, I'm currently only meditating to consolidate my realm. Senior Tyrannical Song hasn't called for me. The branch head said, I'm not sure if it's a good time to go to Mr. Tyrannical Song right now, we might end up disturbing him. How about we just come back tomorrow morning? Great Master Turtle did not oppose his suggestion, and simply nodded. And so, the branch head and Great Master Turtle went on to leave Kindness' room. However, just as the branch head reached the doorway, he suddenly paused. He took a sharp turn and then looked at Kindness. Kindness, did you just say that you were meditating to consolidate your realm? The branch head asked with eyes wide open. There weren't many people in the Black Horse branch, and the branch head's memory was quite good. He had pretty much watched all the members of the younger generation grow up. As such, when it came to which stage they were at, the branch head knew it quite well. He even remembered which small realm they'd reached. From what he could recall, Kindness had just broken through to the nose aperture realm 2 months ago. Due to her cultivation talent being rather average and the cultivation resources of the Black Horse branch being rather sparse, it would have normally taken her at least another year, if not 2 or 3 years, to reach the next aperture. But now, she had already broken through and was consolidating her realm. Kindness nodded, and said, "Yes, branch head." Did this happen because of Mr. Tyrannical Song? The branch head immediately understood the situation. At the same time, he lightly stepped to Kindness' side and reached towards her hand to determine which realm she was at. Sure enough, Kindness had successfully opened her ear aperture. Moreover, the chi and blood energy in her body was very strong, showing that there would not be any hidden dangers left behind. Her ascension had not been a forceful one, but rather one that followed a more natural course that allowed the aperture to open by itself. Kindness nodded, and said, "Yes." The branch head was overjoyed. It really had been the right decision for him to invite Mr. Tyrannical Song to become a guest of their branch. Kindness, this little girl, was also very blessed. After all, it was mostly due to her knowledge of a foreign language that she was able to get the opportunity to stay by his side. How good would it be if I had also mastered a foreign language? The branch head thought. The picture of profound sage Tyrannical Song in his mind had become even greater. After that, the branch head and Great Master Turtle left, and did not disturb Song Shuhang. They chose to rest for one night in a nearby room in preparation for visiting profound sage Tyrannical Song tomorrow morning. Early in the morning on the next day, at sunrise, the branch head opened his eyes and found that he was still lying on the bed in the same room he had slept in. He felt a little dejected. He had thought that he would find himself sitting outside Senior Tyrannical Song's residence as soon as he opened his eyes, just like the previous night. The branch head pushed open the door of his room, and found that the Great Master Turtle was already waiting right outside his door. The branch head said, "Good morning, Great Master Turtle. Did you sleep well last night? You're finally awake." Great Master Turtle smiled, and said, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I was just waiting for you to wake up." The branch head, "Great Master Turtle, aren't you a bit too anxious?" The two of them first went to the side room where Kindness was. At this time, Kindness had just woken up. Similar to the branch head, when she woke up and found that she was still in her bed, she felt slightly dejected. The branch head asked, "Kindness, is Mr. Tyrannical Song awake?" Kindness shook her head, hinting that she didn't know. The branch head smiled, and said, "Then, come with us to meet Senior Tyrannical Song." Due to them and profound sage Tyrannical Song not speaking the same language, they needed someone to fill in the role of a translator. In fact, Song Shuhang was also waiting for the arrival of the branch head and Great Master Turtle. Only by making contact with these two could he find an opportunity to get the world-destroying divine beast technique he wanted. While he was waiting, he had been paying attention to the situation at the crystal-clear water pavilion through the eye of virtue. The battle between Tribulation Transcenders was still ongoing. With how long the power of Tribulation Transcenders could last, it would not be a problem for their fight to last an entire decade. I wonder when Pavilion Master Chu will be finished with her battle? Also, I wonder how Lady Onion's and Little Kai's inner demon tribulation is going. Yi Si still had yet to recover, and she was still in the process of getting through the inner demon tribulation within his body. At this time, the knock of the branch head could be heard at his door. Kindness asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, are you awake?" Song Shuhang extended his hand, and the sage seal began to cover its master with a layer of profound sage dignity. The virtuous Lamia solemnly remained right behind him. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Come in." The door opened. Great Master Turtle silently glanced at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who was inside the room. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song looked exactly like the young man who had appeared in the divinity show. His outer appearance was that of a young man with an exquisite face and a kind expression. Just from staring at him, his sage name had emerged in the mind of Great Master Turtle, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. It turns out that he really is the first sage in 1,000 years. Great Master Turtle respectfully said, "Junior Gue Xuanzi greets Senior Tyrannical Song." Without the need of kindness assistance, Great Master Turtle could also converse in other languages. Although he did stumble here and there, his words were generally understandable. The branch head secretly glanced at Great Master Turtle. F***ck, now I'm the only person here who cannot directly communicate with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Why does it feel like I'm being excluded from your small circle? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "What can I do for you?" This junior heard that Senior Tyrannical Song was here as a guest, and so I came to see you. Great Master Turtle once again greeted Song Shuhang respectfully. Song Shuhang nodded with a smile. This Great Master Turtle waited anxiously outside the door the entire night. Since he was so anxious to see me, he must still have other reasons for looking for me. Great Master Turtle saw that Senior Tyrannical Song was smiling without saying a word, and his face turned slightly red. Based on Senior Tyrannical Song's cultivation, he definitely would not have been able to hide his actions from the other party. Great Master Turtle thickened his face, and said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, there is one thing that this junior would like to say to you. Recently, strange things have been frequently happening in the beast realm. There are often monster and human cultivators who would suddenly step onto the evil path and become a demon. I myself encountered a practitioner who had stepped onto the evil path on my journey to the Black Horse Branch. Song Shuhang listened to Great Master Turtle, and then slightly frowned. People stepping onto the evil path and turning into demons? This sounded quite familiar. Great Master Turtle slowly said, "It was a companion of mine who had stepped onto the evil path. On the way here, he did not show any signs of abnormalities. However, just last night, a large quantity of Netherworld evil energy suddenly appeared on his body, and he began to become a demon. This junior ended up having to subdue and seal him. After sealing his companion, he immediately contacted the headquarters of All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization and asked them to send an expert to save his companion. The only problem was that it would take that expert from the headquarters some time to reach him, and he was not certain if his seal would hold up for long enough. Fortunately, he had unexpectedly encountered a profound sage guest here at the Black Horse Branch. Song Shuhang asked, did he touch any special objects before he turned into a demon? For example, any sort of beautiful ring or some other jewelry? Perhaps it might entirely be something else, such as a small weapon or something like that? Great Master Turtle frowned and fell into thought for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. Before we headed for the Black Horse Branch, that companion of mine had picked up a broken sword. He believed the broken sword to be some sort of treasure and took it with him. Song Shuhang asked, is the broken sword still with him? Great Master Turtle shook his head, and replied, I didn't really pay much attention to it. At this moment, the branch head who was right by them suddenly jumped up and started saying something. Just as Song Shuhang and Great Master Turtle were communicating, the branch head had pulled over Kindness and got her to translate the conversation. Song Shuhang turned his head, and asked, what is it? Kindness translated, the branch head said that he had also picked up a broken sword a few days ago, and it is still within a treasure chest of his. Song Shuhang asked, was there anything weird about that broken sword? Kindness then translated Song Shuhang's words for the branch head. The branch head nodded, and replied via Kindness, ever since I picked up the broken sword, I would often hear a voice asking me, do you want strength? Do you want to be the protagonist of the world? I got the feeling that the broken sword was quite evil, so I replied, "No, go away." After that, the broken remained silent. However, as I felt that it was a treasure, I picked it up and stored it in my treasure chest. "Let me see it. Also, be careful not to fall into its trap." Song Shuhang was almost entirely sure that the broken sword came from the other ruler of the Netherworld realm. As the branch head went to fetch the broken sword, Song Shuhang looked at Great Master Turtle. After thinking for a while, he simply went ahead and asked, "Fellow Daoist Turtle, do you feel anything special when you practice the secret book of the Human Alliance and the world-destroying Divine Beast technique together?" Great Master Turtle asked, "Anything special?" "No, I don't seem to feel anything special when I do." Song Shuhang moved his gaze to Kindness once again. Kindness thought for a while, and asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, what do you mean by something special?" Song Shuhang asked, "For example, when you practice the secret technique of the Human Alliance and the world-destroying Divine Beast technique, did you happen to see or feel something?" Kindness shook her head. "That's strange. The secret appraisal technique claimed that one would get an unexpected benefit when they practiced the secret technique and the cultivation technique together. However, it seems like nothing out of the ordinary happened for Great Master Turtle and Kindness," Song Shuhang thought. "Could it be something like the secret book of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization? You'd have to practice the technique in a particular way for the secret text to appear. Perhaps I should borrow Senior Phoenix Slayer's CPU. However, Senior Phoenix Slayer is probably still mad at me. It won't be easy to borrow his CPU again." At this time, Kindness added, "However, Senior Tyrannical Song, when I practice the world-destroying Divine Beast technique, I would only focus on practicing the cultivation technique. On the other hand, when I study the secret technique of the Alliance, I would only focus on studying the secret book. I have never tried doing both at the same time." Song Shuhang heard this, and said, "Then, could you try it out?" Kindness shook her head, and replied, "No, I don't think I can do both of them at the same time." She was currently still at the first stage realm, so her practice of the world-destroying Divine Beast technique was still at its first layer and consisted of a body-tempering technique, hence, she would have to practice it by performing a fist technique. If she wanted to practice both the fist technique and the Alliance's secret technique at the same time, she would have to split into two. Great Master Turtle asked, "Mr. Tyrannical Song, are you researching our cultivation technique and secret technique?" It was related to the inheritance of his own cultivation technique, so this would naturally place Great Master Turtle's mind on high alert. If it hadn't been for their careful behavior, the world-destroying Divine Beast technique would have long become a cultivation technique that could be found anywhere. Song Shuhang shook his head, and replied, "I only learned about your cultivation technique and secret book yesterday." Kindness added, "I translated the secret book of our alliance for Senior Tyrannical Song yesterday." Great Master Turtle relaxed a little. He looked up and was about to say something. At this moment, Great Master Turtle's eyes and the virtuous Lamia's eyes behind Song Shuhang met. The virtuous Lamia's eyes, which seemed to have been made from Buddhist relics, shone brightly. Great Master Turtle looked at these eyes and saw great compassion, great wisdom, and great virtue. Unexpectedly, after seeing them, even his mind became compassionate, and his mind became very open. It was as if it could accommodate the entire world. "Mr. Tyrannical Song, perhaps this junior could try doing it for you, you can simply watch me." Great Master Turtle patted his chest and suddenly offered to be the one to try out practicing both the secret technique and the cultivation technique at the same time. Song Shuhang curiously looked at Great Master Turtle. He did not understand why the other party's attitude changed so greatly. However, since the other party had offered to work with him, how could he reject him? Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Then I'll be troubling you, fellow Daoist." Great Master Turtle took off his turtle shell and threw it aside. His turtle shell was a heavy turtle beast's turtle shell. It was a symbol of status when worn on one's back. After doing that, Great Master Turtle took a deep breath and began to use the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. He was a cultivator at the 4th stage, so he could use the Alliance's secret technique while circulating the world-destroying Divine Beast technique. Moreover, as an elder who was responsible for imparting lessons, he could recite the entire secret book of the Alliance without difficulty. When Great Master Turtle circulated the cultivation technique, a slight resonance suddenly emerged. He could not help raise his head and look at profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The object of resonance was profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Fellow Daoist Gue, there's no need to be surprised. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and said, the cultivation technique that I practice belongs to the same system as yours, and they can even complement each other. It's normal for them to resonate with one another. Great Master Turtle nodded, and said, so that's the case. Afterward, while maintaining the cultivation technique, he began to practice the secret technique of the Alliance. When compared to the secret book of the Monster Alliance, the secret book of the Human Alliance was relatively thinner, and most of the moves in those of the Human Alliance were speeches. Of course, there was also some singing and dancing. Anyhow, Great Master Turtle started with the welcoming technique, the eloquence technique, then the establishing diplomatic relations technique, and the dance of friendship after that. Song Shuhang closely watched the other party's every move. Honestly speaking, Great Master Turtle's dance postures were somewhat embarrassing. This was why he would rarely be the one to dance when conducting his lectures, and would rather have his disciples be the one to perform the dances. After a set of practice, Great Master Turtle didn't appear to be any different. Song Shuhang could not find any worthwhile results. Song Shuhang thought, perhaps the method we are using isn't the right one. Due to it not being a lecture, Great Master Turtle sped up his performance of the technique. His movements got faster and faster, and the speech nature of the techniques made it seem like a high-speed rap. The 300 moves were soon all done. Great Master Turtle gasped for breath, and asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, did you find anything? Song Shuhang shook his head, and replied, do you feel anything different? Great Master Turtle shook his head. Song Shuhang leaned in the chair. It seems that the method wasn't right. Slow-Witted Song, can't you give me any more tips? At this time, the head of the branch horse branch had gotten back to them. Mr. Tyrannical Song, I've brought the broken knife. The branch head looked pale as he pushed the door open and entered. Are you all right? Great Master Turtle looked at the branch head. This blade is very strange. The branch head put down the broken knife. After doing that, it was as if a great burden had been removed from his back. When I took it out of the treasure chest, it was very excited. It probably thought that I finally had a change of heart. On the way here, it constantly urged me, asking me if I wanted strength or power. It even tried to stimulate my mind by seduce me. Fortunately, my will is firm, and I did not fall into its grasp. Kindness quickly translated the branch head's words for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded and reached straight for the broken saber. Compared to the items for protagonists such as rings and jewelry that had appeared on Earth, this broken saber that appeared in the beast realm was even more perfect and fitting for a protagonist. On the surface, one would not be able to sense the evil energy of the Netherworld at all. This broken sword was like a genuine ancient weapon with how great of an ancient vibe it gave off. Great Master Turtle said, Senior Tyrannical Song, pay attention to your safety, this blade is very evil. Song Shuhang said, relax, this isn't the first time I'm dealing with something like this. As he stretched his hand towards the broken saber, a sound immediately echoed in his ear. Young man, do you want strength? The voice was illusory yet ethereal, it seemed to be close yet far at the same time, masculine yet feminine, aged yet youthful, it sounded really strange. Moreover, the voice appeared to have an enticing aspect to it, making it so that when one heard it, their heart was moved. Are you eager to beat your enemies? Are you eager to become a genius and attract the attention of many people? Do you want to be the ruler of this era? Come, hold the handle of the blade and accept my strength. With the blade, you will reach the 3rd stage in 10 years, the 4th stage in 40 years, and the 5th stage in 100 years. What are you waiting for? Grab this opportunity and climb to the peak of the world, stand above everyone. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth raised, and he replied, 3rd stage in 10 years, 4th stage in another 40 years, and 5th stage in another 100 years? So slow? The broken saber, who wanted to continue to entice Song Shuhang, could not help but suddenly freeze. This ethereal voice was the effect of a magical technique that did not really have a mind of its own. However, it could lower people's guard through enticement and make them actively accept it. Now, it felt that it was just held in great contempt. In total, it would only be 150 years to reach the 5th stage. Wasn't that ascension speed really fast? How did it end up getting despised? Was there something wrong with this world? Do you really think that you'd be able to entice people and abduct them with such a lame marketing method? Behind Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia grabbed the invisible saber insect and directly slashed apart the broken saber. Ding! The broken saber was sliced in half, and in the next moment, violent evil energy of the Netherworld spewed out of the broken saber. Be careful. Great Master Turtle was startled. He reached out, grabbed the branch head and kindness, and then quickly retreated. However, before the wild evil energy of the Netherworld could even use its power, it suddenly disappeared. The evil energy had appeared quickly, but it disappeared even quicker. Song Shuhang's fingers retracted, and hundreds of lotus roots retreated into his body under the cover of light of the virtuous Lamia. The inner world in his body was able to get another energy reserve. This was merely more funding for another expansion. This time, it did not draw the attention of the ruler of the Netherworld. It's already been dealt with? Great Master Turtle looked confused. All that terrifying and violent evil energy of the Netherworld had disappeared just like that? If it weren't for the remnants of the broken saber on the table, he would have thought that everything was just an illusion. Song Shuhang gently said, "It's done." This time, the other party was even weaker than I thought. It was quite simple to deal with it. He reached out and grabbed the remnants of the broken saber, which was made of ordinary brass. However, due to it having been invaded by the evil energy of the Netherworld, there was a chance that there was a little variation in the material. Song Shuhang kept away the broken saber, got up, and said, "Fellow Taoist Gui, take me to your companion." Great Master Turtle had just cooperated with him by practicing the secret technique and the cultivation technique. Therefore, Song Shuhang did not mind relieving his companion of the evil energy which plagued them in return. Great Master Turtle said, "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Great Master Turtle led the way, and Song Shuhang followed behind on his saber. The branch head thickened his face and followed them. He also brought the translator, Kindness, with him. The branch head said, "No wonder Great Master Turtle wasn't able to get to the Black Horse branch at the appointed time. It turns out that a problem had unexpectedly arisen with your companion." Great Master Turtle nodded. The location of the seal was by a small stretch of forest. At the edge of the forest, 3 young men carrying turtle shells could be seen. They were the disciples of Great Master Turtle's companion. One of the young men expectantly said, "Great Master, you're finally back. Has the organization sent an expert to rescue our teacher?" Great Master Turtle comforted, "The expert from the organization is probably still on the way, but I was able to bring Senior Tyrannical Song over. With him, your teacher will be safe." In the forest, 6 ancient trees were engraved with runes and turned into a ceiling formation. In the middle of each ancient tree, there was a huge turtle shell that suppressed the demonized companion of Great Master Turtle. The transformation of Great Master Turtle's companion was very serious, and the aura of the Netherworld on his body was intense. Song Shuhang directly entered the seal with the virtuous lamia protecting him and prepared to drive away the aura of the Netherworld. The virtuous lamia wrapped around Song Shuhang, repelling all of the evil energy. Song Shuhang gently said, "All of you take a few steps back to avoid getting affected." In a short while, he was going to urge his lotus roots to absorb the evil energy of the Netherworld. It was best if others did not see it. Great Master Turtle took the few disciples of his companion along with the branch head and kindness, and then retreated a fair distance. Light of virtue burst out from Song Shuhang, and the lotus roots emerged and pierced into the fallen cultivator. The seemingly huge amount of evil energy was quickly absorbed by the lotus roots. The quality of the evil energy here is much lower than those of the fallen people on Earth. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Despite the people on Earth only being ordinary ones, the quality of the evil energy within their bodies had been much higher. If they were to be compared, one was the work of a fine master, while the other was merely something produced by an assembly line. After the evil energy was drained, the fallen cultivator fell unconscious. Song Shuhang retracted his light of virtue and turned his head. It's done. Fortunately, he hadn't completely turned into a demon, otherwise, even I would not have been able to do anything. Great Master Turtle's seal was really timely. It was able to slow down the speed of his companion's demonification. In this way, after all of the evil energy of the Netherworld was taken from the other party, they could return to their original state. Great Master Turtle said, "Thank you, Mr. Tyrannical Song. He will be experiencing a period of weakness for a while, but he will be able to recover with some supplements. In addition, there are still hidden dangers left in his body due to the invasion of the evil energy, so it would be best to look for some medicine that would be able to treat him so that there won't be any dangers left behind," Song Shuhang reminded the other party. Great Master Turtle nodded repeatedly. He then undid the seal that he had placed and examined his companion carefully. Sure enough, all of the evil energy of the Netherworld that was sticking to his companion's bones was completely gone. The methods of profound sage tyrannical song were truly unfathomable. At this time, the three men with turtle shells on their backs looked at Song Shuhang with admiration. This was the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical song. So powerful. That was a problem that they had no way of dealing with, yet profound sage tyrannical song dealt with it in such a short time. A goal emerged in the hearts of the three young men. As long as they worked hard, they could also become as powerful as profound sage tyrannical song one day. Anyway, when this thought emerged in his mind, a young man's face suddenly changed. On his wrist, a bronze bracelet slightly began fluctuating. Do you want power? Do you want to have the strength to match the man in front of you? Do you want to beat all of those who displease you? The young man suddenly said, "What's this voice?" Everyone around him turned to look at him. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there something wrong?" Kindness promptly translated Song Shuhang's words. The young man said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, there was a voice that seemed to be trying to entice me, asking me if I wanted power." Great Master Turtle and the branch head immediately shouted, "Do you have any broken swords, broken sabers, or anything of the like on you right now?" No, the young man shook his head. Great Master Turtle again asked, "Did you pick up any strange treasures when you were with your master recently?" Pick up any treasures? Oh, I found this bracelet while we were traveling. It looked very beautiful, so I picked it up and put it on. After saying that, the young man took off his bracelet. Sure enough, it was something similar to the broken saber and the broken sword. There was likely some evil energy of the Netherworld hidden within the bracelet. Song Shuhang took the bracelet. It appeared to be even more delicate than the broken saber and the broken sword. However, its lines were the same kind as the broken saber from before. Song Shuhang thought, "Can't you change the script a bit?" After thinking that, he said to Great Master Turtle and the others, "This bracelet is of the same kind as that broken saber from before. With the power of temptation, it can seep into people's hearts and make them fall and become demons. How about just giving it to me? Great Master Turtle nodded repeatedly. The young man was shocked to hear that the bracelet that he was wearing was of the same kind as the thing that had caused his teacher to fall into such a state. Song Shuhang did not immediately destroy the bracelet, as he was preparing to bring it back with him. The seniors of 9 provinces number 1 group would definitely be interested in such an object. Anyway, this makes it the 3rd time that I encountered a demonic item of the Netherworld in a single day. Isn't that a little too much? How many such things are there in the Beast Realm? Is the ruler of the Netherworld planning to turn all of the residents of the Beast Realm into demons? Or could this be due to the changes happening to the wielder of the will? Song Shuhang's heart moved. The ruler of the Netherworld was the other side of the wielder of the will. Was the ruler of the Netherworld acting so rampantly due to the fall of the current wielder of the heavens will being imminent? Song Shuhang said, "Fellow Daoist Gui, you'd better inform all of the members of all the humans of the world should unite and become a family organization of this matter. I suspect that a large number of similar items, all of which draw people into becoming demons, has appeared in the Beast Realm." Great Master Turtle nodded. He also felt quite uneasy. After hearing Song Shuhang's suggestion, he immediately contacted the Alliance headquarters and reported the matter. After Great Master Turtle reported the matter, he almost immediately got a response. Great Master Turtle said, "Damn it." Song Shuhang asked, "Are there already other victims?" Great Master Turtle gritted his teeth, and said, "Ever since I reported the status of my companion and sent a request for assistance to the Alliance yesterday, the Alliance has counted over 200 similar incidents. All those people have fallen and become demons of the Netherworld. Moreover, over 80% of them are already too far gone for the process to be reversed." At the same time, he was slowly becoming afraid. If he had not been fortunate enough to meet profound Sage Tyrannical Song today, his companion probably would have been one of that 80% that no longer had a chance of recovering as well. So many? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. This was only the intelligence that had been received by the Human Alliance. There were definitely more than just those 200 incidents, as it was nearly impossible for all of the incidents to have been reported. Great Master Turtle said, "Our alliance is only a medium-sized force in the Beast Realm. If the infection rate that the other forces are experiencing is similar, the number of infected in the Beast Realm over the past night should already be over 100,000. The current ruler of the Netherworld was making a big move. Was there going to be something like an outbreak? Senior White, are you there?" Song Shuhang quickly called out in his mind. This time, Senior White too did not respond to him. This isn't good. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. The crystal-clear water pavilion had been forcibly moved. Song Shuhang suspected that there were forces in the Beast Realm that were trying to rebuild the Heavenly City using the original Heavenly City as its centerpiece. That man wearing the mink fur coat, as well as that Immortal Master Ivory Trigram, were probably also involved in the incident concerning the crystal-clear water pavilion. And now, the ruler of the Netherworld was causing trouble in the Beast Realm. The Beast Realm was really done for. In the future, the Beast Realm could become too unsafe for one to reside in. I really want to go back to Earth. Kindness looked expectantly at Song Shuhang, and said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, can you help us?" She was very anxious after hearing that so many people in the Alliance had been infected by the evil energy of the Netherworld. Just like a drowning man grabbing a straw, she immediately thought of asking Song Shuhang for help. However, after asking for help, she felt rather uneasy and quite embarrassed for asking Song Shuhang for such a thing. As such, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Song Shuhang patted Kindness' head lightly. "The distances I would have to travel are simply too great. I'm not like a Tribulation Transcender, who would be able to travel tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, I will stay in the Black Horse branch for a while." If an infected member of your alliance isn't too far from the branch, send them over. If they can still be saved, I will help. Of course he would help. Why would he refuse some evil energy of the Netherworld coming right to his doorstep? After hearing Song Shuhang's reply, Kindness happily said, Senior Tyrannical Song, you really are a good senior. Song Shuhang, Great Master Turtle also quickly reported to the Alliance and apprised them of the good news. At the same time, he got people to prepare a variety of forging materials. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song promised to cure those who were infected. It wouldn't be fitting for their alliance to accept such goodwill without giving anything in return. And giving spirit stones as remuneration would simply be in too poor of a taste. Therefore, it was best to reward the other party with hard currency of the world of cultivation, forging materials. Song Shuhang would not have thought that while he was harvesting evil energy of the Netherworld, he would also be able to harvest a bunch of forging materials. Great Master Turtle supported his companion as everyone returned to the Black Horse branch. Song Shuhang asked, Fellow Daoist Gui, do you know if there is a way to the main world from the Beast Realm? There had to be a passage between the main world and the Beast Realm, and it should have been what those 7th and 8th stage beast cultivators had used to reach the main world. Great Master Turtle shook his head, and replied, This junior is not strong enough to know such information, so I have never paid attention to such things. If Senior Tyrannical Song wants some information on it, I can ask the Alliance head. The Alliance head should know something about that. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, Then I'll be troubling you, fellow Daoist Gui. The Beast Realm was about to undergo an upheaval. It would be great if he had a way to return to the main world on his own just in case. It would be even better if Pavilion Master Chu was able to finish up at the crystal clear water pavilion, and then come pick him up and bring him back to the main world. If there was a chance to return, he would grasp that chance tightly, and also try to bring Pavilion Master Chu back with him. As Song Shuhang pondered, a spatial gate opened right in front of him. Is it Pavilion Master Chu? Did she come just as I was thinking about it? Regrettably, a man's hairy leg was the one that stepped out of the spatial gate, and not Pavilion Master Chu's beautiful leg. A spatial gate, a Tribulation Transcender. In the next moment, a scholar with disheveled hair came out from the spatial gate. His hair was in a mess, his clothes were unkempt, and he only had one shoe left. It was the head of the 13 Tribulation Transcender level disciples of the scholarly sage, Daozi. He, who still looked like he had a problem in the head, turned to look at Song Shuhang. He smirked, and said, Haha, I found you. Song Shuhang asked, Senior, you were looking for me? Yeah, I wanted to borrow something from you, he. Daozi was still wearing a smirk on his face. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Daozi, what do you want to borrow from me? When he heard the name Daozi, his face froze for a moment. However, he quickly regained his smirk, and said, I want to borrow a scripture from you. If you give it to me, I will definitely give you benefits in return. A scripture? Song Shuhang took out writing of the sage as he believed it should be what Daozi wanted. He. Daozi received the scriptures, and said, I will now repay you with a beautiful palace, it's old and magnificent. After saying that, Daozi extended his hand, and then a gigantic palace fell right in front of Song Shuhang. The palace was beautiful. The only problem was that it was unbearably stinky. Where did Senior Daozi get this palace? The foul stench seemed like it came from the ancient times. It went beyond time and space, and aged as time passed. What kind of palace is this? Song Shuhang looked at the gorgeous palace and covered his nose. As soon he said that, his heart moved. Is this another fragment of the ancient heavenly city? He had already been in contact with many fragments of the ancient heavenly city, so when he carefully observed the palace, he immediately sensed the aura of the ancient heavenly city emanating from it. The scholarly faction, fragment of the ancient heavenly city, foul stench. This can't be that divine beast department septic tank that true monarch Eternal Fire mentioned, right? Daozi wore a smirk, and said, I took this from the scholarly faction. They would not let me take other fragments, though. It was only this specific one they permitted me to take. This thing is so big that it took so much of my energy to bring it around. It really was it. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. In addition, Daozi's strength was truly great. When it came to the crystal-clear water pavilion, for Tribulation Transcenders had to work together to set up a rune formation just to move the pavilion, yet Daozi alone was able to easily bring such a huge palace through space. Such power was no longer that of a Tribulation Transcender. Daozi. Could he have already stepped onto his own path and become an immortal? I'll be borrowing this scripture first. I don't really know when I can return it to you, though. Daozi patted Song Shuhang, and said, but I assure you, I will definitely return it to you intact. Another Tribulation Transcender from the scholarly faction, the Lustrous Scholar, had made a similar promise, but he lost my ghost spirit in the end, Song Shuhang complained in his mind. At the same time, he remembered something. He raised his head and looked at Daozi. Senior, have you recovered? Daozi's current behavior did seem to be a bit abnormal, yet it was somehow organized. Could he have recovered from his mental instability? He. Daozi smirked, and said, who knows? Song Shuhang asked, Senior, what are you planning on doing by borrowing it? Daozi looked up, and seemed to have lost himself deep in thought. After a long time, he clapped his hand, and said, I want to become the second sage. I want to stand on the peak. I want to be invincible in the world and rule this era just like the sage did in those days. Then, I want to take my revenge on the entire world, he. Daozi went crazy. He ran around Song Shuhang, spun, bounced, stopped, sometimes accelerated up into the air, and then fell back down. He seemed to have yet to fully recover from his madness. After running for a while, he ran back to Song Shuhang's side, and asked, Little fellow Daoist, do you want to be my disciple? Song Shuhang looked dazed. I want to be just like the previous sage and teach at least 13 disciples who end up reaching the Tribulation Transcender realm, Daozi continued. I have quite the confidence in this as, at that time, it was I who ended up teaching my youngest junior brothers on our teacher's behalf. In other words, Daozi already possessed the level and experience of teaching and guiding someone into reaching the Tribulation Transcender realm. Honestly speaking, Song Shuhang really wanted to say yes. The scholarly faction had always had a style that he found likable. Furthermore, there were people there who were at the level of teachers of Tribulation Transcenders. It would simply be an excellent place for a cultivator to start. However, before Song Shuhang could reply, Daozi suddenly shook his head, and said, No. You aren't suitable to be my disciple. Your fate is not with the scholarly faction, hence, you can't become a scholar. Song Shuhang, goodbye, Daozi laughed, and then kicked at the air. A spatial gate appeared from nowhere. Afterward, Daozi stepped into the spatial gate and disappeared. Song Shuhang looked at the huge, smelly palace in front of him, and became a little worried. The palace was suspended in mid-air. How was he supposed to deal with this thing? He couldn't just directly put the entire thing into his inner world, as the inner world simply would not be able to handle taking in such a large thing in one go. When he had previously transferred the other fragments, he had the help of Senior White Chu, who first shrunk the fragments down before having them transferred in. But this time, nobody could help him shrink this fragment of the ancient heavenly city. In addition, the smell of this thing was quite strong. If he were to place it inside the inner world, would that cause the entire place to start smelling? Behind him, Kindness, the branch head, Great Master Turtle, and the young disciples all had ugly faces, and were constantly vomiting. The smell that had welled up inside the palace over the countless years assaulted their sensitive sense of smell. Even if they held their breath, the smell still seemed to be able to penetrate their pores and get into their bodies. This stench was like poisonous that had come from ancient times. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Huh? Is it that bad?" He could also smell the stench, and it was indeed quite smelly, but it was still within a tolerable range. Could it be that his liquefied body also allowed him to be immune to strong odors? Kindness said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, we can't handle it anymore." She felt that while she spoke, the unbearable stench had poured into her mouth. This caused her to be extremely uncomfortable. Song Shuhang said, "You guys go back first, I'm going to go in and have a look." He gently jumped in and set foot inside the palace. As he jumped over the gate of the palace, a barrier appeared and stopped him. At this moment, the golden chain on his body slightly heated up. Afterward, the barrier seemed to have determined his identity, and it no longer barred him from entering. Song Shuhang entered the palace. There was nothing other than a giant pit inside the palace. It was nothing but a dazzling golden shell, with a dark and empty pit. Its interiors appeared to have been cleaned up by the scholarly faction using a magical technique. Well, it was still a fragment of the ancient heavenly city. Although it was just a septic tank, it was part of the heavenly city. It was normal for the scholarly faction to have cleaned out its interior during the time when they preserved it. However, even if they did clean the interior, it seemed like they were not able to force out the unbearable stench that appeared to be inseparable from the palace. The smell could simply not be dealt with despite everything the scholarly faction had done. No matter which cleansing spell they used, the smell remained. It was as if the smell had completely integrated and become one with the palace. Song Shuhang took off his gloves and reached for the wall of the palace. In the dream last night, Immortal Master Ivory Trigram divined for me and said that what I wanted to find was hidden in a dirty place that I could never think of. Speaking of dirty places, isn't the Divine Beast Department septic tank a dirty place? Perhaps the secret code that I'm looking for is hidden in here. Come on, secret appraisal technique. Allow me to see the truth. 88,888 voices echoed in his mind, and golden runes emerged from his eyes and fell onto the palace. At the cost of injuries and severe pain, the golden runes returned to him with results from the appraisal. The Divine Beast Department septic tank, one of the various fragments of the ancient heavenly city. This is an important treasure of the ancient heavenly city. The heavenly city had several beautiful immortal gardens, seas of flowers, gardens of spiritual herbs, and forests of immortal fruits. All those could not have been maintained without the nutritional supplements that came from this place. Apart from the poop of a large number of spirit animals from the Divine Beast Department, there is nothing special here. Song Shuhang, is that it? What about the secret code? What about Slow-Witted Song? Give it to me. Song Shuhang could not believe it, and urged the secret appraisal technique again. Finally, the appraisal technique found new information. Due to this, a bigger wound suddenly emerged on his body. He gritted his teeth as he endured immense pain. If he had not been in the liquefied state, he would have already lost great amounts of blood. If I keep using this secret appraisal technique again and again, sooner or later, I might just become a masochist, Song Shuhang thought to himself. The new results of the appraisal appeared in his mind. At the right-hand position of the back door of this palace, on the third brick, there seems to be a relic left by someone. This is it. The secret left by Slow-Witted Song. Song Shuhang quickly ran to the back door of the palace. On the third brick on the right-hand side, he really did find an inscription that had been left by someone. However, it was in the script of the ancient era, and Song Shuhang could not understand a single word. Song Shuhang turned his head and moved his gaze towards the virtuous Lamia, more specifically, Scarlet Heaven Sword who was in her belly. It was time for Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to appear. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what do these ancient words mean? Song Shuhang humbly asked for advice. Scarlet Heaven Sword chuckled, and said, "Oh, so you just let me rot in fairy time's belly when you've no use for me, yet when you do have a use for me, you come asking me for help? Song Shuhang, your attitude is unacceptable. I'm going to make little friend Song Shuhang feel bad. Let's see if he still dares ignore me in the future. Song Shuhang was puzzled. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, did you want to come out and get some fresh air? You could have just said so, I could have gotten the virtuous Lamia to let you out. After that, he gave instructions to the Lamia. The virtuous Lamia violently turned her head away from Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, the Lamia turned back carefully to glance at Song Shuhang. She only saw Song Shuhang's speechless face that also contained a tinge of confusion. A moment later, she seemed to make a very heavy decision. She spat out Scarlet Heaven Sword, but she clutched Scarlet Heaven Sword tightly and refused to hand it over. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you translate it for us now? Okay, it's better if you can just let me stay outside her belly. Now, let me see what this sentence means. Scarlet Heaven Sword looked at the ancient text above. After that, it translated the text. It reads, F***CK, you actually made your septic tank this gorgeous? Your scholarly faction is truly rich, isn't it? You made your septic tank look as beautiful as other people's palaces. It was so dark in here that I couldn't see anything, and almost fell into this shithole. Penniless thief sex Daoist Mulan hopes that every single one of you will fall into the pit and be unable to climb out. It seems that this was left by an expert of the Penniless Thief sect. He probably sneaked into some area of the scholarly faction and entered this palace, but he obviously got nothing out of it. Song Shuhang, the Penniless Thief sect. This was the sect of Daoist Cloudy Mist, whom True Monarch Yellow Mountain had been chatting with using Smurf accounts. It was also the sect of that young Mistress Candy, who had climbed into his room to steal some things but unfortunately ended up getting caught by Senior White. In addition, there was an expert in this sect called Cold Flame Sword. He stole Senior White's statue from hundreds of years ago, which caused his outlook on life to transform. Song Shuhang said, it was actually a member of that sect, how unlucky. This isn't what I wanted was the secret left behind by Slow-Witted Song. 1236 Pavilion Master Chu's statue made of red crystal. The Penniless Thief sect's luck was absolutely horrible. It was a miracle that they'd been able to survive up until now. No, this wasn't the kind of information I wanted. Song Shuhang pressed his hand against the brick of the palace once again. It seemed that he would have to use it another time to acquire some useful information, even at the cost of the pain becoming more unbearable. And so, he urged the secret appraisal technique once again. However, this time, the pain that he'd expected to experience did not appear. The absence of pain showed that there was no longer anything more to be identified, there were no longer any secrets to this palace. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. Due to the strength he used being a bit too high, the rubbing caused his liquefied body to ripple. Could I have made a wrong assumption? Did Slow-Witted Song not actually leave any code inside this palace? Song Shuhang got up and exited through the back door of the palace. According to Immortal Master Ivory Trigram's divination, the code was hidden in a filthy place that he could never think of. If it wasn't this place, then where was it? Also, how am I supposed to keep this huge palace? Song Shuhang sighed. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, do you need my help? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you shrink the palace? Song Shuhang said with glee evident in his voice. I am a sword, Scarlet Heaven Sword said. So, what I could do for you is to cut this palace into 100 pieces. After that, you could move it to the place you want, and then just reassemble it there. Song Shuhang said, let me ask Senior Turtle first. He still had Senior Turtle in his inner world. Before its realm was sealed, it was also in existence at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. Senior Turtle, do you have a magical technique that would allow you to shrink down a palace? Song Shuhang directly contacted the turtle in the palace. The sea turtle replied, I do, but I'm unable to cast it in my current state. Song Shuhang now felt a bit more troubled. How am I supposed to deal with this huge palace? Is it not able to shrink by itself? He said while remembering the Palace of Winter. The Palace of Winter, which had the especially convenient ability of changing its size, could easily be sent to and from the inner world. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, come on, just let me cut it into pieces. It's already a fragment anyway, you could probably just piece it back together afterwards. Song Shuhang sighed, was he really going to have to cut it apart? The palace smelled so bad even when it was closed. If it were to be cut apart, what kind of overpowering stench would it release? At this moment, the sea turtle who was inside the inner world, voiced out a suggestion. How about you bring this palace away first and look for a safe place to leave it? After that, you can just wait to meet with Pavilion Master Chu. Perhaps she has a way to shrink the palace down. Song Shuhang said, the problem is, how am I supposed to lug around such a huge palace? Although the palace was floating in the air, which gave it the flavor of those floating cities in light novels, it was incredibly huge, and Song Shuhang would not be able to push it around. Use my turtle shell, Senior Turtle said. My turtle shell would definitely be able to bear the weight of this palace. Even if your strength isn't that good, it wouldn't be a problem to use the turtle shell to move the floating palace around. It looks like that might just be the best plan that I could go for. Song Shuhang took out the turtle shell and used the saber controlling technique to move it under the palace. After doing that, he urged it to begin moving the palace. And, the palace actually moved. As soon as it moved, the stench within it began to spread around, decimating all those who smelled the horrid odor. Song Shuhang quickly entered the palace, and then closed all of its doors, windows, and other things of the sort. He then tried to activate the barrier of the palace after recalling how the golden chain in his hand had resonated with the palace. Song Shuhang had 2 golden chains at first. One was from Elder Bamboo Pipe, and had the words, Beloved Dog 43B, on it. The other was a gift from Elder Bamboo Pipe to his disciple, Fairy Fleeting Life. However, Song Shuhang had already given that one back to Fairy Fleeting Life. After having the golden chain and the palace resonate once again, the barrier of the palace successfully activated. With this, the odor had finally been sealed inside, and no longer leaked out. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. The magnificent palace slowly flew behind them as Song Shuhang, Shan, Kindness, Great Master Turtle, the branch head, and several young disciples, who were carrying their teacher, headed back to the Black Horse branch. Kindness said, Senior Tyrannical Song, was the one who had just come here a Tribulation Transcender? It was the first time that she had seen a spatial teleportation gate, so she felt really excited just thinking about it. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, yes, that person just now was a big shot of the scholarly faction. Kindness excitedly said, so cool. Cool. Song Shuhang was stunned for a while. He then thought back to the Daoist's crazed appearance, messy hair, disheveled clothes, and a missing shoe on one foot. There seemed to be a problem with Kindness's aesthetic sense. Kindness asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, are you going to move this palace to our Black Horse branch? The branch head wanted me to ask you this. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, I am indeed planning on leaving it at the Black Horse branch for now. Kindness turned to the branch head and translated Song Shuhang's words. The branch head's face could be seen slightly convulsing. Relax. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, I've already sealed the entire palace, so none of you have to worry about the smell assaulting those of the Black Horse branch. Now, just where in the world did Slow-Witted Song hide that secret code? While he was walking, he pondered deeply. Could Daoist Mulan have taken the code away? Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Thieves would rarely leave empty-handed. With his keen eyesight, Perhaps he had been able to find the treasure hidden in the palace and bring it away with him? When Song Shuhang and the rest got back to the Black Horse branch, they saw a young man standing watch by the entrance of the village. He went up to them and said some things that Song Shuhang could not understand. Kindness translated the young man's words. Senior Tyrannical Song, he said that a guest had come looking for you just now. They are currently within the branch, waiting for you. Guest? Song Shuhang wondered. He had only been transferred over to the Beast Realm by accident, and he did not even know anyone in the Beast Realm. The only exception was if they had also been transferred from the crystal clear water pavilion to the Beast Realm. Is it an enemy? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang reached out to the virtuous Lamia. The Lamia obediently handed Scarlet Heaven Sword to him this time. Song Shuhang took Scarlet Heaven Sword, and after giving it some thought, he took out the flat imperial crown and handed it over to the Lamia. Wear it if need be. Song Shuhang then said, Kindness, please take me to see that guest. Don't stray too far away from me, stay within a range of 5 meters from me. Kindness blinked, and asked, Is it an enemy? Song Shuhang calmly said, Possibly. He first settled the palace on the grassland within the Black Horse branch. After that, the young watchman led the way, and Song Shuhang and company followed him towards the place where the guest had been left. The door to the room was open, and inside was a man with a puzzled face. Despite being inside a room, the man still held an umbrella and refused to put it down. After seeing the man, Song Shuhang froze for a moment, and then lowered the sword. Daoist Umbrella? It was unexpectedly Daoist Umbrella, who had been unable to leave the crystal clear water pavilion earlier. However, he was now inside the Black Horse branch. Could Pavilion Master Chu have sent him over? Daoist Umbrella turned his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist, were you calling me? Fellow Daoist, you are? Your profound sage tyrannical song. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Again? Song Shuhang asked, Had you been given any important missions before coming here? Mission? Daoist Umbrella mused. After a moment, he raised his head bitterly, and said, I seem to have forgotten. Song Shuhang, of all people, Pavilion Master Chu had sent this guy over to conduct a mission. That was probably the biggest mistake she had made in her life. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who am I? Why am I here? Am I supposed to be doing something here? Do you know why I'm here? Daoist Umbrella fired a series of questions. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. After that, he let out a faint sigh. You're asking me, but whom am I supposed to ask? Daoist Umbrella scratched his head, and then closed the umbrella. Oh, right, I have a small book which I write in so that I can remember important things. After saying that, he opened a small book and quickly turned to the last page. Today, the date, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song borrowed 10 6th stage spirit stones from me. After reading that, realization seemed to have dawned upon him. He raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Right, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, you seem to have borrowed 10 6th stage spirit stones from me a few days ago. Could I be looking for you because of this? Song Shuhang, no. I've only just lent out these spirit stones, and I wouldn't go such a great distance to look for Senior Tyrannical Song for such a thing, Daoist Umbrella said in distress. At this time, Song Shuhang saw a writing on his umbrella. It was an exceptional and beautiful handwriting. I have something I gave Daoist Umbrella so that he could bring it to you, please keep it safe for me. Was it Pavilion Master Chu? Song Shuhang pointed at the umbrella, and said to Daoist Umbrella, Pavilion Master Chu gave you something so that you give it to me. What is it? Daoist Umbrella pondered, and then he quickly began cupping all over his body. Soon, he found a jade box. It should be this. I don't seem to remember ever having this box on me. Now that some time has passed, it must be that I have forgotten that Pavilion Master Chu gave it to me. Song Shuhang took the jade box and opened it. Within the box was a small statue carved from red crystal. The statue was a lifelike representation of Pavilion Master Chu. It had long hair that was spread out around it, and it seemed to be in a deep sleep. There were 5 crystals of different colors around the crystal statue. The crystals formed a large formation that protected the sculpture. Song Shuhang curiously said, "What is this?" Scarlet Heaven Sword glanced at it, and said using secret voice transmission, "Close the jade box and protect it. This is a means for a Tribulation Transcender to resurrect." Song Shuhang froze. He immediately closed the jade box, sent it into his inner world as soon as possible, and placed it beside the living spring. Could it be a means of resurrection that Pavilion Master Chu had reserved for herself? What is she planning on doing? She can't be planning to die together with those who seized her crystal clear water pavilion, and then come back to life through this thing, right? My mission is complete, Senior Tyrannical Song, I'll be going first. Daoist Umbrella lightly patted the teleportation formation on his umbrella and opened a portal to the crystal clear water pavilion. Before leaving, he said, "Oh, Senior Tyrannical Song, don't forget about the spirit stones that you owe me." After that, he entered the spatial gate and disappeared. Song Shuhang, a series of thoughts appeared in Shuhang's mind. With Daoist Umbrella's goldfish memory, what if he ended up forgetting about being repaid the spirit stones right after the spirit stones had been given back? If it were so, wouldn't I end up owing him 10 sixth-stage spirit stones forever? Daoist Umbrella really seemed to be a special person to Pavilion Master Chu. Song Shuhang became quite curious as to whom Daoist Umbrella might have been based on, as he did not seem to be a disciple of the original crystal clear water pavilion. Kindness softly asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, was that person just now also someone at the 9th stage?" She asked this due to having seen Daoist Umbrella open a spatial gate and leave through it just now. Senior Tyrannical Song is very resourceful, he actually knows so many 9th stage experts. Song Shuhang shook his head. He did not confirm Kindness' guess because he did not know what Daoist Umbrella's realm was. He couldn't see through Daoist Umbrella's cultivation, and Daoist Umbrella himself forgot about his own realm. Song Shuhang said, "By the way, Great Master Turtle, can I trouble you to ask about the passageway to the main world on my behalf?" Pavilion Master Chu giving him the resurrection crystal gave him a bad hunch. It seems Pavilion Master Chu wants to make a big move. Under this premise, it would be best for him to figure out a way to get back to the main world just in case. Great Master Turtle nodded, and said, "No problem, Senior Tyrannical Song. I will contact the Alliance headquarters as soon as possible. I will probably have an answer for you by tonight at the latest." Song Shuhang said, "Thank you." Great Master Turtle said, "We should be the ones thanking Senior Tyrannical Song instead. There are some infected among the branches that are near the Black Horse branch who are coming here as quickly as they can. At that time, we will be relying on you." Song Shuhang replied, "Leave it to me. As long as I can still save them, I won't give up on them." Great Master Turtle thanked Song Shuhang, and then got up and left. He was going to use the internal communication means of the organization to contact the Alliance headquarters. Song Shuhang moved the palace to the rear of the Black Horse branch. In order to avoid causing any chaos within the Black Horse branch, he left the virtuous Lamia in his room, and entered the inner world to begin his daily practice. The saber technique, footwork, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and finally, the 33 divine beasts technique. He practiced all the way until nighttime. It should be about September 19th, right? Song Shuhang guessed. The beast realm's sunrise and sunset were longer than those of the earth, so the scale of time should be quite different between the two places. At this time, the virtuous Lamia sent a message. Great Master Turtle and the branch head of the Black Horse branch came meet with him. In addition, they had also brought several members who were afflicted with the evil energy of the Netherworld. Great Master Turtle asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, are you free right now?" Song Shuhang stepped out of the inner world and reached out to open the door. Great Master Turtle anxiously said, "This is the first batch of fallen members. These 4 were immediately sealed after they began falling. Their situation is fairly stable, but we still ask for Senior Tyrannical Song's assistance." Song Shuhang glanced at the 4 members, and saw that their state was even better than that of Great Master Turtle's companion. Song Shuhang said, "Leave it to me. Exit the room for a short while as I cast a magical technique to remove the evil energy from all of them." Great Master Turtle asked, "You can do it on all 4 of them at the same time?" Song Shuhang calmly said, "When it comes to this level of contamination, it won't make a difference whether I cure 1 or 10 of them at the same time." Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's confident attitude gave Great Master Turtle greater confidence. And so, he and his other companions first exited the room. When he was leaving the room, right before he closed the door, Great Master Turtle quietly left behind a chest of treasures. The chest contained a variety of forging materials. These materials were the best they had. Forging materials were as good a currency as spirit stones in the world of cultivation. Song Shuhang glanced at the chest and smiled gently. Great Master Turtle was really thoughtful. Someone like him was just easy to get along with. The virtuous Lamia stepped forward and erupted with light of virtue. The light of virtue filled and covered the entire room, preventing outsiders from peeping. Song Shuhang summoned out the lotus roots, and had them pierce into these the 4 people. Within 2 breaths of time, the evil energy within their bodies was swept away, and became nutrients for Song Shuhang's inner world. After that, while the light coming from the virtuous Lamia had yet to disperse, Song Shuhang went to the treasure chest and opened it. It contained a lot of forging materials, though Song Shuhang did not recognize most of them. Well, he could not really be blamed for this. He hadn't been in the world of cultivation for that great an amount of time yet. Nevertheless, this is exactly what I need. Song Shuhang stored away the treasure chest. If he got the code, he would consider forging the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. At that time, he would need a lot of forging materials. The Great Northern Emperor had once told Song Shuhang that the forging process for the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure of the divine beast department was extremely difficult. Moreover, he had to forge and assemble it before he reached the 5th stage. Just forging 33 magical treasures alone would already require the consumption of an enormous amount of materials. Once again, it had to be noted that if he reached the 5th stage realm, he would no longer have a chance of assembling the combined magical treasure. What was even more heart-wrenching was that the assembling of the combined treasure still had a chance to fail. Once it failed, there would be nothing that could be done other than do everything all over again. In general, this was a magical treasure for rich people with excellent luck. If a biochemical calamity were to really take place in the beast realm, would I, a doctor who can deal with the contamination process, be able to make insane profits? Song Shuhang thought to himself while he put away the materials. After 5 breaths of time, the virtuous Lamia's light dissipated. Song Shuhang returned to where he was before and sat cross-legged. "It's done, you can come in and bring these fellow Taoists out." Great Master Turtle hurriedly entered with his fellow Taoists from the Alliance. After entering, they saw that their companions had returned to their original state, and the evil energy of the Netherworld which had previously plagued them was completely gone. Although they now seemed rather feeble, that shouldn't really be a problem. "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." The members of the Human Alliance loudly expressed their gratitude. Although Song Shuhang could not understand their words, he could see what they wanted to express through how they acted. In addition to the profits from the forging materials and the evil energy of the Netherworld, Song Shuhang felt that his power of virtue also rose a little bit, despite it rarely ever increasing. This business was a really good one. The 4 infected people were simply the beginning. After that, a steady stream of patients was sent to Song Shuhang's room. At the beginning, all of them were still members of the Human Alliance, but some people who had a good relationship with the Human Alliance would later send their infected members over as well. Great Master Turtle found it hard to reject them. However, he was also worried that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song would be displeased, so when sending the members of the groups who had a decent relationship with the Alliance, he asked Song Shuhang for instructions first. He did not expect Profound Sage Tyrannical Song to be so easy to talk to and immediately promised to treat them. It's great that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song promised to treat them. Afterward, Great Master Turtle took the initiative to increase the cost that other groups had to pay by half. Later, more and more infected people would come from all directions. News in the Beast Realm indeed spread quickly. Soon, a steady stream of infected people would come to Song Shuhang's residence. And so, an endless stream of evil energy entered the inner world. At the same time, an endless stream of forging materials entered Song Shuhang's pockets. In addition, though it was quite a small amount, virtue slowly accumulated within Song Shuhang's body as well. Song Shuhang could no longer count how much forging materials he had collected. Anyway, he now received chests after chests of materials, which he would directly throw into the inner world. Groups of infected people came to the Black Horse branch, and would soon leave satisfied. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song truly is worthy of being the first sage in 1,000 years, he actually has such great strength. From the evening up until now, he's cured well over 300 infected people, right? At the entrance of the Black Horse branch, there were a few experts from the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization chatting. And if you pay close attention, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song seems to be getting faster and faster at curing patients. It seems that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is able to deal with the evil energy of the Netherworld in a few breaths of time. The news that the Black Horse branch has a profound sage that can cure the infected has spread all over the Beast Realm. Soon, there will definitely be more and more people coming over to seek medical treatment. We should remain alert so that nobody causes any trouble. While these members of the Human Alliance were talking with one another, in the distance, a sharp roar could be heard. After that, a dragon beast that was enveloped in the evil energy of the Netherworld rushed towards the Black Horse branch. This dragon beast looked like a western dragon, but it had no wings. It simply traversed the air while its aura rose rapidly. While it was approaching the Black Horse branch, its aura had risen from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. Not good. The experts of the Human Alliance who had just decided to guard the Black Horse branch groaned. They were all only at the 5th stage realm. How were they supposed to deal with the dragon that had completely fallen? Why is the dragon beast coming towards us? Could there be someone manipulating it from the dark? It might also be that this dragon beast wanted to go to the Black Horse branch for treatment before it ended up falling completely. Following that idea, it should have become a demonic dragon beast on its way here. The dragon beast rushed towards the Black Horse branch. At that moment, the figure of Virtuous Lamia suddenly stepped out of the room. She was riding a fat whale while holding Scarlet Heaven sword in her right hand and the flat imperial hat in her left hand. At this time, most of the energy of the flat imperial hat had already recovered. The Virtuous Lamia had long wanted to find a chance to put on the flat imperial crown, but she never got the chance to do so. Of course, that was until now when this evil dragon beast finally appeared, giving her the chance she wanted. She closed her eyes, tied up her long hair, put on the flat crown, and skillfully inserted the jade pin into her long hair. The tassels right in front of the flat imperial crown swayed gently in accordance with the actions of the Virtuous Lamia. The Virtuous Lamia's eyes opened, and strong dignity shone from her eyes. She extended her hand and gently pushed on the flat imperial hat. In the next moment, a huge amount of power of virtue burst out from the crown, and a gorgeous female robe emerged on her body. The virtuous empress that had appeared during the show of divinity of the first sage in 1,000 years had reappeared. The empress raised Scarlet Heaven sword and slashed towards the demonic dragon beast. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it appeared in a flash. The demonic dragon beast was cut in half before it could even arrive. The virtuous Lamia pouted her lips in discontent. This guy was too weak. She stretched out her hand and took the body of the demonic dragon beast and returned to Song Shuhang's room. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt that his inner world was about to upgrade. He only needed a bit more of evil energy. And so, the virtuous Lamia brought back the demonic dragon beast that had been cut in two. The demonic dragon beast's consciousness had completely degraded, and it had fallen into an endless state of frenzy. It could already be said to belong to the demons of the Netherworld. Song Shuhang summoned out the lotus roots, and had them stab into the body of the demonic dragon beast. When all the evil energy in the demonic dragon beast had been absorbed, Song Shuhang sensed that his inner world had entered another round of evolution. Although this evolution would take quite a bit of time, while it was upgrading, it would not affect the various functions of the inner world in any way. Due to this, Song Shuhang also secretly let out a breath of relief. It would really be a problem if he were to be unable to use the functions of the inner world while facing the crisis that was currently taking place in the beast realm. If it was so, his chances of surviving would immediately drop by more than half. The demonic dragon beast's body had completely been filled with evil energy. Because of that, after the evil energy of the Netherworld on its body was drained, only its bones were left behind. This dragon beast was nevertheless a being that had reached the 6th stage realm during its lifetime, so its bones were also a good material for forging if used properly. As such, Song Shuhang put away the bones of the dragon beast and placed them together with the rest of the materials that he had harvested this time. At this time, outside the Black Horse branch. After seeing that powerful demonic dragon beast getting killed in a single slash, the infected that were outside the Black Horse branch, as well as their companions, shuddered in fear. Before this, there were still some anxious patients that wanted to cut in line, and there were even some that directly wanted to break into the Black Horse branch. But now, they would all have to first compare their strength to that dragon beast just now, and then consider whether they would even be able to survive that strike from the virtuous empress. It was a sleepless night. There was a huge number of infected that came from all over. With that, there was a constant stream of people being sent to Song Shuhang's residence throughout the entire night, making it so that he did not even have the time to rest until sunrise the next day. Song Shuhang thought, there are a lot more infected people than I initially thought. All the patients that had been sent to him starting from last night until now were those who'd been within 1 day's distance from the Black Horse branch. It was conceivable that the number of patients would only increase in the following days. Those who were sent over were still people that had been sealed in time, and had yet to completely fall and turn into demon cultivators. It seems that the ruler of the Netherworld is really unleashing a biochemical crisis in the beast realm. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. At this time, Kindness pushed open the door to Song Shuhang's room and came in. "Good morning, Senior Tyrannical Song. Would you like some breakfast?" She was carrying a light porridge in her hand. The porridge contained some medicinal herbs that made it refreshing, and also helped one revitalize one's energy. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Thank you. It is us who should be thanking you, Senior. You're the one who has worked hard all night." Kindness then placed the porridge beside Song Shuhang. Kindness acted just as how her name suggested. During the entire time that Song Shuhang had been in contact with her, he could feel the kindness and cuteness of this little girl. However, perhaps it was because she had been living within the Black Horse branch and barely made contact with the outside world, but Kindness was just a little bit too kind. When Song Shuhang looked at Kindness this time, he looked at her with eyes that had a faint trace of worry, similar to how the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 chat group had looked at him when he first joined the chat group. At that time, the seniors in the group had been worried that Song Shuhang would be too kind and generous. Fortunately, Song Shuhang was not that gentle, which left the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group at ease. Senior Tyrannical Song, there will be more and more infected people coming to our Black Horse branch soon. How many days are you going to stay with us? Kindness asked with an expectant look on her face. It depends, but Kindness, I won't be able to stay here forever. Song Shuhang picked up the porridge and let out a sigh. Kindness nodded. I know, I just want Senior Tyrannical Song to stay a little longer. If you can stay a bit longer, more people will be saved. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Kindness, the beast realm is huge. Even if I were to use everything I had for an entire day, I would not be able to save all of the infected. I know. Kindness nodded. It's just that I also want to do everything in my power to improve the situation. When Song Shuhang heard these words, he slightly froze before laughing out loud. Kindness' answer was very similar to his answer to the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. In this respect, Kindness' character was also very similar to his. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, knocks could be heard coming from outside the room. It was Great Master Turtle. This time, he had not brought any patients with him, and simply came by himself. Song Shuhang said, Come in. Great Master Turtle entered, and said, Good morning, Mr. Tyrannical Song. After saying that, he gently waved his hand, and said, Kindness, I'm going to be talking about some secretive stuff with Mr. Tyrannical Song. It would be best if you leave first. Okay, Great Master Turtle. Kindness nodded and left the room. Song Shuhang asked, Have you gotten something back from them, Great Master Turtle? Great Master Turtle replied, Yes, after I sent the message to the headquarters gave me an answer. There is a huge saltwater lake, Azura Lake, in the east of the Beast Realm, and its shores are all composed of salt crystals. At its center, there is a passage connected to the main world that opens every 2 years or so. However, this saltwater lake is controlled by a powerful beast cultivator sect called Divine Azura Sect. If Senior Tyrannical Song wants to borrow the passage, you would have to communicate with the Divine Azura Sect. The 2 years he mentioned referred to the time scale of Earth. Song Shuhang asked, It only opens once every 2 years? When was the last time it opened? Great Master Turtle replied, According to the time on Earth, it should have opened about 2 months ago. Song Shuhang, in other words, if he wanted to use this passageway to return to the main world, he would have to wait for at least a year and 10 months. Thank you, Great Master. Song Shuhang sighed. 1 year and 10 months, I don't think I can afford to wait that long. I guess I'll just keep that piece of news in mind for now. I can only pray for Pavilion Master Chu to finish her business smoothly and take me back to the main world. Great Master Turtle left Song Shuhang's room. Song Shuhang raised his head and quietly looked at the ceiling in a daze. 1 year and 10 months. That was nearly 2 years. If he were not to return for 2 years, his family who didn't know anything about where he went would probably be extremely worried. Calculating the time, it should have already been 4-5 days since he had become involved in the crystal clear water pavilion incident. The Mid-Autumn Festival should have already passed, and so classes should have already started as well. I wonder what happened to Little Kai and Lady Onion, who were going through their inner demon tribulation. Would Su Clan 16 and Senior White go looking for me after I disappeared? I hope I didn't cause too much of a mess in the main world with my disappearance. Song Shuhang suddenly asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you cut through space? I'm a sword, a sword. I'm not a spatial magical treasure. Also, don't you still have Senior Turtle? Can't it use spatial powers? Scarlet Heaven reminded. Song Shuhang replied, F*ck, I forgot. Although Senior Turtle had been sealed, it could still use its teleportation abilities. He immediately contacted Senior Turtle, who was in the inner world. Song Shuhang quickly said, "Senior Turtle, can you hear me? Can you help me open a spatial gate that would let me return to the main world?" The Sea Turtle: "Heavens, my realm is sealed right now, so the distance I can make the spatial gate reach is quite limited. Even if I used up all my power, it would only be able to teleport one from the south pole of the Earth to its north pole at best. Teleporting from the beast realm to the main world is way beyond my current ability." Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Heavens." The Sea Turtle said, "Yeah, heavens indeed. Even I want to go home." Song Shuhang sighed again and continued to look at the sky in a daze. After a moment, he thought of another thing. Song Shuhang asked, "Oh, Senior Turtle, do you know Slow-Witted Song? What does Slow-Witted Song look like?" He'd asked Pavilion Master Chu about Slow-Witted Song before, but Pavilion Master Chu's drawing was pretty bad. Slow-Witted Song, from a human's point of view, is quite handsome, just a little worse than my master, the Sea Turtle said. However, from the perspective of turtles, he is not stylish at all. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there any way for Senior Turtle to project the appearance of Slow-Witted Song for me to see?" The Sea Turtle responded, "No problem." After saying that, it cast a small magical technique and projected the Slow-Witted Song from its memory. What appeared was a scholarly student with a long sword at his waist. His hair was a bright golden color. Moreover, although his facial features were very common at first glance, when they were viewed carefully, one would find them more and more pleasing. This was Slow-Witted Song. This handsome scholar was completely different from what Song Shuhang's fragmented information about the Slow-Witted Song that loved to seek death, was the first to run away, always called for help when losing, and would get beaten up to the point where he began crying, suggested. "It turns out that he's blonde?" Song Shuhang was a little surprised. The Sea Turtle replied, "It is said that Slow-Witted Song's hair had been black in his earlier days, but changed after drinking the blood of the Golden Dragon ancestor." TSK, Tisk. Something like that happened? Song Shuhang pinched his chin. It seemed that Slow-Witted Song and the Golden Dragon ancestor really had a good relationship. He stared at the picture of Slow-Witted Song for a long time. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, do you think that I'm similar to Slow-Witted Song?" The Sea Turtle said, "Someone that loves to seek death? Someone with a ton of methods? Someone who had many wanting to beat him up?" Song Shuhang replied, "No, I'm talking about in terms of appearance." The Sea Turtle said, "Little friend Song, dreams are to be left for the evening." Song Shuhang, Buzz ZZ. While they were talking, an electromagnetic sound rang in Song Shuhang's ear. This sound was very harsh. Song Shuhang rubbed his ear. "Hello, is this no Tyrannical Song? Please answer when you receive this." Buzz, it was a very deep voice of a man. Song Shuhang had never heard this voice before. "Please answer when you receive this. Please answer when you receive this. Is this no Tyrannical Song?" The remote communication fee is very expensive, it costs several dollars every second. Time is money. Song Shuhang answered, "I am." "Great, I was finally able to determine your location. What happened to your personal world? Its signal seems to be blocked. My master lost connection with his avatar. Now, my master can only stay inside the world of the evil lotus," the heavy voice said. Song Shuhang used the mental communication to ask, "Is your master Senior White? Was it Senior White too?" "Yes," determining no Tyrannical Song's coordinates, spatial jump inbound, the deep voice replied. "That guy was coming over?" 1239 Heavens, the sun smiled at me when I raised my head. Senior White 2 currently had 3 pets. The one that Song Shuhang made contact with the most was the Senior White 2's pet number 2, the demonic hamster. That cute thing was now rushing towards the 5th stage realm. It vowed to come over and beat Song Shuhang up after it ascended to the 5th stage. If he were to make a guess, with Senior White 2 backing the demonic hamster, it should have already successfully ascended. The pet number 3 was the orangutan general captured by Senior White 2 during his previous trip to the Palace of Winter's Forbidden Area. That guy's strength was at the 8th stage realm. In addition, it wasn't just some nobody, it was the holy Buddhist ape of the 4 great generals of the beast realm. For its internal cultivation, it practiced the mysterious principles of space secret technique, while for external cultivation, it practiced the holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Under normal circumstances, it would have one day ascended to the 9th stage and become one of the rulers of the beast realm. It was just a pity that it ended up encountering Senior White 2. Senior White 2 had indeed mentioned his pet number 1 before, but as for what kind of creature this first pet of his was, he never really talked about it much, though he did say that his first pet was in a state similar to hibernation. This guy is going to jump through space? Doesn't this mean that Senior White 2's pet is at the 9th stage realm? Song Shuhang thought. I hope that guy isn't too big. Otherwise, if it did jump through space, it would end up crushing the place that the Black Horse branch had lent him. Buzz spatial jump success, locating no. Tyrannical Song's position. Buzz location found. At this time, the voice of Senior White 2's first pet rang in Song Shuhang's ears once again. However, this time, the voice was much clearer. You've arrived? Song Shuhang asked curiously. Spatial jump completed. Hello, no. Tyrannical Song. I'm my master's first pet. You are busy T233, glad to meet you, the voice said again. You're busy T233? What kind of name was that? In addition, Song Shuhang was also worried about another thing. What did no. Tyrannical Song mean? Why did the other party keep on adding number before his name? Pet number 1, pet number 2, pet number 3. Then, wouldn't pet no. Tyrannical Song follow? Where are you? How come I can't seem to see you? Song Shuhang asked curiously. Was this pet number 1 extremely small? Like the size of an ant? Song Shuhang released his mental energy and scanned the entire room. However, he could not find any other life forms at all. With his current mental energy, even if there were mosquitoes in the room, he would be able to find them. Unless Senior White 2's first pet was so small that it was only the size of microorganisms. Confirming that the spatial jump has succeeded. Confirming arrival at the beast realm of the myriad worlds. Confirming that the communication signal with no. Tyrannical Song is unobstructed. Summary. Affirmative, Tyrannical Song, I have arrived at your location, pet number 1 said. Then where are you? Song Shuhang asked. As soon as he finished his question, he heard the chaotic cries of the members of the Dark Horse branch coming from outside his residence. The voices became louder and louder as more and more people began shouting. At the same time, a loud shout could be heard coming from the branch head and the Master Turtle as they tried to maintain order. Song Shuhang loudly asked, what happened? Kindness replied, Senior Tyrannical Song, it's not good. A sun suddenly appeared in the sky of Beast Realm. Its heat is so strong that it caused the temperature in the Beast Realm to rise sharply. A sun suddenly appeared? Song Shuhang, suddenly, he had a bad hunch. The Beast Realm was not a binary star system, so an entire new star suddenly appearing caused great anxiety to well up among the people of the Beast Realm. Song Shuhang took a deep breath. Don't panic, remain calm. I'll go out and have a look. He stepped out of the room, and the virtuous Lamia stood guard behind him. After that, Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Song Shuhang said, Heavens, the Beast Realm's own sun was still in the sunrise state, and was slowly rising. However, in the middle of the sky, another dazzling golden sun also radiated light and heat. Hello, no. Tyrannical Song. Your busy T233 smiles at you. The voice of pet number 1 sounded again. Song Shuhang said, "Oh my go, son." No. Tyrannical Song, you are mistaken, I am not your son, I am the son of my master, pet number 1 corrected. Song Shuhang felt that his view of the world had been completely shattered. You're Senior White 2's pet number 1? A son? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Senior White 2, you are actually this powerful? Does the other ruler of the Netherworld know about this? Pet number 1, you are busy T233, hung high up in the sky. It did not enter the atmosphere of the beast realm, but remained quietly suspended in the starry sky outside the beast realm while it emitted its own light and heat. It did not emit a gravitational pull. Aside from its own light and heat, it did its best to retract all of its energy to avoid affecting the outside world. Negative, no. Tyrannical Song. Correcting your mistake, I am not a son, I am just a cute lion nicknamed, You're Busy. Due to an accidental serious injury that brought me near death, my master was compassionate and transformed me, and I eventually became the pet number 1 that was also the part-time ultimate weapon, T233. The reason why I look quite big right now is just because I am quite close to the beast realm, the golden sun in the sky replied. Song Shuhang, pet number 1 then continued to introduce itself. In addition, the volume of T233 is also very different from that of stars. The size of my body is more or less the same as planet ZB-214. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. What in the world was planet ZB-214, and how big was it? Can't you use planets that everyone's more familiar with to compare yourself to? He hated it when someone made him feel ignorant, and now he was getting that feeling again. However, since it's using a planet as a reference, its size is probably nowhere near something that could be considered small. When things reach a certain level, the destructive power they wield becomes terrifying. If number 1 were to lash out with all its strength, would it be able to destroy a planet? Song Shuhang wondered. Unfortunately no, Tyrannical Song. Thus far, apart from releasing light and heat, I have no means of attack, pet number 1 replied. In fact, all of my current energy is being used to support the actions of this huge body. Every time I move, I have to consume all of the power that I've accumulated over thousands of years. Normally, in order to minimize consumption, would stay in hibernation and silently accumulate strength. After this operation, I will have to stay in hibernation for a good while. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Aren't you supposed to be Senior White's ultimate weapon? Pet number 1 calmly replied, I don't really have any means of attack and I can only emit light and heat, so, my main job is being pet number 1, and being Master's ultimate weapon is only part-time. So pet number 1 was a part-time ultimate weapon. What for, though? In other words, the current occupation of number 1 pet was being a small artificial sun, or a semi-finished ultimate weapon. Confirming successful contact with no. Tyrannical Song. Entering energy-saving mode. Turning off the light and heat to maintain minimum consumption. 3. 2. 1, You're busy T233 said. As it was speaking, the golden sun in the sky slowly dimmed, and it finally no longer emitted any light. After about 10 breaths of time. Hello, Tyrannical Song, can you hear me? The voice of your busy T233 resounded in Song Shuhang's mind. This time, the sound was much more delicate. Song Shuhang replied, Yeah, I can hear you. Your busy T233 asked, Tyrannical Song, what happened to your personal world? Why can't my master's signal reach it? Song Shuhang replied, In fact, my inner world is currently evolving. Perhaps it is because of that the world has changed a bit. Pet number 1 asked, So that's the case. How long will it take for your personal world to evolve? I would like report to my master about it. Song Shuhang replied, I'm not too sure about that, but it shouldn't take long. Understood, then I shall reply to my master faithfully, Pet Number 1 said. In addition, do you have anything you'd want me to tell my master, Tyrannical Song? Perhaps a joke? Now that you're saying that, I really do have something I'd want to tell him about. I originally wanted to contact Senior White too. Song Shuhang relayed what recently happened to the Beast Realm to Pet Number 1, including the magical treasures that caused people to become corrupted all over the place and his suspicion that the other ruler of the Netherworld had entered a wild state and desired to take matters into its own hands. I understand, I shall report this matter to my master. It's normal for that other one to be a bit more wild during this time. You should pay attention to your safety, Tyrannical Song. Nevertheless, after this period of time, things will get better. In addition, Tyrannical Song, do you have a joke? Pet Number 1 said. Can we not talk about jokes? Song Shuhang burst into tears. No problem, Tyrannical Song. Do you have any funny lines that you would want me to tell my master? Song Shuhang's liver started hurting. F***ck off, Pet Number 1 paused, and then it suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, so funny, so funny. I've received the line, no. Tyrannical Song. I shall relay this to my master later. I'm certain that my master will be very satisfied with this, and he will definitely give you some rewards. Song Shuhang, wait. That wasn't a line just now. Pet Number 1 said, Buzz 30% energy remaining, entering the lowest energy consumption state. Buzz Tyrannical Song, I still have 10% of energy that can be consumed, do you require assistance for anything? Was this the legendary, instant topic changing technique? However, speaking of assistance, he recalled the situation he was facing with the palace. Although it smelled quite strange, he couldn't bear to simply leave it at the Beast Realm. Song Shuhang asked, can you transfer that palace into my inner world? Pet Number 1 replied, the spatial transfer will require your cooperation. However, your world is currently evolving, so I don't know if it can be transferred successfully. Song Shuhang asked, then could you shrink it down for a while? Pet Number 1 replied, no problem, I can shrink it down to 5 cubic meters. Is that good enough? Song Shuhang said, that would be great. With the help of Pet Number 1, he successfully transferred the palace to the inner world, and then moved the palace to the innermost edge of the inner world. Pet Number 1 again asked, is there anything else I can help with? Song Shuhang thought about it, and then remembered Daoist Mulan from that sect of thieves. Can you perform divinations? Song Shuhang asked. If possible, I want to determine a person's location. 1240 The Netherworld Search Engine, Divinations? I can't. F***ck off. Pet Number 1 tried using what it had just learned. Song Shuhang, Pet Number 1 immediately continued, no. Tyrannical Song, I don't know how to make a divination, but I do have a special search engine. This is a new feature that my master had added on to me while I was hibernating the other day. If you need something, just tell me the target's Daoist name or some other information about them. I could help you search it up. Song Shuhang responded, huh? A search engine? It was needless to say that this was definitely something that Senior White 2 had taken a liking to while using his clone traveled around the main world, and as he fancied it, he simply added it to his own ultimate weapon. Your busy T-233 asked, are you certain that the other party's Daoist name is, huh? A search engine? Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, no, the other party's Daoist name is Daoist Mulan, and he's a disciple of the Penniless Thief sect. Also, he should have mastered the script of the ancient era. Confirming information. Penniless Thief sect, Daoist Mulan, script of the ancient era. After the keywords are input, the search will begin. The voice of pet number 1 sounded out. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "You can find the other party just like that?" This function was even more powerful than divinations. Pet number 1 confidently said, "Don't forget about my master's identity, this search engine is based on my master's own database." As such, as long as the other party had been in contact with the Netherworld realm, they can be found through the search engine. So what you're saying is that if Daoist Mulan has never been in contact with the Netherworld realm, he can't be found through the search engine? I guess I can only pray that Daoist Mulan has made contact with the Netherworld at least once. The disciples of the Penniless Thief sect would only appear in lands with treasures. Sometimes, secret treasures would appear in the Netherworld realm, so the chance that Daoist Mulan had gone into the Netherworld to search for treasures was actually quite high. After about 10 more breaths, pet number 1 replied, "Search condition 1, a total of 1,639 Daoist Mulan have been found to have been in contact with the Netherworld realm. Search condition 2, there are 13 disciples with this name in the Penniless Thief sect. Search condition 3, unable to determine, the 13 Daoist Mulans from condition 2 have not been found making use of the script of the ancient era. Performing retrograde search, repeating condition 3 and performing countercondition. Determined that the number of Daoist Mulans who have not mastered the script of the ancient era is 9, all now being excluded. There are 4 Daoist Mulans remaining. It is not possible to determine whether or not these 4 Daoist Mulan have mastered the script of the ancient era." Search concluded. Surprised, Song Shuhang said, "The Daoist name, Daoist Mulan, was that rampant? Moreover, there were over 1,600 of them who have been in contact with the Netherworld? And 13 of them who use this Daoist name in the Penniless Thief sect? How were they differentiated from one another in the Penniless Thief sect, then? Assuming that they were all still alive, did they go from Daoist Mulan 1, 2, and all the way to 13? Or was it something like XL Mulan, L Mulan, M Mulan, S Mulan, XS Mulan? For some reason, the scene seemed quite funny. Pet number 1 replied, "The information comes from my master. With the library of information that my master has, this result is very reliable and accurate." Song Shuhang asked, "Where are the remaining 4 Daoist Mulans? Do you have any information on them?" Pet number 1 replied, "Searching. Of the remaining 4 Daoist Mulans, Daoist Mulan number 1 died in 1432 due to an explosion of energy during their expedition to the Netherworld. Daoist Mulan number 2 entered the Netherworld in 1811 and then returned to the main world. No trace of him can be found. Daoist Mulan number 3 had sealed a passage between the Netherworld and the main world in 2000. Records found. Daoist Mulan number 4 held a broken knife on the 2nd of September 2019 and degenerated into a demon of the Netherworld. He has entered the Netherworld and is currently wandering around aimlessly in the Netherworld's Calamity Plane. It seems that both number 2 and number 3 are possibly still alive in the main world. As for that number 4 who is still wandering in the Netherworld's Calamity Plane, it might just be him." Song Shuhang thought. The Tooth Fairy said that the code was hidden in a dirty place. It was probably in the hands of Daoist Mulan number 4 who had been taken to the Netherworld. "I should go and contact this Daoist Mulan 4 to see if he was the one who sneaked into the scholarly faction and got into the palace," Song Shuhang thought. Pet number 1 said, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No." "Tyrannical Song? If not, I will be returning to my master." Pet number 1 was really generous. It was really willing to use all the extra energy to help him out. Song Shuhang felt rather embarrassed as he said, "Well, I do still have something I need some help with. As you can see, I'm trapped in the beast realm. If possible, can you open a spatial gate that will allow me to return to the main world?" Pet number 1 asked, replying to no. "Tyrannical Song, that is not a problem at all. Do you want to return right now?" Song Shuhang was about to nod and agree. But suddenly, he felt something and turned his head to look beside him. Beside him, Kindness was clenching her hands tightly while looking at Song Shuhang nervously. It had to be taken note of that Song Shuhang and Pet Number 1 were communicating through their minds, so it could not be heard by anyone else. However, Kindness seemed to have sensed something as she said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, are you going back?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Your intuition is quite good. Thank you for your praise. I wish Senior a safe journey." Kindness squeezed out a smile. She knew that Senior Tyrannical Song had been looking for a way to go back, so she had no reason to prevent him from going back. Kindness was really a kind girl. Song Shuhang raised his head, and said to Pet Number 1, "If possible, I want to return in 2 or 3 days. There are still things that I have to do here." Not only did he stand to gain here by curing the infected, and gathering evil energy of the Netherworld, virtue, and forging materials, but he also still had to wait for Pavilion Master Chu. He at least had to wait for the matter that Pavilion Master Chu was facing at the moment to end. Pet Number 1 said, "No problem, I can leave a spatial transmission rune with no Tyrannical Song. As long as no Tyrannical Song activates it, it can directly send you back to the main world. It is just that without my control, its accuracy might be a bit faulty. The energy within the rune can be maintained for 3 days. Please be careful not to let the rune expire. Once the expiration date has passed, any accidents from using the rune shall no longer be something you can hold me responsible for." Song Shuhang was thrilled. This was one of the best things that has happened to him recently. Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, I shall be accepting the spatial transmission rune." In the sky, the golden sun brightened up once again. While the golden sun was lighting up, a rune appeared in Song Shuhang's hands. Mission accomplished, removing target lock on no Tyrannical Song. Spatial jump ignition, returning to the Netherworld realm. Beginning countdown, 3, 2, 1, whoosh! The golden sun soon disappeared from the sky. Song Shuhang carefully stored the rune away. Now, he could stay at the beast realm for up to 3 more days. The golden sun disappeared. Kindness stared at the sky blankly, and then looked at Senior Tyrannical Song before saying, "Senior Tyrannical Song, you aren't going yet? I'll still stay here for around 2 more days." Song Shuhang reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. "After all, I did make an agreement with everyone at the beginning." The girl heard his words and was overjoyed. After that, she thought of the matter just now. "Senior Tyrannical Song, was the golden sun in the sky just now related to you?" Song Shuhang replied, "How should I say this? That golden sun just now was a pet of my senior." When Kindness heard this, her eyes lit up. Senior Tyrannical Song really does have many methods. Not only does he know so many Tribulation Transcenders, but even his senior's pet is a small son. He truly deserves the title of the first sage in 1,000 years. Song Shuhang returned to his room, and began meditating in his free time. At the same time, he was thinking about the clues that he had got from Pet Number 1. Daoist Mulan Number 4 had degenerated into a demon on September 2, 2019. Calculating the time, it seemed that it should have been sometime when the ruler of the Netherworld had left all kinds of divine artifacts in the main world that could cause people to become demons. The calamity plains of the Netherworld realm. I'll have to wait until I return to the main world before even considering going there. At that time, I guess I can check if there are any seniors in the group who want to go with me to the Netherworld realm, Song Shuhang thought. Were there any seniors who were going to the Netherworld recently? He then remembered that Senior Thrice Reckless previously seemed to want to go to the Netherworld to look for Senior Skylark. When he thought of this, he suddenly face-bombed. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Ugh. I forgot to ask Senior White too about Senior Skylark for Senior Thrice Reckless' sake just now. There are so many things that I keep forgetting recently. Perhaps I need a small notebook like Daoist Umbrella to keep track of things I need to remember." Well, he could only wait until he got back to the main world before being able to contact Senior White 2, and then ask about Senior Skylark for Senior Thrice Reckless. After that, he might still be able to party up with Senior Thrice Reckless and go to the Netherworld together. Song Shuhang took out a pen and paper, and recorded this on the piece of paper. Although he did have a good memory, sometimes people were simply so busy that some things were just moved to the back of the importance queue. By the time they remember, it would already be too late. Song Shuhang practiced all the way until noon. After that, the second wave of infected people was sent into the Black Horse branch. Song Shuhang started the process of collecting materials, and harvesting of the evil energy of the Netherworld and power of virtue. In the past 2 days, the reputation of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song, had spread all over the beast realm. As his inner world was still upgrading, all the evil energy that he absorbed this time would simply be stored away. Song Shuhang had a hunch that when his inner world finished evolving, all the accumulated evil energy could be used to create more area for the inner world. By then, his world would expand once again. If the area was expanded further, he might just be able to plant the medicinal materials he obtained from the Immortal Farming sect in large quantities. Also, I might even be able to start raising spirit beasts inside the inner world. Not only that, I could also add a place for recuperating into it so that if I get into a fight with someone and end up severely injured in the future, I could simply escape into the inner world for treatment and heal up. This time, there were more infected people than yesterday. Time flew past, and it was soon sunset. It seems that I'll be continuing until dawn again, Song Shuhang thought. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia behind him slightly trembled. Through the eye of virtue, one would be able to see that the situation of the battle among Tribulation Transcenders in the crystal-clear water pavilion had changed. 2 more Tribulation Transcender level beast cultivators had joined the battle.